But just Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 20XX pre-show. I'm your host, Glitch Cactus, but you can call me Cactus. And we're going to be talking about some exciting stuff from this weekend, from yesterday's day one, discussing the way it had played out, to making predictions how the rest of today will go. Before we get there, I want to go ahead and introduce the special guests that we have with us today. We'll go down the line as they are laid out next to me. Saf, we'll start with you.
Hey, while I'm trying to figure out if I'm in frame or not, really looking forward to being here, getting to chat about 20XX. This is such a fun event that gets to happen, so we are very privileged to have all the people involved in it, including the folks playing. So, looking forward to it.
Absolutely, couldn't have put it better myself. Hammy, you're up next.
Hey, I'm Hammy. I'm also very just excited to be here again. In 20XX, we haven't had a 20XX proper since 2023. We did have the league last year, but Series 5 was moons and moons ago. So I'm very excited for 20XX to be back. A lot of solid teams signed up. I'm excited to get to yap about them and get to see them play throughout the day.
Most definitely. A lot of exciting news to discuss, especially with what went down yesterday. But before we do that, Popgun, why don't you run us off for the introductions?
I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy the placement that you have of us on this little overlay, because me and Hammy are actually sitting next to each other in real life right now. And to prove it, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this hand, and I'm going to push it over, and you're going to see my hand pop up on the Hammy side of the screen in 3. We are ready for the 1, 2, 3. There, get out of there, Hammy. What happened to my tattoo? It bleeded out over in Canada. It's crazy.
Yeah,
It fell off.
It's something. Yeah, it's all the coloration of the webcams. This has been my main thing. I look so great on my end, and then I come on these streams and I'm like kind of red, kind of dull, like I'm not well lit. Like, what happens to the translation here?
It just gets lost through. I know for mine, it's like I mess with the lighting all the time. It's either too bright or not bright enough. I either look like a ghost or I'm getting sunburned. It's always never an in between. It's one or the other. So let's start things off with maybe things we've noticed of shock factor. Let's go with for day one's 20XX yesterday. Obviously, it started with the group round, which was in a bracket-ish format. What are some things that we felt we saw that were definitely eye-catching from yesterday?
I'll start off with this one, because I'm going to say literally everything that was eye-catching, so that Saf and Hammy have to scrabble if, come up with something interesting.
I have my notes. They're tabbed. I'm ready.
I'm about to destroy your entire notes right here. There's 9 groups for 50 teams, and of those 9 groups, the only time someone not seeded 1 or 2 is going to make it out into alpha bracket only happened 3 times, and it was the 3 seed Ascension, who's probably the most surprised team out of this tournament, 6-0 to Moonlight, 3-0 to the wild card team. That's wild card, one word, not to be confused with the Div 10 team, wild/card, taking place in that. The other ones, Give Me a Sip, I think is I don't want to say it's more surprising than Ascension, but they also 3-0'd pretty much everyone they went up against, except for whoever So What is. You're not going to see So What because they currently fell down into beta bracket. And the last thing, I think it was King that found themselves getting 6-0'd by Azure. I didn't know Raze and Mudcup and Pika Dave, and I forget who else was the 4th on Azure's team, but it's good to see Azure come back after being off for about 5 years and to pick up where they left off with their dominance. But other than that, everything else was a 1-2. So if you want to be shocked, I would love to hear it. Let's hear
it. Who did you say was on Azure's roster?
I'm joking. That's not the real Azure.
I was like,
that is the Azure everyone actually knows. I don't know if this is a real team or just a pickup, but it's this version of Azure: Zenith, Thunder, Volti, and Yoshell.
See, the unfortunate part is that since I'm Canadian, I don't understand jokes, and so I missed the part where you were referencing the real Azure, the cooler Azure. This is like that that yearbook photo where it's like Daniel, like the cooler Daniel. Like this is the two. But I say that as if this Azure isn't insane. Again, Zenith, Thunder, Volti, Yoshell. Like that is a pickup. That is a pickup right there.
And most of them have recent results too. I mean, Zenith played in the most recent in the zone. Azure played as a pickup as well in I think Heaven. What is it called? Heaven and something.
Heavens to
tournament?
Ocean.
Heavens to Ocean. Yeah,
Yes.
Heaven and something. Heaven and hell. Oh, boy.
There's
Something.
too many for me to remember at this point. Okay, I got like the bits. You pull the important buzzwords, and then somebody will finish the sentence for you, just as you all did right there. Okay. But they played in that and then placed first. So it's like, you know, they're trying to get it together coming into 20XX, now finding themselves into day 2. But you have folks that have already played in big major tournaments before, now coming back together again. I mean, Zenith and Thunder have been playing together for a really long time. And like Volti's also been so up to date and playing in a bunch of different things. So, I mean, yeah, recipe for disaster from this version of Azure.
Yeah, I mean, they've been showing up consistent practice too. I mean, I've seen Volti just stream a couple times. Some practices they've been trying to work a couple kinks out. I wonder if this weekend, especially today, is going to be the day they shine through. I know, especially after that Heavens to Ocean loss against that Gray pickup with some great players overseas. You know, I'm sure they have something they want to try to prove for themselves, especially if they have the chance to against PXG. But then at the same time, it's PXG. So, I mean, you're looking at a team that last year won practically almost everything.
Yeah, I think a lot of this is we're going to have those scenarios where we have these really strong teams, and there's going to be teams that they're in alpha bracket, and will they make much more than that? Because as you said, Azure, like I'm looking at them, the last 2 tournaments they seem to have played together. I mean, 3/4 of them played in the zone and came first, and then the 4 of them seemed to play together for Heavens to Ocean came in second. Coming second specifically to the pickup of, if this will load, Noah, Gray, and a couple of Japanese players as well, Sumimaru, and I don't know what name that is. I do not know Japanese. But regardless, that is a strong team to come second to. They did get swept in the grand final bracket reset, but they did take a game off in the grand finals. So regardless, like that's a team that's going to go a pretty fair distance. I think a big question is, are there any alpha bracket teams coming into day 2 of 20XX that don't stand a chance, or are we going to see some closer sets throughout the day?
I mean, in comparison to PXG,
in comparison to just to PXG or as a whole to each other, like, do we think this is just a PXG sweep? Is there any other discussion to have?
Yes. Why? What?
Can I be devil's advocate?
Sure. I mean, if you want to like create fake storylines and get people hyped up for something that's not going to happen, which I feel like is the point of the pre-show, maybe. But no, like, come on, who's supposed to beat PXG? Like, give me some names. Azure? I'll give you that one, maybe.
Oh, webcam's on me. I've already talked long enough. See,
no, I'll tell you,
like, I'm not saying that, like, realistically, yes, PXG is going to take this whole thing. It's going to be a tough battle to really get there. So a lot of the focus is like, how can that happen? Is there a way that a surprise team like Ascension or some of these teams that we've seen a lot more from and have more of that experience, like EZMD or Hypernova, is there anything they can do to even attempt to push back on PXG? Is there something they could have up their sleeve? Like, what is the strategy to even taking PXG down?
Well, if there was an answer to that, I wouldn't be here on the pre-show. I'd find a way to do it. Look, it's not like they're unbeatable. It was who was? I think it was Sun Eater that pushed them to a game 5 in the Sindao finals in the group stage. So it's not like they're gonna just 3-0 everybody, although that is a possibility. But yeah, I have no idea what the true counter to what they do is. They're all really strong players. They're not a pickup anymore. They're an actual team. Common law marriage says that they are, because they've been together so long. They know how to play off of each other, and they've gone through enough adversity to not get rattled. A lot of times you see a team start to lose a couple of games and their VC goes quiet. That doesn't really happen with PXG. They've find ways to dig themselves out of the holes that they create. So is it possible somebody can beat them? Yes. Is it going to be Ascension? Absolutely not. But I mean, if you were to put money down on this and you put it on anything other than PXG, I would like to take up that illegal gambling bet with you. Feel free to DM me. We can make that work.
Well, I feel like if anybody has a chance of rupturing PXG's momentum, it would have to be Azure. And
Yeah.
I'm also wondering, did Ascension... So Ascension is seeded number 2 currently. Is that because they 6-0'd Moonlight in day 1? Because was Moonlight seeded higher than
no,
them originally?
I don't think
It's
that's...
grouped. Yeah, it's number 1 seed is Group A's winner. Number 2 seed is Group B's winner. It's based on the group they won, I believe. Because Azure is number 3 and they're Group C's winner. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
If I were to seed this just based off of who I see as like eligible to be in alpha bracket, in case nobody goes 0-2 to the check-in button, I would say Azure should be the number 2 seed, but will they? I don't know if they actually end up like that based off of bracket math or whatever.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, obviously, as we're still waiting for many teams to check on, and the bracket will not be finalized yet. But it's exciting to see kind of what the layout's going to be for some of these teams' routes are going to go. I mean, for me, if there is the possibility for PXG to, lose a set, it's like the rest of y'all, extremely unlikely. Azure is a good runner-up for attempting to take a game or two off of them, right? Maybe push back a lot harder. But I'd say the wild card, not being the team wild card of this, for me, is probably going to be Ascension, just kind of coming out of nowhere. And I don't think dropping a single game in groups. Yeah, they just decided to 3-0 pretty much everybody, and you keep things going. But in classic day 2 fashion, is that going to be the same process as it was in day 1? Most will tell you no.
Well, the thing about Ascension is they're in that awkward kind of a good awkward stage to be in, that kind of honeymoon phase where you take the next step up and you start upsetting people, and you get the 3-0 over Moonlight. You did really well in the Sindel finals a couple of weekends ago, to where it's like, oh, look at this new up and coming team. And now the question is, okay, how long do we give them that nightmare treatment we did in the Ink TV League, where it's like, oh, cool, you guys have clearly earned a seat at the table. Well, now can you stay there? And that's where Ascension is at right now. It's like, okay, they deserve a lot of credit and a lot of pats on the back, and they certainly got that yesterday, and they'll continue to get that over the course of the weekend for sure, because they've earned it. But now it's going to be, okay, are you going to continue that success? Are you going to keep climbing that ladder? Was this just a one-off thing? And now you're not going to be a surprise to anybody. If you 3-0 Moonlight, I don't care if it's Moonlight hasn't been playing a lot recently, or how like rusty or unrusty they've been coming off of the break that they've taken after the Splatoon 3 North American League. That's still you don't have no business 3-0 in a team like Moonlight. So now that you've done, can you replicate that? And are you a team that's going to keep your seat at the table? That is what they're fighting for now. But that is a fantastic position to be in. Any team would love to have the kind of results that Ascension's had as their first team, being a pickup project, real team. Who knows what this is?
Well, and interestingly enough, it's the consistency is something that I might question as well, because we watched Ascension just completely blitz through day 1. But again, going back to Heaven to Ocean, which is it's a good metric because it was a recent tournament. Some of these teams, Ascension lost to EZMD in round 2. They beat them 2-1 in a best of 3, and they went down and then lost to Sun Eater. So Ascension a couple days ago played in another event with similar level teams to this event and went out in losers bracket round 2. So is this a consistency thing? Is Ascension just playing hot? Have they found something else to be their ticket to continue forward? Was tomorrow, or was yesterday like a really good day? Maybe Heaven to Ocean was a bad day. There's no way of really knowing without talking to these players directly and seeing, kind of dissecting what's going on in their brains. And even talking to this tournament too, again, going back to the grand finals, Azure did beat the PXG pickup 3-1, but then lost in the grand finals bracket reset. So there's always a bit of give and take in a lot of these scenarios, and it's just a lot of it will come down to who is playing hot today, who's having an off day. Maybe even things with like PXG. I don't know if they normally play at the 5-person roster. They have a 5-person roster for this event. Is that going to change anything? I don't know how much they've played with Argo. I believe is their fifth.
I was wondering
so
the
like
same.
I don't personally. I don't. It doesn't ring a bell who Argo is. I probably might just be stupid and not recognize them. But there's a lot of factors that can be involved in these cases.
A lot of what you were saying about Ascension really makes me think about Sun Eater, because Sun Eater didn't make podium in season 10 Sendo Q finals, but they made 4th, and they were seeded really low, out of the 12 teams, and they really came out swinging in that, and so, I'm excited to look at Sun Eater a little bit closer, especially because they did really well in their group stage. And I mean, they're a little bit on the lower end, I think, when it comes to this day 2 area, especially they were ranked Division 1 for this season of Ludi. So I am kind of looking forward to what Sun Eater is going to be doing for us today. And I didn't get to tune in to day 1 as much as I wanted to, but I will say that I'm really excited that Big Fat Sea Cows made their way into Gamma Bracket. I know that like everybody comes back for day 2, but I just want to give love to Big Fat Sea Cows because I just appreciate them and I like watching them.
The comment about Sun Eater being Division 1, as the unofficial spokesperson for the Ludi Seeding Council, there's a good reason why Sun Eater's in Division 1, and it's called look at their resume before the divisions came out, and you'd say, yeah, they're a Division 1 team. And also, not a single person I saw complained about the fact that they were Division 1. But then the weekend later, they have this fantastic run in the Sindel final. So, yes, they're obviously better than Division 1. But if you gave me a crystal ball a weekend ago, we could have fixed that. We would have put them in over, I don't know, any number of DivX team you want to throw out there. So, yeah, that. They're obviously a lot better than that. Now, the only difference, their roster from the Sindel finals, Boopy was playing with them, playing in Zap. I don't think I saw Boopy on there. I think this is the actual roster that they're using in Ludi. Sun Eater, which should be Asus, Ace, No Name. Taco seems to be subbing for them. I think Tacos is from Poyo originally.
Yeah. Oh.
And Kaito. So this is like the normalish roster from Sun Eater, but as you kind of pointed out, same kind of they're the same kind of trajectory as Ascension. Seeded 12th in the Sindel finals because that's where they should have been seeded based off of who they were.
Right.
And that's why you play the matches. Again, 2-3 loss. You don't get credit for losing, but if it's PXG, we'll give you a pat on the back, which is better than nothing. And it is a team that's not going to be afraid if they run up against PXG. I have no idea what the bracket looks like, if they'll like face them, if they'll even get an opportunity to face them in like a spot where they can kind of get the jump on them. But yeah, Sun Eater is in that same projection of Ascension. And actually, if those two teams play against each other, that might be the match, the more interesting match of Alpha Bracket.
Well, that's what I'm hoping, because just looking at, I know Alpha Bracket's still being built, but that's what is being projected, at least on my screen right now, not on what we're looking at currently. So I'm kind of hoping that run back happens with blanks, because I remember watching that in season 10, and it was very, very entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of potential rematches for a lot of teams from previous events to look forward to. I mean, I think just kind of like poking back to a couple minutes ago at teams we were looking at that maybe shouldn't have found their way up into the alpha bracket. For me, it's got to be the team Give Me a Sip, made of Pika, Femi, Nilla, and Lightest Seed. Out of nowhere, just absolutely making their way to that first seed spot in their group, taking out So What, taking out Nonchalant, which, by the way, was the Obito pickup with Snipes, Felty, Yeti, and Ant. So an incredibly impressive run that they had during that group stage. Now, are they able to carry that? It entirely depends who their round one opponent is. It could just be Moonlight and they get knocked out 3-0 right off the bat. But I will say it's very impressive to see that they are the higher seed in their group going into day two. Definitely just a surprise coming out of this.
This Femi is Orca Balestra Femi, right?
Yeah, yep.
Okay.
Are there more than one Femmies that you know?
I'm just checking. These days, there's multiple of everybody. Haven't you seen Popkun 2 running around on the interwebs?
Yeah, he's taking a nap in the room behind me right now.
That's fair.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the interesting aspects, I think, of having a day one where only the top two make the bracket, because you're getting these teams that have been seeded for alpha bracket. You know, like you said, So What was seeded for alpha bracket, and now that spot essentially got stolen by Gimme a Sip. And so it's interesting to see what is Gimme a Sip going to do with the opportunity they've given themselves, and how is a team like So What going to take it being now in that beta bracket? Are they just going to try to make a sweep through it? Because like in a realistic sense, like they're in a bracket they should be above, so they should be able to make a run through that. So it's interesting to also imagine the teams giving themselves that opportunity to say, hey, this was a fluke, like we win beta bracket, we should have been an alpha, like this is a scam, get us in there. I mean, they have to wait for the next 20xx in like 2 years or something. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine, going. I mean, to be fair, the set did go the distance, right? They did bring it all the way to a game 5. Looking at the pattern, Gimme a Sip had actually won the first 2, and then it was on track to bring it back in a reverse sweep. But it just wasn't enough. Maybe they ran out of juice, or it was just, I mean, it was Towering Bluff for the final game. So I mean, it really should have just been who knows better. And like apparently it was Give Me a Sip. They knew their playstyle around the comp they were running against them just a little bit better, and it won them that spot. And I mean, they even went against the number 1 seed down in losers finals, Nonchalant level 999. Like I said before, the Obito pickup, that going the distance, pretty back and forth all the way until Nonchalant just decides to bring it all the way home. So yeah, like as you said, Hammy, being in that beta bracket, do they check in for beta and decide to win the whole thing, or do they do what we see a lot of lowing teams who don't make alpha bracket do and just say, I'll get them next time, and just not show up?
Yeah, and it really comes down to like the motivation and just the vibes of the team. It's like, were they here to, because realistically, like here's the question is the person for So What to play to win the whole thing? Do they think they're going to win 20xx with teams like PXG showing up? Probably not. So I would imagine that they're going, like, if I was in their shoes, I'd still play beta bracket. It's like, hey, now we get a longer day of playing. Now we get to clown on some teams and try to prove that we should have been in the alpha bracket, because that's kind of like the main thing. But of course, Splatoon players sometimes like to just say, oh, well, now at worst I lose beta bracket and look like a fool. So who knows? But it is. I like to think about those other brackets sometimes and think about what's happening in beta, because alpha is what really matters. We're here to see who wins. That's 20xx is a major. Who is going to win this thing? Is it going to be PXG? Probably. But there is still, everyone plays day 2. There's a lot of other teams in this event, people trying out their luck, people trying to get some good practice and just try to make a name for themselves in some other aspects.
I think it would be interesting to see, especially in the lower brackets. I know, honestly, beta brackets should be probably a very consistent go the distance amount of matches, because if you look at some of the teams that we have that fell into here, my eyes also get drawn to Sueño and Imposible, because their run was very, very close to making that alpha bracket run. Let me find here. Yeah, so they had 3-1 the first seed in their group. I don't know how to pronounce that. Is Sizji?
Just go with
Sizji?
Shy Guy. Just go
Yeah,
with
Shy Guy.
Hey,
So
yeah.
they 3-1 Shy Guy, right? Obviously going down to Hypernova as to be expected, but then bringing it to a full game 5 in losers finals against Shy Guy once again. This time though, Shy Guy getting the payback that they were looking for. So just a very strong team that, like Gimme a Sip, could have had the opportunity to make it their spot into the alpha bracket. They were a literal game away, and looking at how that match had went, it was every game alternating. First it was Shy Guy, then it was Sueño, then it was just back and forth, and it played out as so for Shy Guy to end off with that win on Rainmaker Undertow. But just looking at the roster of those players, I know 2 of them I think look familiar to me, Minty and Envy. But overall, probably strong players that are consistently practicing and found their way, just being able to be close to the top, and bringing them now into that lower bracket of beta bracket. I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out if they end up going with each other. Of course, wild card being in there, the Jared Ludi pickup after that whole mid-level attempt. And so that's going to be very fun to see where that's going to place them. So already I'm seeing 3 strong teams for just beta bracket alone that were definitely alpha contenders.
Yeah, I mean, if you want me to say something super interesting about beta bracket, I got nothing. I mean, all attention's going to be on alpha today, and rightfully so. I mean, yeah, there were a couple of teams who came painfully close, but you look at some of those teams you're talking about, they did get swept out in winners finals. Sueño Impossible, 3-0'd by Hypernova. A lot of 3-0s actually in the winner side of things from teams that could had an opportunity to do that. So it's like, okay, you had your chance to get in there, but do you have a chance to actually do some damage into alpha bracket? Would be the concern right there. But hey, there's again, beta, gamma. Congratulations to those that are going to be playing in it. As everyone has been saying on social media, you only get better by playing people stronger than you. We got it. Okay, what a wild concept. We haven't heard that for the past decade. Opportunity for teams to do just that, which is great. If they're so inclined to do so. That's all I really have to say about the lower brackets.
I got no notes. That was said beautifully. I couldn't have said it better. He was right. He's blowing my notebook out of the water here. What do I do?
I tried to warn you.
You could have said it better.
I tried.
Tried to warn you.
Smoke. One thing.
Yeah,
Oh.
No, you go. You probably
Okay,
something more profound.
Thank you. Okay. Another team to change the topic away from lower bracket, because I want to talk about alpha bracket. On my soul with Dylan, and you have folks from Healbook that are in Division X this season. I think that's gonna be a fun team to look at. I think their day one was, or their group stage was pretty fun. If this will load for me. Gosh, Jorian, you're so fast. He's already on it.
He's locked. He's got
he's
you.
locked in. Yeah, they beat Beaver twice, but it's interesting that their first round in the winners finals going against Beaver, it went a 3-2 and then it went to a 3-0. That's really fun.
Well, I think the grand finals didn't play in any of these. I think that's why it's the grand finals didn't play in any of the groups. It was just as soon as you qualified, you moved on.
Oh, okay.
Which got me for a minute, but it's like, oh, wait a minute. Every grand finals is a 3-0. How about that? What a coincidence. But it makes sense with that.
I remember seeing that because the team was just saying, yeah, we're going to report the grand final scores. It's Sendo doesn't have the system they're trying to use of when you need to win, you need to get to a certain point to qualify just to establish your seed, and there's no there's no point in having them play the grand finals because you're both already qualified. I guess it would be to steal the seed away from each other, but it's something I like to point out too, because we're looking at Group I, where On My Soul managed to win out with Beaver. The lowest seed of that group, seed 6, Australa T-Tech, coming in 3rd, just being one, fighting for a set that would have got them into alpha bracket, despite coming in here as the lowest seed in the group, is fairly impressive as well.
So when I wasn't a part of seeding for this tournament, but just seeding logic, your lowest group usually is where like the snake starts to turn. So it could be possible that On My Soul was the true number 9 seed going into this one, and Beaver would be like the number 10. So like in theory, that would be the closest match you would think projected wise, and they went to a game 5. So, and they both ended up still finding a way to make it into alpha bracket as well. So that's nicely done right there, whoever predicted that.
Aside from what team's gonna, or the only team that's gonna take potentially a game off of PXG, which of these teams do we feel that is not of that top level caliber that we've been seeing, like the Moonlights, PXG, Azure? Which of these other teams do we feel is going to have a strong fighting chance for that, let's say that second, third place match, right? Who might give, Moonlight or Azure, or maybe even we'll just throw Ascension in there too, a distance match, a distance set of, hey, we're going to make you sweat a little more than you probably should this early on in the bracket?
I don't think this team is going to accomplish that, but as I look over the teams we haven't mentioned yet, I think Duck Motif might be one of the longest running teams, actual teams in this one. I think Moonlight's pretty sure is like way older team-wise than them, but the Duck Motif roster I think hasn't really changed that much.
Except for
over
Riki.
the course. Yeah, I saw Bandit's not in there, so maybe I wouldn't know who their designated. You have to be pencil player for the, or maybe they do NZAP. I don't know. But as you're thinking about teams that have the experience to try to pull something out like that off, it'd be Duck Motif. Even though they don't have I know they played in the Sindao Cube finals. It didn't get the result that they were looking for. But that's a team who at any point, kind of like a Moonlight, at any point they could just flip the switch and be, well, this is really impressive. And we talk about how great it was that they got a third place or a second place finish. Duck Motif is kind of due for a tournament like that. So maybe they would be the dark horse you're looking for.
I feel like they're due for it, but they also didn't really take a break after the Splatoon 3 North American League. They still kept that train rolling even after such a long league format and something that was so time consuming. And there was only I think 2 of the qualifier pieces that they didn't even play in. So full commitment to that, and then to continue the train going forward. Whereas Moonlight actually took a proper break. So I don't know. I'm challenging your thought of them being able to kick it into gear when it matters, because it's if you haven't even taken a break yet, but going against someone that has taken a break, I don't know. I would find it hard to keep the focus forward.
To your point, I don't think they even took a break during the league. You said there were 2 weeks they didn't play. One of those 2 weeks they did play, they just halfway through the ladder stage was like, wait, why are we doing this? This isn't a good, let's just forget it. We'll just cancel halfway through the ladder stage, because they already played 5 weeks and already qualified anyways. But yeah, they've, it's so bizarre because going into the league, they were a team that I classified as in the category called, oh yeah, Duck Motif is a thing. I forgot about them. Yeah. And now they're just in everything nonstop. So maybe it's keep shoveling coal into the train. It doesn't stop. Eventually you're going to get somewhere. And maybe that somewhere might be a bronze medal, if not better today. Maybe.
Now, another, just because we're mentioning a couple teams that we haven't brought up yet or kind of have our eyes on, I personally have my eyes on Seteor. They came first in their group, beating out Sun Eater for the number 1 seed from Group H. And it might just be personal bias, because they do have Mystic Seek, who I used to play with for a little bit in an event, and my webcam completely froze for some reason.
We still hear you, though.
He's back.
Oh, there we go. Okay, good. Yeah, it was only on the production side. I could see my own moving on my other side. But yeah, so biased because Mystic Zeke, we played together in the past and we're pals. But even then, having Kira on the team, Ips, who's another. I've heard a lot of like the European folks I've talked to talk a lot about Ips, and just like it's a ragtag roster across the board, but one that definitely has a lot of strength behind it. And specifically, they have. I don't know. It says Bink Sake, which is I guess Octus from Black Lotus as well. So it's a scrappy roster, but they got #1 seed out of their group over Sun Eater, who was seeded #1. So we talked about Sun Eater being a pretty strong team, but they didn't even come first in the group.
Well, that doesn't diminish the fact that they're still a really strong team. It just
Oh no, I know.
that-
I'm just saying we never never even brought up Sete War. Like it's like this is another. Are they a contender to win the whole thing? Probably not really. But like there's a lot of. It's a weird thing to be like, yes, there's one standout team that's like the best, and then there's all these handful of teams that are probably fighting for second, maybe third. But there's not really a whole lot of pushovers in the alpha bracket per se. Like I think everybody in the alpha bracket kind of deserves to be here because they either had a major upset or they are just a strong team that has that history.
Yeah, I mean,
So
as
it's
you
weird,
look over
yeah.
the rosters, it's not really so much a case of like, oh yeah, this team doesn't belong here. I mean, there's obviously teams that are better than others, but yeah, there's as you look out, even though the names don't make any sense to you, once you look at the rosters, it's like, oh yeah, this is who I would expect to be here, or even if it's a name that you wouldn't expect to be there, you look and see, oh well, this player and this team's been extremely active as of late, and you look at some of those teams that fell down to beta bracket, the one like the Obito pickup, and you're like, oh wow, that team is usually like those players of that caliber are usually like knocking on the door of a top 4, top 5, if not even like winning the whole thing. But this whole thing about strong players taking a break doesn't mean the world stops. There's new players that are going to be constantly moving up and taking spots in. Yes, if FT Win was in here, does the team get knocked down? 100%. If Jared was playing with the rest of the members of Milky Way, yes, like everybody moves down a spot to make room for them. But there's still, it's nice to see the Ascensions, the Sun Eaters of the world step up and not just fill a spot because there's a spot that needs to be filled, doing a solid job as that as well. And throw Blank Z, and I think maybe we've caught at least everybody except for Apocalyptic mentioned in here. Blank Z not been having the strongest Div X, but another team that has improved dramatically over the course of 2025, getting up to the point to where they are right now. EZMD has been, to say they've had their number as of late is not fair to EZMD, but the fact that Blanks was able to take one game off of them is like, hey, this is movement in the right direction in this kind of one-sided rivalry they've been forming with that team as well. So it's good to see solid teams start to rise up and take those spots, even if they aren't as strong as some of the older teams that aren't here that we've kind of recognized. There's still plenty of storylines for them to play out.
Yeah, I was just looking over to the beginning side of the group stage because most of those were like, besides Group B with Ascension over Moonlight, most of them were kind of expected. But we kind of grazed over the Kings versus Passion Fruit matchups. Seed 3 beating out Passion Fruit, who was Seed 2. Average first 3-1, then finding their way to a game 5 of 3-2. So another just little like a minor team that just found their way past their bit of seed that should have been into that beta bracket, finding their way into the alpha side, hoping to outperform, hoping to take games again. The team of King, consisting of Santos, Soren, Ultra, and Zog. I mean, considering they went to a game 5, strong back and forth, although it does show that Passion Fruit did get reverse swept by them. So that must have been a very painful losers finals to have to go through, but I bet an entertaining match to watch. But yeah, I mean, just a lot of, besides your core 4 or 5 that you're going to see probably find their way out in this tournament later today in about 20-ish minutes. Just some underdogs to keep an eye out for that we've been over to really just you never know what's going to happen. I mean, I'm sure they're with each other, they're going to have some great matches, but it's really going to be, the underdog stories of who's going to be that one that's going to take, the Moonlights of the world to the game 5, who's going to potentially get that second day upset that they're looking for if they follow it up with from day 1.
As we all nod in agreement.
Yeah.
That's ultimately it. Like, we can yap as much as we want, but we know that these are all strong teams. They're all a heck of a lot better at the game than any of us are. I can probably say. I mean, I say that as probably one of the worst Splatoon players on the panel. But it's we're gonna see good matches. There's gonna obviously be round 1, we got Blank Z versus PXG. We kind of really know what we're walking into there, but I think there's going to be a lot of good sets throughout the day, which is the whole point of the broadcast anyway. We have good commentators showing you some good Splatoon. That's what we're here to watch. Ultimately, we're going to see who's going to win at some of those matches. We're going to see some good moments, some good plays, and just watch it all unfold as it kind of comes out throughout the day. And it seems like all the teams have finally checked in, so we do have our completed alpha bracket roster, potentially.
No.
Oh, no.
Well, Blank Z is seeded number 18, and there's 16 teams here. I believe PXG, and if Ascension truly is the number 2 seed, they would get a bye, depending on if those other 2 teams checked in. Who wants to be the team, or who wants to be the person on the panel that thinks they can find the 2 teams that haven't checked in first? And you will.
I got one.
Go ahead.
Okay, first one I saw, Moonlight.
True.
They're not checked in. Moonlight's not checked in.
And
Moonlight does have Chara and Max on their roster today.
Yeah.
Whenever Max is on there, that usually indicates they might need a sub. Because like Max Light has been a thing before.
Yeah.
So maybe that's just a case of, hey, did you guys wake up? Let's wake up before we check it.
I'm pretty sure Shadowwind's stream title yesterday said Max Light, so I'm gonna assume that Max is playing with them at some point. But I know that earlier in the day when Moonlight was playing against, oh my goodness, who were they playing against? Wildcard.
Yeah.
When they were playing with Wildcard, Max was not playing with them, so it potentially could be a day 2 sub type situation for Max Light.
For group yesterday, they started out with Max. I think it was after the loss against Ascension is when Nolan popped out. So I'm not sure if maybe it was a case of Nolan was at an event, at work, whatever it might be. But it was after the Ascension loss is when Nolan got brought back onto the roster to play the games. But it should be interesting to see if it's a similar case for today as well. Are they going to have to start off with Max? Hope they make it far enough to where they can have their main roster with them.
So who is the other team that hasn't checked in then?
It is King. King is the other team that hasn't checked in.
King has not. So there you go. Yeah. King being a runner-up in a group.
Yeah, they were. I think they were. Yeah, they were a 3rd seed that came second, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, 15 minutes.
Yeah, they got a lot. Assuming check-in is open right until the tournament starts.
Yeah,
so, you know what? We gotta stop giving these teams this much leeway. Like, you gotta check in like an hour in advance.
No. You give them plenty of time because there's always that one team that checks in, and then they're like, "We only had like one person awake. I don't know why we actually checked in. We need the drop." It's like, no, why'd you do that? So it's 16 out of 18 with 15 minutes left to go. That is the TO dream. Like, that's the literal best you can hope for. If you get 100% teams checked in, something's going to go wrong because somebody's lying. That's what that means.
We're at 95%. Moonlight has officially checked in.
Let's go.
Snap.
And now the bracket's gonna look great because it's gonna be one round. Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah.
See, I was gonna say the TO dream is that these 2 teams don't check in. You have a nice clean 16 bracket, 16 bracket. Now you have that little awkward winners bracket round 1. Now the production people get to figure out which matches to stream because all of round 2 will start right at the beginning. It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
Well, how crazy is that? If everybody checks in, Ascension is going to be one of the 2 teams that gets a bye in this. Here's the teams that get a bye.
Roaring
PXG and little ol' Ascension. That's where we're at right now, the state of the community. And I'll take it. They've earned it.
Yeah.
I guess technically. I don't know.
It's one of those things where they earned it by getting the #1 spot, but also they weren't the ones who picked to be in Group B. It is just based on groups. So it's kind of there's I think it's kind of arbitrary, but also not. And realistically, it doesn't matter because they either get a bye and start in round 2, or they play their match first in round 2. The only teams that are really in an unfortunate spot are the 4 teams that are going to have to play round 1. It doesn't really matter if you get the bye or start in round 2, because either way, you're at worst, you're only ever ending up in losers bracket round 2, even if you lose right away.
But it does mean when the last team checks, well, actually, no, I don't know what the seed number is of the team that's going to check
16? 16.
King would be number 16.
Yeah.
So that would mean they would play Apocalyptic, and the winner goes on to Ascension. So basically, even though they've been telling us don't talk about the bracket because it's not finalized, it's unless they like change the seedings around a little bit, it is finalized with what you're basically going to see. So my question being, Ascension and Sun Eater being the 2 teams, they would play each other, considering Sun Eater would beat Hypernova again. I believe they beat them in the Sindel finals in the group stage. I know I'll have to double check that. But essentially, like, those 2 teams might be meeting up each other pretty early on, like round 2. I guess that's quarterfinals. So
they beat them 3-2 in Sendaku.
And this seems like a more, I mean, they only played 2 sets yesterday, so it's kind of hard to get a gauge on it. But Hypernova is a team that's they're on like version 12 since their team first created. Like, their roster's just been completely changing over, players jumping in, joining, and hopping over to other teams. So this is a different variant of this Hypernova team, and not having the strongest Sindel results. I don't think they've been setting the world on fire in Division X either, but that's going to be another one of those teams that's, the more they play together, the better they're going to get. And this is another opportunity for them to have a statement tournament run, which would be their 10th statement tournament run, because they dominate Moonlight and then they change rosters and they start all over again. So maybe this is another opportunity to get themselves back on their feet.
But like Hypernova too has been considered Division X, I think, since 2024, and like you said, with multiple roster changes. But I like how in the season 10 finals, Hypernova was seeded so much higher than Sun Eater was. And Sun Eater had like such a magnificent run, and it's like when you look at the seeding between them now, there's only 3 people in between them. So it's cool to see that Sun Eater has kind of closed that gap a little bit more to get to Hypernova. Even though Hypernova, has changed a little bit, especially because like Prosper's not playing with them. Prosper's playing with a different team this time. And I think with Hypernova though, Fling King being an addition to this roster, I think has been so cool, especially because Fling King really got to shine and flex in the Splatoon 3 North American League, and getting to add themselves into a team and to a dynamic like Hypernova, I think has been so great for their career. And one other note I was also considering when talking about EZMD again. EZMD went 4th and 3rd in season 8 and 9 of Sendao Q, and with all the folks showing up here in day 2 of 20XX, I feel like that seeding for EZMD has pushed them so much lower than probably where they would want to be with who ended up getting into Alpha Bracket. So I'm hoping to see EZMD also try to get placed a little bit higher today than maybe than they have in the past.
A little quick note here from the Hypernova roster. You mentioned, Saf, that Prosper was playing with them in the Sindel finals. Well, that's completely different from the roster they have on Ludi as well, which has Mirage and Sam on it, both of whom I think are playing for Ascension today. So this is the 3rd roll of the dice roster in as many tournaments that Hypernova has. So maybe version 12 of this team might be outdated at that point. This is still, I think they got Pelu thrown into the mix that hasn't been played.
Prosper also plays with Healbook as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which it's
which
at this
which
point
on
it's
my
just
soul,
everybody's on Hypernova.
Yeah.
Where's my
Yeah.
jersey?
That's what
Where's my turn?
Yeah,
what I was gonna bring up is that we keep begging some of these like higher level pickups to just make a team and make branding. Hypernova did the opposite. Hypernova made a team with branding and then just kind of became a pickup as time went on. They just started like, I never know who's on Hypernova. It was a consistent roster, and then one day something clicked, and every time I saw them, there was like it was 4 different names or 3 different names. Like who's here? Like I look at Hypernova as like a brand and go like they are gonna do well. I just don't know who's going to be playing this day. So they kind of did the opposite of a lot of people, but they're still getting the results. They're still ending up alpha bracket 20XX. They're still, even if they're not winning, they're still taking things to game 5s and still putting a lot of pressure.
Well, the
like
core of that
sign-up,
roster. Go ahead, Seth. Go ahead.
It's like flanking plus signups and then whoever else is available.
Yeah.
That fills
Yeah.
the last
And
few
wasn't-
spots.
And wasn't flinking an addition? Wasn't flinking not originally
Yeah.
there
Yeah.
for a
Yeah,
while?
they were
and
added to
got
the
added
roster.
in? Yeah.
So, Hinlow is the other like main cast
Yeah.
member
Mhm.
on Hypernova, along with Synapse, and then it's just kind of a rotation of I hate it when animes bring in new characters in the middle of the season, and then just when I get to know them, they're that person's already off or killed off or something like that. But as long as you still got Synapse and Hinlow, you'll still watch the Hinlow or
Yeah.
the
So,
Hypernova anime.
Henlo didn't
So
play
what
with
I'm
them, though,
learning-
in season 10.
Which
You're
is what I
right.
was going to say. Henlo hasn't been
You're
here
right.
for like a couple
Hasn't been here
months.
for a little bit.
Yeah, and just decides to randomly show up for 20X. Like, I mean, by all means, welcome back. But
Well, did they actually play, or has Hinlow been like crossed out as like the 5th player who hasn't? I know they only played like a couple of sets yesterday.
also, King has just checked in. We are officially at all 100%
Oh, with
teams.
7 minutes to spare.
We managed to stall long enough. Well, I was gonna say if Henlo's playing with them, is this just my little Henlo getting rebranded to Hypernova, just kind of
Yeah, wait, so
hijacking that?
Ascension and PXG just get buys now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
They'll play like the lower seeded teams. But again, like if you're Ascension, you're not feeling super confident as like the 2 seed. Not saying they're not going into their matches being confident, but whoever they get is not going to be like some chopped liver team. Who would it be? 15 and 16? Who would they potentially go up against?
Either King or 15
Or should I-
would be Apocalyptic.
Okay. yeah.
Apocalyptic
If it's
or
15, 16.
Blanks.
I could just look at the bracket. I don't know why I looked at the seeds.
It's
But, and that's that's a good point to bring up, is that I think on the other side too, if you're blanks or actually the seed changes. Oh wait, no, never mind. It updated. It's either blanks or Apocalyptic, 18 or 15 going up against Ascension. But if you're a team that's going up against PXG in round 2, you're terrified. You've accepted that this is going to go wrong. I feel like if you're going against Ascension, the 2nd seed in round 2, you're not really scared of them. Obviously, they had an amazing day 1, but I feel like there's not that fear of like we don't know how to fight them. I think that like they could, whichever team is against them. I think Ascension might still have it. Like they are obviously playing very strong, but it's not going to be as cut and dry as like going up against PXG round 2.
Mhm.
Well, I was going to mention Apocalyptic as the last team I think we haven't really mentioned, but as I look at the roster, it starts off with Ali, and the second person is I'm an Ali alt, so I don't care anymore.
Well, Sky, I think, is from Poyo, and then Ollie's from Usagi Fan Club? Question mark?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So Usagi Fan Club is playing in Division X right now. Where is Poyo? Did Poyo break up?
No,
Are
they're
we-
still in
they-
Division
No, they're
1.
still playing. They just chose
They're
to
still playing,
split their
okay.
roster for 20XX.
For 20,
Yeah,
okay.
they're
just
in
split it.
Division 1. I think they've been playing all 3 weeks. I think they're 2-1 right now.
Yeah.
Sick. Okay. Cool.
Well,
Could not
with that being
remember
one of the final teams, I guess we're gonna graze over. That should probably wrap us up here for the pre-show. We are being friendly informed by Jorian and Production that teams are all getting ready to check in. They're gonna be starting it off with some of the matches. So before we send off everyone at home to view some amazing matches, we'll go down the list where people can find us. So, Staff, we'll start with you.
Hey, you'll find me at the analyst desk in just 5 minutes. So I'll still be here. So yeah. Pass.
Got it.
See-
Got it. Hammy, follow up.
Can you pass it to me? I'm also on the analyst desk. Me and Saf are not allowed
Pass.
to leave yet. We're going to be stuck here. We're not commentating the sets, but in between every set, we're going to be showing up, giving some analysis of what we just watched. So you're going to see more of us. But also, you can find me everywhere at Hammy in the Wall, or if I know which direction's which, hitw.inc is my blue sky.
Then Popkin, you're one of the free ones. Where can people find you if that is not going to be in the analyst desk?
Oh, good, you're not on the analyst desk, which is a shame because I begged Pinky. I said, put me on the analyst desk, and Pinky said, get your scrub ass on the pre-show and get off of Dapple Productions immediately. Fair enough. Hey, I am streaming I'm not streaming, I'm casting a DivX match tonight with Sasu on Ludi tonight. Deftopia versus Keelbook is
so
what we're
good.
going to be taking a look at later tonight. So, and a lot of the players playing in that match later tonight, I believe at 9 o'clock, is playing in this tournament today. So, a lot of Splatoon action going on across the world.
It's the
But I'm
warm-up.
out.
Yeah, a lot of great stuff you'll have to take notes on for later from these individual players. But with that, that's gonna be it here for us at the 20XX pre-show. Thank you all for tuning on in just a little bit early and listening to us yap your ear off for about an hour. Don't go anywhere. We'll be switching over to some exciting matches for day 2 of 20XX.
Get ready for the next battle, ladies, gentlemen, stay dancers in between. My name is SPF Dog. We're coming at you live here on Dapple Productions to bring you Day 2 Top Cup of 20XX. And of course, though, far too much for me to be doing by myself, so I am joined by a very good friend of mine here today.
Hello, everybody. I am Fufu. Thank you for the lovely introduction, Dark. Again, we're here with 20XX Day 2. We're gonna get good sets. And if you think you're not gonna eat well tonight, well, I got some news for you.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen already, we've talked already, thanks to our lovely pre-show as to what to kind of expect, what to kind of see here, folks. And of course, I am very much excited to see these teams play it out. It is the cream of the crop, the best of the best here for this session here. And to kick things off, as we're getting things ready, as we're waiting for these players to come in, we'll be seeing King versus, I'm gonna butcher this name so hard, I'm so sorry. I think that's Saizeji. If I'm wrong on that, I'm so sorry.
Syzygy? Syzygy?
Sure.
Dude, it could be literally anything. It's really hard to tell with these names. And listen, we've noticed that the Splatoon community can get really creative with their names. And the downside to that is that we have zero idea how to pronounce it. So it's whatever they give us is what we got to do with.
Yeah?
Listen, man, I don't make the rules made us.
Yeah, I'm fair on that end. But no. As a little sort of preview as to what to expect here today, as we're kicking this off, folks, here we'll be starting with a best of 3 series. Starting off, Inkflot Art Academy with Tower Control, the tried and true. Of course, we gotta kick things off with probably one of the most well-known competitive maps here in this scene, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm just amped up with energy right now to see this match.
Oh, I know. Again, we're starting on probably one of the most snowbally maps that we could have in this map list. So honestly, that makes it all the more exciting. Again, it's usually the first team that's going to be making it past that second checkpoint that's going to be winning this match. But I've also seen the craziest comebacks on this map. So we're really hard to tell, but I feel like this is also the map where everyone has it down. It's rehearsed. Once you get past center, it is a rehearsed game. Everyone knows what they're doing and where they need to be. Put someone on your badge, put someone on flag, yada win. Woohoo!
Yeah, no, it's very much, we all know how to play, we all know what to expect, and we all know what to see here as we move on forward. So it's going to be more of a question of what do these players do on the more minor scale, on the more micro, to really make the big difference. And it's, I'm excited right now. I'm amped up right now. So I have so much things running in my mind. I have some things I want to say, some things I want to talk about, but it's all colliding, all collapsing in my brain.
Listen, you're gonna have a chance to get all of that energy out once we make it onto the set. Dark, let's get rid of some of the energy, actually. What do you want to see? And before you say Blaster, I already know.
Not counting Blaster, I think what we can see here is, Pencil is maybe I just was about to say Dynamo. Wow, there's the Dynamo right there. Yeah, no, I think Dynamo can really do a lot of damage here, be a very threatening pick here. And of course, for you on your end, Foof, I do have noticed that E-Leader.
Yeah, and more importantly, there's some respawn Punisher coming out from that. Interestingly enough, there's cooler on both sides. I almost said there's no cooler, but interestingly enough, there is no pencil cooler. So it is all from the zaps. And again, I'm very excited to see King's comp right now. Bringing that Dynamo and Carbon is just such an interesting combo because it feels like there's little to no paint there on that comp. I'm very curious to see how it's going to work.
Yeah, no, the paint is definitely a big concern of mine here, but at the very least, Saizuji is looking a little bit okay here to start things out. King does manage to stay with lead and one of the first ones to stabilize, getting a few picks that this very interesting Izuka doesn't turn out well, as we see now just come up, face check the Izuka and rush them down here. And it's still a bit of a neutral game. Trades and specials are being thrown out left and right. No one has been able to really claim a proper hold in mid just yet.
Yeah, these teams seem relatively evenly matched. As you said, no points have really been scored right now, but it looks like King is ready to turn those tides. Zug definitely taking some picks at the leader, really trying to get them out of the way, but it is still more neutral. But as we approach that first checkpoint, we're going to clear it as well. The quickest checkpoint known to man. It seems that King is finally seeing maybe a bit more points.
It's hard to say right now. That first checkpoint was cleared though, which is very important and a huge step to try and get some more points and incoming pushes here. But Syzygy is looking really all right here, trying to stabilize things a little bit, but still going down to these constant trades and these constant skirmishes here as King takes the tower once again. We do see this wave break here to try and apply some pressure, push them back a bit. 3 down now with a wipeout on top means that Syzygy finally can get a clear flush out in mid and start being the first one to take their points on their side.
Yeah, and it was like they all gathered in one spot, and it took one good blaster shot and one good E-leader shot, and that was that. And Syzygy now has the opportunity to make even more points, and King even had the opportunity to do so, but they do take that blaster out. Their core and their bats is back in their favor, so I'm pretty sure this push may end soon if they continue the way they are, but Syzygy is still relentless on this, still fighting this front, really trying to get as much as they can, but Soren here in the front line is able to take a good pick on that kid, and it's gonna look to try and keep this tower clear.
Yeah, it's a bit of a push and pull between these two teams, throwing everything they can to try and break through this very hard to push through choke here, but Syzygy does go 3 down here. A delayed wipeout now on their end means that King can take control of the tower once again, start getting their own push going on. We see Zach here with the Kraken, looking to see how they can push back Syzygy's incoming players, disrupting that bat line so they can clear this tower without too many issues here. But that Ken has broken through the line, fighting and skirmishing around this tower, applying a lot of mayhem, a lot of chaos in there, and does disrupt this push here as the remainder of Syzygy does come in and stalls that push out to almost with a 1-point differential, by the way.
Oh my goodness, it's crazy how close this game is, and it seems that Syzygy seems to be an advantage all over again, but really this game has been so neutral overall. Just look at how far these teams have pushed, and granted, they've been chipping at it little by little throughout the match, but no real big moves have been made, and Syzygy is gonna look to change that as they do approach their last saved points, but again, they're being collapsed on just as fast. They're not even allowed to clear half of that second checkpoint before almost all of them are wiped out.
Yeah, a good collapse from King there to stop that push. Does unfortunately turn wide to them as Nyla was able to clear out King and be able to at least keep his tower in place, allowing Syzygy to come in, not having to fight through mid, in fact, just having to fight through this ramp area to try and recontest the tower once again. But King has played this bit of a slower game here to try and slow things down, get things back to a neutral state so they can be the ones to try and get this next incoming push here. We see the Kraken, we see the Ingduga try and find some picks here. The Ealer to get the beautiful pick here as they slow King down. The Kraken on the backline trying to disrupt the Ealer in any way they can, but the 1-minute timer has been called. It's a 14-point difference between these two teams. Syzygy just went 3 down. King has opportunity to close the gap now.
Yeah, and I admire the guts on that leader to stick on their position, even though they may be in a slight bit of danger, just to try and get any more picks or provide that extra pressure. But that pressure wasn't enough as King is back on the tower. Again, one good pick from a leader is enough to take anyone off of a moving target. But over here, it's going to be bloodshed, but it's still not enough. King is still not able to find the numbers to keep this tower moving past the ramp. But Zog here on the Kraken may just be the calling card. They need to change that, but is it enough?
It might be enough depending how this Dynamo plays it out, but no, they unfortunately are shut down with 5 points remaining to where that lead is swapped here. And Syzygy clearing out King, having control of mid, tower in mid now as well. They're looking just to lock King out as best they can to claim this first victory in their name. And especially with 2 going down in favor for Syzygy, I believe this game is good and gone there.
Yeah, just like that, Syzygy, I believe, is our first victor of this set. Some beautiful, beautiful games, I would have to say. Again, I am almost a little sad that we didn't see that legendary snowball that Inkblot has to offer, but I think it also shows just how close these teams were in skill. Like, this is going to be tight, but we are going to be moving on to something a little bit more familiar to both of these teams, and it is going to be splat zones. But looking at this replay, again, it's almost crazy. It's so baffling that we were in near neutral the entire game.
Yeah, no, it goes back to the point we were making beforehand where teams and players knows how to play around this map, knows how to play the strengths and the weakness of this map. And so we saw here just both of these two teams using that knowledge, using their skills to really try and slow that down as much as they can in their own favors. And it really, no one ever got past that that second checkpoint. And it was so genuinely so beautiful to watch, just to see exactly what peak knowledge of this map can do, because no one wants to get actually put into that scenario where you get that second checkpoint, things spiral out of control and things get slippery. So the goal pretty much was to prevent that scenario happening in the first place.
Yeah, which I think both of these teams did a great job, but it was Saiziki that did push that tower the furthest. So that thing definitely goes to them. But we're going to Barnacle and Dimes Platons. We're going to the mall, Dark. I love the mall. Not really seeing any comp changes here. And the question is, are going to be seeing a Gal? That Gal was not there before. Was it?
No, I don't think so. I think that Gal is new, and I have been seeing Gal on the up and up, and as of recently as well. So it's not too surprising to see it get pulled out here. You know, especially with the well to be able to disrupt the backline with the well slower weapon like Dynamo, it could be a big nuisance on that end here. So I see the visions here. I see exactly why they might have opted to bring it in this time around here. But at the very least, Saiziki does get a solid opening on their side, pushing King back a little bit, keep them locked up on their side of the map on their flat as they're starting to run away with some points.
Yeah, running away indeed. They might be running even a little further here as the specialists do make their way onto the field. Zog is able to bring that Kraken, but with no teammates there to follow up on it, that's pretty much a wipeout in favor of Saiziki. Just like that, so many more points are going to be in their favor. This feels even more rehearsed than what last game felt like. Again, it is down to comfort. A lot of higher level teams are much more confident on Splat Zone 2, and we're definitely seeing the results of that right now.
Yeah, and the issue here is that it can prove lethal for Kings. The fact that this map is a bit lockout heavy. You get yourself set up and you get your enemy team cornered here. You can just absolutely deal devastating blow after devastating blow here. But King does fortunately for them break through and does push Saiziki back at least a little bit to flip the zone, get those 10 points on the board, and start disrupting some of this line here to try and maintain a very good hold here. Now Soren copying the tactical here to allow the remainder of their team to start pushing up, be the ones to lock Saiziki out. I am very eager to see exactly how this turns out to be. Smash down on zone doesn't actually quite flip it, and it's still a bit of a scramble for both sides now.
Despite the tables turning, it doesn't feel like King has the same forward pressure that Saiziki had during their last push. They are going to suffer a 2-down scenario here, but again, with a Dynamo in center, it is incredibly difficult to do anything with the zone, and the points slowly approach that 17 mark, but it's not going to be enough, stopping at 32. Oh my goodness, that's what I call clutch.
Yeah, narrowly avoiding a potential lead swap there. Turning it down to 32 on a hold is a very good response for King, but now we're back at the game state we saw earlier. Saiziki is just kind of keeping King locked up in place, keeping them in a chokehold here, not allowing them to pass. It's very hard to add and very awkward to push through. And the thing to know is that they're running out of time. Those penalty points are almost gone at this point. King is moving now if they want to try and stop this game from going to stop this going to 2-0 and against them here. So King is pulling every stop they can to try and break through this line here. I do hear the Kraken. The tactical is coming out here, but PMC does stop that carbon roller as points are still ticking down. And I don't think there's enough presence, enough power from King to stop this zone here. Oh man.
No, it's not enough. The Dynamo got to center there for a second, but again, a blaster is not enough to paint the zone, and that is going to be game and set for Saiziki with a 2-0 sweep. Again, it was a lot more dominant than what last match was. This was a completely different game compared to what we had.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say exactly what happened, what went wrong for King here. Saiziki I think Saiziki played their cards really well and sort of keeping King locked down, keeping King in place for as long as they did, allowing them to take these big, massive swings for points, right? But as for the Micro, I'm genuinely curious as to like what specifically went wrong here. And 2-0, your first round of the day, not a big deal. This is a double elimination bracket, so Saiziki still has some chances, some opportunities to try and pull through here to make try and get it further in the bracket series. But at the very least, Saiziki, moving on to the next round, King, unfortunately, going down. It's not the end of the world, but I'm still in shock and awe by that first game. It was really.
It was so close. Like, genuinely, I haven't seen that long of a neutral in like so long. Like, just to the wire. They're like, let me through. No, absolutely not. That is not happening. So just a very entertaining set. And this is just our first one, Dark. Literally our first set of the day. So very exciting to see what's going to be coming for us soon.
But as we do wrap up that first set, our second round isn't ready quite just yet. But instead of going on a break like we usually do, we do have an analyst desk on deck right now. So we'll be switching over to that to see what those lovely folks on the analyst desk have to say about this last match, as we do ourselves as the commentators, and we take a quick break. So don't go anywhere just yet. We'll be right back with your analyst desk here in just a second.
We're on. Yeah, we're on. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the well, I'd say welcome back. Welcome to the first time to the analyst desk for 20XX. We have all this here. We're gonna kind of break down anything that we may have noticed from that last stat. I mean, I say that as if it wasn't a 2-0 sweep for size. I do not even know. Do any of us know how to pronounce that? Size. Okay. And so it. Because a little bit of background spoilers for watching this match, the word textbook got thrown around a couple times. It was a very, there was close scores in both of the matches, kind of a lot of back and forth. No, I didn't notice any defining plays or defining features a lot throughout some of it. I don't know if you guys noticed anything that I completely glazed over though.
Nito looks ready.
Yeah, Nito with the pen is ready.
I have a pen and I have notes, and this is totally not a journal that I stole from somebody here. We'll find out who later on. But I was I've thrown the word textbook around a lot because it felt like that first Power Control Inkblot match, it was exactly what I would expect from a Splatoon match. Anyone tunes in for the first time, doesn't know a thing about competitive Splatoon, you're going to show them that because that is, once you watch pre-made film of if you watch pre-made films of NFL football and you just see games happening, this is what I imagined. It was so textbook. It was one team gets a push, the other team gets a push. Like you said, nothing defining happened. We didn't really see what both sides came out of the table with, although we did see a little bit more of that in Splat Zone's Barnacle. I think the team with the name ever was doing fairly well in recovery. I mean, King was punishing most of their ambitious pushes fairly well, but then you see the other team come back and all of a sudden they have a triple, you look up and now game's over. So they were doing very well in recovery if we had to take anything away from that.
Wait, remind me, so the team with Soren was Syzygy, right?
No, Soren
King.
was on King.
It's King. Okay, so King was the team with the end. So Soren was playing NZAP on King, and I was saying at that last game as we were watching it, it had double roller, NZAP, and a blaster. So that NZAP that Soren was playing was just painting for its life there, trying to do everything it could to keep up the paint for the Dynamo, for the Carbon, for the blaster as well. And if they were able to break past the other team, it would have been able to do something, but it was just kind of difficult. If you're up against the E leader who's able to just keep poking at you as you're trying to get out of your spawn, it's kind of difficult if you don't have the paint to go out with that.
Well, I feel like we made note, I think the most noise that we made was in fact that Barnacle match because of the double roller composition, because the double roller composition can do really well once it has stable footing and it can get established, but it was really easy for Syzygy to just immediately shut it down. Because we were kind of if one of the rollers goes down, if either the Carbon or the Dynamo gets taken out, then the whole thing kind of topples. I feel like Ultra maybe had a little more stake in the game though, playing the Dynamo roller, because consistently Ulta was playing a lot further back and not being as aggressive, kind of letting the Carbon roller take care of that, and was more so acting as the painter, the cooler bot, and as you want to put it or whatever. But then that makes me want. So wait, hold on a minute. That makes me wonder. So the Soren was playing with, yes, okay, wait, no, okay, I am thinking of this right, because I was wait, no way that they ran double cooler, or if I'm
I thought I saw that too, and I was
there was a double cooler on the
okay.
side of King. Yeah, Dynamo and NZAP both with cooler. And something specifically that I want to point out too, just with King, is we noticed a lot of jump in deaths. There was a lot of times where somebody on King would be jumping in and getting picked off. I think that wasn't really giving them a whole lot of room to work with there. They have the double soda, sure, but if you're going to keep dying to jumping in, you can't even grab those sodas in the first place.
That's true.
Not only that, you can't charge soda in the first place either.
Yeah,
So that's a key
yeah.
point of having double coolers, that you need to have the cooler exist in the first place.
Yeah, definitely.
But I mean,
Well-
I feel like that's kind of it. It was very cut and dry set. There wasn't too much. I mean, Syzygy just had King's number there. They weren't. My webcam is frozen again. I don't know why it keeps doing that today. Even though it's not frozen on my end. I can see myself moving perfectly. I blame production for this. I can never do wrong. But it seems like Syzygy also doesn't do any wrong, because they did manage to win both of their games over King, and just they were close. They were, there's a lot of textbook stuff going on, but ultimately they just had that that extra footing above King. And now they're gonna go play PXG, and I'm sure that will be a very different story.
Mm,
And
Yeah,
if
that's-
you were watching the pre-show earlier too, we were saying that PXG is probably going to be very dominant in this series, and also talking about Ascension as well, waiting on the other side for another match to finish. But PXG, my goodness golly me. Something I forgot to say on the pre-show when Popgun was here was one of Popgun's predictions was that PXG is going to win every major tournament that they play in this year.
What?
And they're on the trajectory thus far. We're in the middle of March here, so we're only like two and a half months into the new year, but already PXG, everything that they've played in thus far, they have found themselves at the top of the podium. So
Ooh, I'm so interested once the Starburst, the FT wins, they all like come back and start playing again, how that storyline will play out. That's very interesting.
I want to go back to this one post I saw on Blue Sky a while ago, talking about Indiana and their college football team. And one post that I saw said, this other team has a well-recruited roster, lots of star players on all positions, and Indiana just has a really big hammer. PXG has this really big hammer, and I believe that's what Popcorn was referring to when making that prediction. So I get it. I do want to see how the rest of this tournament plays out. Sorry for Syzygy, you do have PXG nearby, but it happens. It is the way things go, I guess. Welcome to Competitive Splatoon. Not that you need a welcome. I see you. I see y'all. Lots of people whose names I distinctly remember.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's kind of the gist of it. That was just a textbook match from Syzygy King again. Not over yet. This is a double elimination tournament, so they still have a little bit of breathing room down there in the losers bracket. As much as you don't want to be down there that early, unless anyone has any closing thoughts, I think we can either toss it back to our commentators or we'll be on a quick break. I'm not really sure. You might see Fufu and Dark pop up again.
Yep. I guess maybe just one note is looking, since our matches are now moving on. So you have Seite War versus On My Soul 2-0. Moving on to the next round, you have EasyMD taking 2-1 over Nonchalant level 99999. And then No Idea going down 2-0 to Moonlight. Moonlight being one of the last teams to check into the tournament today, by the way, if you were watching the pre-show. And then Apocalyptic is 2-1 over Blanks. And they are going to be facing Ascension next. Apocalyptic versus Ascension is going to be really fun. And then Hammy, Sun Eater 2-0'd Hypernova. What was I saying? They are literally such like a huge underdog in this situation because they literally do so well in everything that they play in so far. Like since Send Out Q season 10, I'm like blown away.
They've been popping off.
Yeah, no, that's
crazy.
That is definitely a huge. That's a huge start to the day. That's round one. That's the start of the day. So if that's what we're starting off, it's gonna be a great day for Sun Eater. Just in general, pretty much exclusively sweeps from the first round. The only 2-1 I'm seeing is EasyMD versus Nonchalance level 999, which I mean they're low seed, but that's also because they got upset in the day one. So overall, surprising to see a lot of sweeps here in the first round.
I would say the seeding is working exactly as it planned, but then Sun Eater comes along and says, "Is it though?"
Now, I think we've yapped enough. I think it's time to actually watch these next matches come up. I was going to say which round we have next, but actually I'm not sure who's playing. I think it might be EasyMD versus Moonlight. Don't quote me. What you should quote is Fufu and Dark, because we're going to throw it back to them for another set of 20XX Day 2.
And welcome back from our little bit of a break here. We are bringing 20XX Day 2. I am Fufu, joined by Dark, and I'm going to start by quoting Hammy because our match is in fact Ascension versus Apocalyptic. I see you, Hammy. You're not getting away with this.
You know what's crazy? You know how we were just sitting here watching them from Dryin's point of view? I'm pretty sure they're sitting in that other VC watching us from CJ's point of view. So I 100% heard this. But no. To get these pulled back, because we are starting on a little bit of a hot start here. Ascension versus Apocalyptic is our next round here. Kick things off with round number 2 of Alpha Bracket. We will be seeing Rainmaker on Undertale Spillway. A map that I enjoy watching, but absolutely hate playing.
It's honestly so real. This is like the hallway map. Like, you want to feel in a tight space, super enclosed. Well, this is the map for you because that is exactly what this map is. I do not like Undertow personally. It makes me want to bash my head in. But that being said, I'm going to take a look and talk about Ascension here for a second because they've been on an insane streak. They just took out Blinksy and they took out Moonlight yesterday. They took an upset on Moonlight, like a full sweep. Which is ridiculous.
Yeah, no, Ascension is someone to definitely keep an eye out for and keep a lookout on as this bracket, as this series goes on. And of course, Apocalyptic, someone we also gotta keep in mind here. But as we were looking things on, seeing what's gonna be brought out first here, nothing too unremarkable here. It's more just tried and true standard for what we've been seeing so far on either side. And I'm, of course, eager to see exactly how things play out on this kickoff.
Yeah, very much so. And interestingly enough, all our pens have made it back onto the field. It seems, well, for lack of a better term, a little bit what we're used to. You know, these comps are nothing too crazy or out of the ordinary, but beautiful crab here from Sam. If there's one thing Sam can do is pop some really nasty crabs, and I've seen them turn games almost every single time. But that being said, players have gone down from each side, and despite this Rainmaker wanting to move forward here with Bonk, it's a question of whether they're going to make it to the checkpoint or not. They're able to get a good pick right there, and in it goes. What a swift beginning.
Yeah, a good conversion there to keep the momentum going, and Bonk's not gonna let this falter at any rate. Well, picking up that Rainmaker once again, or popping the Rainmaker once again to allow the path for them to be able to walk up. The blaster does come out. Sam does narrowly avoid that for just a split second for Ascension. Unfortunately, goes down to a wipeout, but that is a very good opener on this map specifically. 25 points remaining on your first push within the first minute of the game. That is phenomenal.
Honestly, my jaw is on the floor, and I'm really curious to see how this next push here from Apocalyptic is going to show up. Again, that crab that we have seen that's gotten Ascension to the push that they did previously, but that Rainmaker is going to go down, forcing them to have to pop it. And with half your team down and the rest of Ascension starting to circle in on the players of Apocalyptic, it's going to get pretty dicey here. Players continue to go down here. Chiva really just wanting to make a mess out of the remaining players. Just last player here. The blaster splashdown comes out, but it's not enough to take everyone out. This Rainmaker is resetting Dark.
Good reset here to prevent further damage being done, even though Apocalyptic have so many points on their side. Ascension doesn't want to allow them any breathing room whatsoever, allow them any sort of space to try and get any sort of points on their side. So Ascension playing just a stalling game here to keep Apocalyptic busy, keep them in a sort of a stalemate scenario. Kraken from Bach does come out, doesn't find anyone as they're immediately punished here, and now Apocalyptic is looking to try and get their own push going. On the other side of the map, we do see Mirage with the pencil trying to apply some pressure, but they're forced back out as that Rainmaker is picked up here. And I do believe they're going to be able to take this checkpoint without too many issues. But Sam pops a crab take, something to be worried about. Sam's crab takes has always been impactful, and 3 going down in Kramer of Ascension with a wipeout on top means that push, even though the checkpoint has gone, goes in their favor.
Yeah, very much so. Both checkpoints being cracked means that we are in for quite a game. Shiva, I don't even think was looking for that kill. I'm going to be so for real. I do not think they were looking for that. It's just the power of Gal. They dropped 2 bullets and suddenly they were dead. I would feel so conflicted going down to that, but we take that if you are on the side of Ascension. But that crap from Survey, I'm trying to make waves of its own, is going to be able to pop that Rainmaker. The players of Apocalyptic and Ascension very much meeting for a duel here in just a second.
Things are still back to a bit of a stalemate between these two teams. We do see this Blaster trying to push Mirage back bit by bit to allow the remainder of the team to actually be able to take control, take proper presence here in mid, and they do manage to pick up the Rainmaker on their side, as Ascension is now starting to be a bit staggered here. 2 players down, and Apocalyptic without a checkpoint to slow them down here. They can absolutely try and close the gap at least a little bit here with this point differential here, but Chiba just runs straight through every one of Apocalyptic, shuts down the Rainmaker, and is able to at least take another player down before the Zipcaster takes them out.
Listen, if you didn't think Gal was broken before this, I hope you realize the mistake that you've made. And this Rainmaker pops again, is saving Ascension from Doom here. They are still in the lead with that 25 point. We love 25 points in this house. It's nice, it's stable, especially when the checkpoint has only been cracked for Apocalyptic. So definitely looking for more space if you're Apocalyptic. This Rainmaker resetting once more. Just wanting to look for opportunities, but Ascension is doing great at just, you know, taking all their bases, scattering out, and they're still fighting up for where are they going?
I want you to know there's Bonk on the left-hand side fighting the Splash. On the right-hand side, Chiba was pushing Sky with the pencil. And it was, Ascension is doing a really good job here, just keeping Apocalyptic spread and scattered, not letting them the opportunity to properly group up. Only finally, when those 2 players I just noted went down, was Apocalyptic able to reconvene, pick up the Rainmaker, and start this next push on their terms now. But the thing to note here is that there's not a lot of time left. There's only 30 seconds remaining, and Ascension has been defending this wall, this area very well here, so it's going to be a bit of a game of time to see exactly how long can Apocalyptic stand against the pressure and how quickly can Ascension can knock out the Rainmaker from their hand. And with that Rainmaker being dropped here, I think it's going to be a hard step for Apocalyptic to try and pick it up again.
Yeah, and Bonk came in like an angel with that crack and forcing players down and forcing them to move out of the way. That Rainmaker staying stable was scaring me for a second, but it's going to be moved way back to the base. Bonk going right to the spawn. And with these last 5 seconds remaining, let's be real, Dark, there was no way to come back. That we are not reaching that position. And as the Rainmaker stays as far back as it can, Ascension takes game 1. Pretty dominant, I would have to argue.
Yeah, no, that Ascension just shows exactly why they've been in menace so far this series. I mean, that opener, taking the 25 down, and knowing that they didn't actually need to push any further from that point onward, just playing the defensive game, keeping Apocalyptic scattered, keeping them just sort of, what's the right word for this? I forgot the right word for this. I don't have the right word for this, but keeping them occupied so much so that Apocalyptic just ran out of time at the end. That's exactly how you want to play a situation like that.
And to add salt to the wound, keeping the Rainmaker as far back as you can, genuinely jumping on the pedestal and bringing it back to your spawn is like diabolical. Like that is like almost generational hating. Like you went, hey, I'm gonna put some salt in here and rub it in. They packed it in there, so that is really rough for Apocalyptic. But again, Ascension just had that better opening and just understood the situation. It's exactly as you said. They knew they had the lead, and all they had to do was defend. If they could stall the game out however they want, this was their turf.
Yeah, no, Ascension did that really well here. A good opener to this set. Best of 3, though, applying a little bit of more pressure early on in these quicker sets. I mean, Apocalyptic has to adjust a bit more quicker on this time around, especially moving to Zone's Mahi Mahi Resort. I am a bit scared for this map though, because of how close, how cramped, and how claustrophobic this can be, especially before the water level drops. You know, you got to be very mindful on so many things on this map.
Don't you think this would benefit Ascension a lot, especially with that roller? You can, you know, once it gets really tight, it might be a little bit different once the water opens up, but I think in those tight corners, there's a lot of ledges also on this map, so those blasters, those rollers are going to have a great time. And honestly, Pen, of course, is going to function phenomenally on a map like this. There's a lot of open ground in the center as well. I'm a fan of Mahi, but also this benefits my weapon, and I think as we return to Splat Zones once more, we're going to be seeing a lot quicker of a game, a lot more confident of a game. As Splat Zones, we all know, everyone knows and loves it for the most part, so let's see how this goes.
Yeah, and I mean, as I was sitting here thinking about it, yeah, there's no major changes to note here. Both teams are very confident in what they've been bringing thus far and not wanting to try and change things on that end. So as we see the kickoff here to see exactly how things shake out on this opener, the opener here being crucial, typically with this map I've seen anyways, whoever can get this first solid hold of the zone and solid hold of mid here can typically run away with the first 40 points before the water level drops. And in this case of moment, it might be Ascension who was able to grab these first 40 points.
Again, Ascension's openings have been so clean throughout the last 2 games. Again, they are finding those first large chunk of points, and Shiva doing whatever Shiva does with that Gal in hand. Again, they've been making work of that Gal. The wall is already a pain enough and is going to stop a lot of weapons from doing any damage to them. But Bonk here with the Kraken moving the rest of the players down into the jaws that are their teammates, but force that jump.
Clouding it a little bit close there over the ledge there. Bonk does manage to get to safety here, and now the water level has dropped. We do see as Apocalyptic with the extra breathing room to be able to play, to be able to actually sprout out and take Ascension on. They're able to crack through this line that Ascension has built up and finally take control of the zone, dealing a heavy amount of penalty points to Ascension in the process. Now they're setting up for their own hold, for their own lockout scenario here. We do see especially the grab take from Sam is online, but it is shut down. I think that's a crucial pick to allow Apocalypse to continue to hold here.
Yeah, and as Shiva's moving ahead here to our right, the other teams are finally seeing an opportunity to move up themselves. Crabs are making their way onto the field, and Ascension is just slowly but surely able to take control of the zone. 2 players down in Apocalyptic. This is just a textbook retake. They just took all the sides that they could and took players out as they see fit, but Survey is able to make it alive out of the interaction, and as their Stamper friend is making their way to the field, they aren't able to really take Bonk out as they maybe has hoped, but they are able to get that zone in their favor.
Unfortunately, that Kraken didn't really pull much of value in that moment, as Apocalyptic does take Ascension out in what was a delayed wipeout now, and Winning Gale having these functions online, having these tools at the ready to look and try and continue this lockout. Penalty points where they didn't have too much penalty points to head through, so now they're starting to play with their actual points here, trying to close the lead, trying to close the gap. We do see Survey says, pulls out the crab tank to apply more pressure, get Shiva out, which I think is a good pick to keep their front line healthy and alive and stable. Bonk, barely alive, managed to pull out the Kraken to try and disrupt this front line, takes Survey says out in the process, and maybe looking to get that plaster out as Ascension does contest the zone once again.
Yeah, and while they did pull ahead, it is enough for Ascension to, retake the zone. But they weren't really able to get as much value as they maybe hoped in terms of kills. But Apocalyptic still very well in the fight, not really in that defense position that they were in earlier. It feels like the fight is getting a lot closer as time continues on, especially when you look up at the point. That's only a 7-point difference. So really, I think it could be anyone's game at this moment.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely neck and neck right now. Both of these teams are fighting tooth and nail to try and maintain any sort of status quo. At this point, Sam is forced to jump out to sort of reset as Apocalyptic still maintains the majority control of this zone, of this mid, of this drop down here. We do see the Captic is online for Sam, trying to push Apocalyptic back as they move in as a unit, pulling the attention away from the zone to try and scatter them so they can take and maintain any sort of presence here. Bonk gets 2 for 1 special. That is a huge swing to completely flush out Apocalyptic and set up their own turn once again.
Yeah, Sky being the only player left on Apocalyptic, the rest of their team. The good thing about this is that they're going to be coming in as a unit. The bad part is Ascension no longer has penalty points, and this is pretty much their last opportunity to cap the zone once more and apply penalty points to keep themselves in it. But their blasts are going down, and so is their pen. That is so much pain off the field, and our last 2 are forced into this corner. Both Sam and Shiva really want to bite of them, and Shiva's going to go in for the kill. Take 1, take 2, looking for 3, and just like that, that is enough time stalled. That is game. Ascension with another win under their belt, and that is game and set.
Game and set. Ascension was kind of tight there as Apocalyptic was keeping up with Ascension for the majority of that game, but at the end there, they found that one nook, that one cranny to really try and abuse and just kind of dismantled Apocalyptic at the end, just taking pick after pick after pick, and that just kind of snowballed into their inevitable defeat as Apocalyptic didn't really have the presence nor the power. Ooh. That's crazy, by the way. That was crazy, by the way.
That was so insane. Like, I genuinely thought Bonk was dead. I thought they were gone. No, like they were so gone from this world, but no, they like that looks like cheating almost. It's I don't know what to tell you.
But yeah, no, it was a good dismantling at the end here from Ascension to Apocalyptic to really set themselves up for a game winning state there. And I gotta say, Ascension, I said this last game, but I gotta say this again, it's proving why they have been so dominant, why they're just having such a big impact this series, this tournament, considering, they 3-0'd Moonlight as of yesterday and did extraordinarily well yesterday. So we just got to see exactly why.
For sure. And our next set is going to be really exciting, but I think I'm going to get ahead of myself if I'm not careful. I would say this was just a phenomenal match, and I'm really excited to see more of Ascension. Apocalyptic is going to be moving down into the losers bracket. However, their run is not finished. So Ascension, you're doing great today. Dark, with this set being over, I think we got to toss it back to the analysis desk.
Yeah,
Analysis?
the analysis desk is going to be coming up here, folks.
Don't question things. Don't question things. Just go with them.
You know what? As we turn back, Hammy's gonna say something about you right there because you called Hammy on the beginning. Hammy, please say something.
No, see, I don't know. Hammy was just wrong. I don't know what to tell you.
Throw it over.
Love you.
Oh, we're on now. Oh, we're going. We're here. Hello, everybody. Before we talk about anything, CKK, let's bring this in here. Show my screen. We need to question something. So we've got Bonk here in this Kraken, right? What is this? What is this? Anyone can tell me what this is?
Well, they got one toe. They got one toe on the ledge there. That's kind of what's tethering them to the surface.
Oh, this right here. Yeah. I'm like, because this is a kill plane. This is a kill plane. You should not survive this. In lo and behold, sure, sure. That's all I gotta say about the set. What is Bonk? What kind of a creature is Bonk?
What is Bonk is the right question to ask. What is Bonk is the right question to ask. Because I'm watching this happen and I'm thinking 99.9% of the time you show me that frame and I'm gonna tell you that Kraken should go out within the next few seconds, and then all of a sudden I see them squid roll backwards and I'm thinking, no you didn't. No, you did. This defies any bit of logic I had in my mind, and now I'm starting to realize competitive Splatoon isn't logical, and that idea of logic within this game is a lie. Maybe I should have known that. I spent years playing this game, but okay, that's better late than never.
I know if that was me, I feel like I would have gone off the edge there, and then I just would have ended up. I wouldn't have thought to turn around. I would have been a goner. I don't know. So
accept your fate.
Yeah, exactly. So the fact Bonk just was able to turn around and survive that was impressive.
I mean, you got to give it to somebody that has, what does this say? 335 results on their Sendo queue page. The first 5 in the listing being all first place in the last things that they've played in. Bonk is a consistent player, and they have been for quite some time. Literally, if you scroll down into 2025 on their results, there's a streak of wins of just gold medals. With Miku Beam, with Baja Blast, Level Up, Swimmer Sync, you have somebody that is so consistent in their gameplay, and they've been playing with Ascension here for a little bit, and they're the captain of the team as well. So I expect no less from someone that's a captain and also maybe acting as a shot caller too. And I believe they've perfected almost every roller in the game as well. So no notes for me on that, but it is pretty silly to see that just by the frame you have it locked down when you need to back up.
Now, Saf, you say this, if my shot caller was physically off of the map in the enemy side of falling in the water, that's not the shot caller I'm looking for, but if that's the shot caller I'm given and they survive that, then you know what, I'll take it.
But it's the shot caller you need. It's not the one you're looking for, but it's the one you need.
But overall, that 2-0 right there, I believe that just makes Ascension still undefeated in the entire tournament, both day 1 and day 2. Am I right? That's Ascension. I mean, that was a lower seed match. This was Apocalyptic. They do win over blanks. They do make it to the next round, but Ascension's playing hot for what we've seen from them, for what I've seen from the results in the past. Like they're coming into this weekend like ready to go.
Yeah, and it really feels like there's so many repeats of Send Out Q season 10 happening in here. Earlier in the bracket, we had Sun Eater versus Hypernova. And Sun Eater beat them 2-0. And going on next, now you have Ascension finding Sun Eater at the third part of the bracket, and Azure is going to be waiting for them because Azure beat Duck Motif 2-0 here. Or I guess 3-0. Duck Motif is already like getting knocked down into the loser side of things. Azure is going to be moving on, but Azure is waiting for Ascension or Sun Eater to make it out the other side. And then EasyMD and Moonlight still haven't gotten started yet. PXG and On My Soul are facing off in the round 3 area. Kind of a lot of the stuff that we were talking about in the pre-show piece. So looking good so far there. But and then we just got word that EasyMD and Moonlight is going to be our next match coming up too. So one thing, which actually Rissa made the comment about it a little bit earlier, talking about how back in Send Out Q season 10, you had a lot of the FT wins and Moonlights taking a step back from that season. And there's a lot of season 10 folks showing up in the tournament for day 2 today. So I'm curious to see, especially because EasyMD has placed in podium a few times in the most recent Send Out Q seasons, now coming up against the Moonlight of it all. And especially with Moonlight coming off such a pretty decent hiatus. They did play in Swimmer Sync once this month, or I guess once in February rather. So like coming back in slowly, slow introduction moving forward here, but it's I'm interested to see how Moonlight versus EasyMD is going to play out in the long run, especially because Max is playing with them, which we talked about a little bit in the pre-show. So Max is going to be playing with them. I think they've been calling themselves Max Light, according to some stream titles I've been seeing. And I think Max only played with them a little bit in day 1, so you're having more of a showing from them coming into day 2. So kind of something to be on the lookout for, something we're going to be watching. I have my eyes set on this Ascension and Sun Eater match though, happening at the same time on a different part of the bracket. So I don't know. Sendo Q season 10 is still so fresh in my mind, so I'm really taking a lot of notes from that going into this.
Yeah, these are 2 teams that are going to be playing at the same time that are both really strong as of recent, like you were talking about. But then it's interesting too, the match we're going to be watching, EasyMD versus Moonlight, it's just like something that we haven't got to see recently. An older team that is really strong coming up to play a newer team that's really strong. A lot of interesting storylines here, I think.
And I mean, EasyMD themselves, they've been on a tear these last few weeks. In fact, the last few days alone, they go to Golden Paddling Pool 360. They've been to Trident Cup 138, and they won both of them. They got to Paddling Pool they got to Paddling Pool and Trident Cup last week, and they beat that as well. So, EasyMD, you're looking great. You're looking great.
Now, if you're a believer of EasyMD like Nito is, then you're excited for this next match. We are going to kick right off EasyMD versus Moonlight in Winners Bracket round 3 of day 2 Alpha Bracket 20XX. Let's bring it back to our commentators.
And we're back, baby. A bit of a hot start as our matches is already ready. My name is Stark. I'm here with Fufu. We're here with Winners Bracket, round 3 of Alpha Bracket. EasyMD versus Moonlight.
This is going to be a spicy set for especially those that were waiting for Moonlight. Now's the time for your set. But before we get ahead of ourselves, there is an update from the bracket. Blank Z was able to take out No Idea in the losers bracket, and No Idea has been eliminated from the tournament, Dark.
Our first elimination of the tournament. Not what you want to see, especially if you're a fan, a supporter of No Idea. But hey, someone has to be eliminated first, and this is just how it goes sometimes. But at the very least, we can still see exactly how this set's going to be looking forward, as our team is already at the ready. Tower Patrol, Tattlefish Market is going to be kicking this set off. We're transitioning from a best of 3 to a best of 5. So a little bit more action this time around.
Yeah, and that's what makes it all the more exciting. Again, I love seeing that leader on the field, leader versus leader. Of course, Moonlight coming in with a pretty stable comp from both sides, actually. This isn't too far from the ordinary, bringing those zaps out for cooler, having those leaders actives. And I'm a big fan of the specials that are being brought out. Bubbles, maybe the Wave Breaker is quite an interesting special for something like this, but a lot of flat ground could still very much work. Let's see how this opens up.
And no, both teams not wanting to go out on the offensive right out the gate with good reason. Both E-leaders on setup and a sort of rather aggressive position here makes it kind of awkward to try and at least attempt an aggressive play here. But we do see Sylph on the right-hand side trying to poke out Nolan, who's just swimming around trying to see exactly what the proper angle to get in. A beautiful director, Meijutsu, means that Moonlight has a good opener here to get this push started.
And EZMD suffering that 3 down is going to be in for quite a loss of points as Omega and Nolan are both taking some waves underneath these ledges. I love that bubble placement, and it is just a matter of clearing all of these ledges. Moonlight is here for a really solid start, but Devin with that Kraken doing a great job, exactly what a Kraken needs to do at displacing Moonlight, forced back into the spawn and going down themselves, and Moonlight's reign has not ended. They are able to keep these points moving, Dark.
And now past that first checkpoint, heading to that second checkpoint, Booyah Bomb is at the ready to clear out more space to allow Moonlight to keep this momentum going. But Kiki here has a bubbler on this right hand, which can allow them to push Moonlight out away from this tower, retain control, and start getting their own momentum back to a neutral state at the very least. But 39 points and Moonlight failure on your first push is a very solid opener on your end here. But as things reset back to a mid state here, and I'm eager to see exactly what EasyMed has in store to try and counteract and keep Moonlight at bay.
Yeah, and taking care of that flank, Nolan is going to be going down here as Shadow does feel their place. Silver really just trying to find something, forced to jump back, nearly tying to a suction bomb if you aren't careful. Again, it's super scrappy right now. No clear winner out of this neutral just yet. But more importantly, ECMD was able to get themselves out of that defense that Moonlight so had a hold of. And they may just be able to get some points on the floor themselves as more of the turf starts to turn blue.
Yeah, but on the point thing to note here is Nolan is on the flank. Fortunately, it is caught out there before any damage can be done. 2 players down from Moonlight. I mean, the AZMD has this first checkpoint without, or should have this first checkpoint without any issues. Omega does drop down with Tactical, could be proving a bit of a menace there. Does unfortunately go down, but we're going to be right back in the action as Devin clears the path with the Kraken, pushing Moonlight back even further. The AZMD checkpoint at the ready here, being able to clear it without too many issues now, and they're on a roll right now. And this is where things get very dangerous for Moonlight.
Oh my goodness, dangerous indeed, and with a wipeout Phoenix. Phoenix held it so strong in the tower. Dark, this could be the end of the game. This could be the end of the game. Everyone on the tower for EZMD, the players of Moonlight scrambling to just try and get them off. They aren't able to. That final checkpoint is cleared and to the podium, but it's not enough for EZMD. 3 points left.
Getting 3 down with 1 blast could very well have just won the game with that end, because Moonlight doesn't have the pressure or the presence to recontest that. What was that?
Clutch, a win. Kiki, by the power of Kiki. What was that? Genuine, they blinked and everyone was gone. Sent back to the respawn point. I can't even talk anymore.
I gotta say, that we love Moonlight here, but that was such a massive misplay for Moonlight there, sending 3 players to approach the blaster at their optimal range. That was a spell for disaster there, and it costed them the game. Even though EZMD was looking really good there and had been almost flushed out, Kiki being last player standing, it should have been Moonlight's turn for them to be able to actually start recontesting, retaking, and get ready for this next team fight in mid here. They unfortunately rushed Kiki with the blaster, who was able to get a 3-for-1 shot there and was just able to clean up the rest of the game from that point onward.
It was just the way the stars aligned. It was just ridiculous. And if you're Moonlight, that hurts so much, because you wouldn't expect 3 of your players to be in the same exact spot, especially in a time like this. So it really hurts Moonlight. But EZMD is just running with this victory. If I'm them, I'm off the walls. Hey, I'm not going to complain about another game up. And as we move to something more comfortable, we're going to be going straight to Umami Ruin Splat Zones.
Yeah, one of my personal favorites here in Umami Zones, being a dual zone mode, means that you both of these 2 teams have to be very mindful, as am very cognizant of player positioning, enemy positioning, where things are happening, who has what online, because these zones flip-flop so fast that you lose attention for just a little bit on one zone, and it's going to get flipped in an instant, and you're just going to be running circles around mid, around these zones to try and constantly one-up one another. So it's so much more important, at least in my opinion, to be very much aware of these kinds of things here moving forward.
Yeah, very much so. And I do believe that both of these teams are going to function really well on this map. They have the leaders, they have the blasters, they have everything they need to function on this map. I think already these teams have a great idea of what they want to do, as we're not really seeing any changes to comps on. Oh, we're seeing a bit of a change. Omega is going to be making that switch onto the roller, and we're going to be seeing a switch to the Gala as well. So just a little bit of a switch up here from the side of Moonlight.
Yeah, a bit of a switch up here to change things around, maybe tempo-wise, maybe special-wise. I'm eager to see exactly what the reasoning is here, but at the very least, as we can kick things off for this second game, it's a bit of a similar start kickoff as last time. Both teams not wanting to over-aggress out the gate just yet, playing it slow, playing it steady, letting these mistakes happen so the other team can punish. And Moonlight is looking to be a bit of the advantage here, a bit of the driving seat, but Phoenix does get that counter pick here, and now they're the ones who will be able to maintain control here and assert their first hold.
Oh my goodness, yeah, just as we say that, Moonlight did lose 2 players down, and it is going to be Omega, I believe that's Nolan, excuse me, that was able to bring that crack in to cause a little bit more space. And despite Omega looking for that pick, quite not able to find it. Yeah, not quite able to find it. And Moonlight, despite being in control of the zone, it is getting a little bit tricky with some of their players starting to go down. Again, Kiki finding those picks here, and the zone goes into EZMD's favor.
EZMD looking good here, trying to keep Moonlight in check, not allowing them to approach the zone at all. Caterpillar online, stacking that with a Waybreaker. They can go the offensive here to really try and push Moonlight back even further, but Moonlight's not going down without a fight. Unfortunately, Nolan and Omega is brought down. Shadow being the last player standing, and they are brought down as well. Basil being the last player from Moonlight means that EZMD can get a proper clean hold here in mid, clean up Moonlight, and start getting this lockout scenario happening.
Yeah, a little bit of a messy retake here from Moonlight, but they are able to bring Nolan out with that crack, and so just maybe the calling card they need here. Devin still fighting and sitting pretty here in middle, being forced out. Players slowly going down for EZMD. Just their leader not on the field. Make that 2 here. Kiki going out as well. Super just really trying to hold the ground here on this left side of the zone, taking a little bit of a brawl here with Shadow, but 2 players down in EZMD still. That is Moonlight still in the advantage, and Super goes down. Finally, the zone swaps, and Moonlight is able to get some points on the board once more.
Yeah, a good showing from Moonlight to try and stabilize things, but Devin still there with the E-leader to keep this absolute anchor play here, to keep EZMD's presence in mid here, not allowing Moonlight to probably flush them out. And Omega going on the defense side finds one, fortunately in their favor. EZMD starting to be dismantled here. Phoenix unfortunately does get the trade in there on top of Basil, the E-leader, but they are shut down, and now Moonlight is at a 2-for-2 scenario here against EZMD here in mid. But I think they're going to be the ones to be able to push Moonlight out and keep this momentum going.
For sure, and just during that squall, it seems that EZMD was able to get that zone for themselves. Players of Moonlight continue to explode and be sent back. It is getting a little bit tricky. It feels like Moonlight has been slowly been pushed out of neutral and advantage, but it seems like they are able to come back a little bit more effectively. EZMD being forced back themselves, and as their players go down 1 for 1, that is no Zep and no Carbon respectively on each side. And Nolan, of course, bringing that Kraken back to the field. Moonlight is able to recap the zone, but again, Silver has been doing a great job at just taking space, by the way. Can I mention that? They've been kind of on that, and they do not miss on that Stamper.
Yeah, no, Soda is doing a lot of work here to keep EZMD, their presence and their pressure known. And as we still are slowly running away, taking down time, Moonlight hasn't been able to actually get a proper hold in mid just yet. EZMD, they may lose control of one zone, but they never lose control of both. Playing it slow, playing it steady, so they can get a counter push coming into Moonlight and keeping them punished and keeping them in a sort of disadvantaged state here. And now with 1 minute 30 seconds remaining on the clock, Moonlight has to scramble to try and just make anything happen at this point so they can get some semblance of control here. But penalty points are almost gone for EZMD here. They're starting to chip away with their real points now and can potentially run away with this game if they play their cards right.
They could potentially run away with it, but there's just, oh my goodness, yeah, with those penalty points out of the way, EZMD is just really looking to knock this out. They really don't want to do this anymore, and Silver taking a little bit more than they can chew. It's going to be going down, but the players of Moonlight are still stuck in this corner. 15 ticks left here for EZMD. Cooler does go out for Moonlight, and they have to go now. They don't have a choice. Unless they want to lose this game as it stands, they've got to find their way in, but their players go down 2-3, and just about a wipeout here as Kiki find themselves in a scrap with Basil, and despite the zone being neutralized, they're going to go right back to yellow and call it game. EZMD taking a swift game too. This is rough for Moonlight.
Yeah, EZMD has been doing an extraordinarily well job this game, as well as a little bit of the last game, if I remember correctly, of just keeping Moonlight in check, keeping them in a pretty much staggered, constant staggered scenario, not letting them any breathing room to actually re-engage on the objective, in this case on the zone here, keeping them preoccupied in so many different angles, and it's just I don't think I rarely seen Moonlight be able to actually regroup properly on a lot of these team fights here, and it just kind of EZMD just keeping that as the status quo here.
No, I couldn't agree more there. It felt like Moonlight was just in an eternal stagger. And I think that was definitely the result, not only of kind of how the game started this time, but also kind of from last match as well. I think it definitely made a lasting effort. I do want to take a look at their comp here. And I did talk that Silver was doing a great job at keeping a lot of space, but I think that also comes by the fact that they outranged 3 of 4 of the players on Moonlight. And they were the ones that were just keeping so much of the space. And when you have a player that is able to just outmatch pretty much every player of another team, it makes things so difficult to get it, especially on a map like Umami. So I think if Moonlight can find a way to reset and get themselves going, I think they're going to be in for a better time. But I think it's going to be kind of difficult as we do move on to a chaotic map, Humpback Rainmaker.
Yeah, Rainmaker here on Humpback Pump Track can be a bit of a pain. I don't think this E-Leader stays in Basil. I'm going to keep it a buck. It's so weird, too awkward to truly handle. I mean, if Basil can make it work, you know, props to her, right? But I don't think there's a reason to bring it out here, you know, especially with how EZMD has been playing so far. There has to be something else that's done here to try and break through, because I do think EZMD, with their weapon comp, with what they've been doing so far, they have a lot of things going in their favor moving into the third game.
Yeah, very much so. They have the comp itself. Again, I'm still a big fan of that Stamper making its turn. I'm not the biggest fan of leader on a map like this. It definitely could be devastating on that offense-defense side of things. That Blaster is going to do great. I am a big fan of Splatter Scope on actually both sides. Yep. That S-Blast is going to return from Nolan, but interestingly enough, Omega is still going to stick on that Carbon.
Yeah, the Carbon pick sticking. Guess they are confident with having that out at the very least. EZMD does get the instant pop right out the gate here, but we'll see exactly how they use this extra paint to their advantage here, or if both teams are just going to once again play it slow and play it steady, letting these specials charge up so they can make the first proper push here. Tactical is online from Moonlight here, so they can go on the offensive here to try and leverage that into their favor, and they do get a few picks on their side, but being able to pick up the Rainmaker and convert anything off of it is a bigger question here.
Yeah, a lot of things happening on the field, and specials are coming alive for EZMD. Most every player has a special in line. We are seeing that vac ready for Moonlight as well, and as they get closer and closer to the checkpoint, it's definitely going to make its way to the field after this Booyah Bomb. I'm assuming it's going to make its way through. Yep, call that backing for backing action, as Shadow is able to put that Rainmaker in the pedestal.
Honestly, I'm so glad to see Vacuum being brought out more. I've always been a Vacuum believer, and to see him get played a lot more these days, it makes me happy, because it's just such a good spell to be able to just brute force your way and completely ignore most weapons here. And I see why it's brought from Rainmakers specifically, because it can ignore so much pressure and alleviate a lot of pressure in the Rainmaker space. But the Rainmaker itself is reset. EZMD does have Tactical online now. They're looking to try and get a flush out on Moonlight.
Yeah, right here. It is 2 players down on each side, so we're not going to be seeing major moves just yet. But as EZMD does have a lot of the field in their favor, it is very likely they will make a push of their own soon. Booyah Bomb, maybe their calling card that they need. I do see Basil active with that back, but so does the opposing team. No, that's actually a bubble for the side of EZMD. And Silver! Silver! This is the dude. You stop playing with me, Silver. You cannot keep getting away with this. That is over. That's it. That's it. Oh, the EZMD. That's a 3-0.
What was a very unfortunate scenario of Moonlight letting that first checkpoint go. You know, EZMD did a truly well job retaining their specials in order to actually take that first checkpoint, just kind of just got dismantled by Silver running up to the vacuum that Basil had and just getting that. And the tide shifted so quickly. Even I am having a hard time right now processing exactly what went down there.
Listen, you throw Silver into the mix. Again, Silver has been quite the MVP during this set. They have just been known to go in and be like, oh, I see an opportunity. I'm going to get 3 call it a day. Kiki was doing the same thing during the first game. I'm surprised and not surprised at the same time, Dark. I'll be honest.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a Moonlight believer and a truther, this is not the kind of situation you wanted to see. And if you're easy MD, truther and believer, this is exactly what you want to see here. But at the very least, Moonlight isn't out of the game just yet, folks. They are still going to have a loser bracket run, and so we'll most likely see them again here in the near future. For easy MD, a clean 3-0 victory in your favor. That's going to be really good as you move on forward here. And as we do wrap up that set, I do want to make some additional bracket updates that's happened in the middle of this set. According to Losers Bracket, Blanksy beat out Nonchalant. Nonchalant is currently out of the tournament now. And I do believe that was the only major update. If I'm wrong, help me out.
I think King also had a couple updates at the beginning. They did take out Give Me a Sip. By the way, King is seeded 16 for this, and they took out 6 seed, 14th seed, which is Beaver, and they're going to be fighting Sun Eater next on the 10th seed. And Blanks is also really important because the first time we brought up Blanks, they've just been upsetting everything. You know, they had no idea was seed 5, Nonchalance was seed 13, and now they're facing On My Soul, which is seed 9. So like halfway, you know, we're taking times 2s. So quite a lot of interesting matches going on, and Moonlight, as they did get knocked down, is going to be fighting Saizuki. So I think that's going to be a really interesting match that's going to happen down there. And of course, Apocalyptic is fighting Duck Motif. That's going to be a good match too.
Yeah, a loser bracket is looking very interesting to see who can exactly come out and move on top past these other players, other teams who have lost against these winners. These, you know, most likely winners, winning teams. Of course, PXG is looking really good here. Haven't actually dropped the game at all since this day 2 top has started. And yeah, bracket updates. It's always interesting to see how things have been unfolding.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what? We're talking about PXG for a second. Popgun made the prediction that PXG isn't going to drop any games, and like right now, the guy's winning.
Yeah.
Like, he's winning that prediction right now. So I can hear the cackling from back there. But no, yeah, PXG has been on a roll. In fact, PXG is actually going to be fighting EZMD next on that. So that's going to be quite the interesting run as well. If I'm not mistaken, that's not who we're going to be following next.
No.
But again, this is a stacked tournament. These are all amazing players and amazing teams. So this has been nothing short of entertaining.
Yeah, but to keep up the entertainment at the very least, I do believe we'll be going to our analyst desk here to sort of go over what happened that last set here. So the folks over the analyst desk, go ahead and take it away and break down exactly what happened, because a lot happened.
We're live?
Oh no, we're live!
Oh no, we're live. Oh no, we definitely had this planned out, and
I'm scared of talking to people.
Yeah, we are very prepared. Yeah, you know what?
I like when
I was hoping
freezes.
why do I keep freezing? This isn't me. My tech is fine.
I
Hammy,
became
freeze
an
again.
unlockable DLC character again, so don't worry.
Yeah, I'm freezing. Saf isn't even unlocked. Saf is still loading in. Where this is the quality you expect from Beep. I don't even work at Beep. I'm frozen again. Oh my god. Well, we were really hoping that the set wouldn't be a sweep. But lo and behold, we can't get what we want.
That's a Rolling Stones song.
And you can't.
Nope. Nope.
I'm trying to find the clip that I wanted to talk about. You guys should ramble about something.
I like that you keep freezing. Okay, one thing that I want to ramble about that I was really noticing was in that Rainmaker match, the closing Rainmaker match. You very much had a backline fight of Devin versus Basil, like both of them. And what I mean by that is both of them playing the same backline and thinking very much on the same wavelength for each map that went through, because they were playing the same weapon. in each composition that they played in those 3 games. And more specifically, I found that really interesting with the splatter scope charger in that game 3, how they both were thinking that well, actually, this is kind of what we were conspiring about, but they chose the scope because they didn't want to sacrifice that extra range for not playing E-Leader, especially because, like, Basil, for example, usually doesn't play with a scope. So adding that range advantage, but also B, the vacuum having a really powerful presence in Rainmaker currently, and being so like very much highly utilized for that game mode. So I really appreciated the similar wavelength in the Rainmaker game. Unfortunately, Moonlight getting knocked out though by EZMD. EZMD though going to be finding themselves against PXG in this next round. Which I don't think PXG has actually dropped any games so far. So that's going to be exciting nonetheless. And actually, I think that they've already gotten started. PXG is already 1 game ahead of them currently. And Azure taking down Duck Motif, we kind of talked about that. And then Ascension and Azure are now finding each other in the round 3 scenario currently. They haven't started their match just yet, but PXG and EZMD are already underway. And EZMD wasting no time after their Moonlight victory, bopping over against PXG. Moonlight, though, finding themselves on the loser side of things, going against Syzygy, who we got to see right at the beginning of the day here. So more or less, maybe some success for Moonlight down on the loser side of things. Blanks, though, on the loser side of things, has been finding huge success. We were just talking about a little bit ago how Blanks has found themselves in 11th place in the past 3 send-out queue seasons they've played in. But right now, the loser side of things is treating them really well. They're going against On My Soul next. On My Soul being a group of folks with, I think it's Healbook plus Dylan, if I'm not mistaken. On My Soul, it's Healbook plus Dylan. So you got a lot of Division X players coming toe-to-toe here again with Blank Z, and then Duck Motif going against Apocalyptic. You have Sun Eater going against King. King beating Beaver and knocking them out of the tournament 2-1 in the last round. Sun Eater is going to be coming up next, which I was really hoping a little bit higher for Sun Eater, but you know what? It's still like so early in the tournament. There's still plenty of time to kind of see how that plays out. But it's just because Sun Eater really just knocked it out of the water in the last send-out queue season and really surprised a lot of people with their performance. So hoping to see a little bit more of a story like come to fruition there.
Now, not to cut between this match going to the bracket and then going back to this match, but I do want to I want to show a clip here, CKK, if you can cut to my little shenanigans. This moment from game 1 of the set that we just watched is a perfect encapsulation of how the set went. Like, this is a descriptor of how that game went. So we have EZMD in a strong position. We're gonna play this in slow-mo. This is it's looking like lights out for Moonlight. They have an opportunity here. They're able to look at the coordination. Moonlight all walk together. They have Basil, right? Look at this laser. That is a distance from that laser from Basil, and the rest of the team all running in. They clear up this tower. They manage to get Phoenix. The screen starts to warp. Ignore that part. And look, this is right here. Is so unfortunate. As soon as Moonlight get a chance, I remember when we watched this, I was ready to say, this is where Moonlight has to come back. They got 2 minutes. They got plenty of time. But alas, one shot. Hey, look, that's a lot of health bars low. And right here, look at this circle of death for Moonlight is just unfortunate as they just boom. That
you can see the exact moment where their heart rips in half.
It's so unfortunate, and there's nothing you can do there because you have to get rid of the blaster. You can't leave Kiki in this position, but you just have to force it. And unfortunately for Moonlight, that's the only position that you can, like, how else do you get rid of that blaster quick enough to get back in the map? I think it's the most important thing. Yeah. So that right there, I think, is the play that kind of shows that was the whole set. That was the vibe the whole set had. As EZMD are just relentless pushing and pushing and pushing. Moonlight, they have those sparks of inspiration. They have ways out, but EZMD just has that dagger. They have that way to finish them off.
Mm-hmm.
It's so scary because it's a team that I feel like I've talked about this during the Splat Zone Umami match. There's a lot of points in this game where it shouldn't have been as not close. It should have been more closer than it actually was because Moonlight had all the ingredients, and then there were just things like in the Splat Zone Umami game, we talked about them missing some paint specials. It seemed like that entire game was less close than it should have been.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Now, that being said, I believe we are ready for our next set on stream. You're pointing towards so we have our next set on stream. Actually, I did not check what we are watching next, so it's going to be a little bit of a surprise for me, but it's not going to be a surprise for our two commentators as they bring us some more action. We're going to cut back to you, and we'll see you after this next set.
There you guys there at the analyst desk for giving us a great job as per usual. We do have our next set ready for you guys. Again, I'm still Fufu and I'm still joined by Dark. Our next set is going to be Ascension versus Azure, which again, a lot of notable players, I would have to say.
Yeah, no, I think this is definitely one of the highlights here as we get to later on in the brackets. We already seen Ascension so far, right? But Azure, I mean, as you see here, has a lot of very much notable players on their side. Zenith, Thunder, Voltia, and Yoshio. To kick things off here. And of course, if I'm reading this correctly on the website, we are now in a counter pick scenario here. So I don't know the exact counter pick rules here, but at the very least, I think it's going to make a very interesting setup of how things move on forward here. But to kick off this set, at the very least, we will be seeing Splat Zone's Mako Mart.
Ooh, I'm always a big fan of Mako Mart to begin. It is a very stable map. Everyone's played it. It has options for everybody. So I think that is possibly the best map that we could start from outside of maybe Hagglefish. Anyone that's played a scrim knows you're either starting on Mako Mart or you're starting on Hagglefish zones. There's like no in between. That is what we're starting with. And I think that it's just great to set the tone, especially as the rest of the picks will be counter picks, as you stated earlier. We are going to be going right in, and I think this is going to be a good one, Dark.
Yeah, no, I'm excited, ecstatic to see exactly how this turns out. We, of course, as another reminder, we're still in a best of 5 set, and I do believe we'll stay in the best of 5 for the remainder of this tournament. So there is, of course, that extended long play to see exactly how things fall out. As compositions are unfolded, I am eager to see exactly. I don't think I've seen the Elir pair with the V dualies at all, really.
I don't think it's going to be bad if you can get that crab out going in time, keep that space. But as we say, that Thunder is going to be the first player to go down. How unfortunate. And Sam already bringing that crab to the field, making that space. I love the space that they make for the rest of Ascension here. Our colors are actually swapped. It is going to be Azure. Wait, no. They're not.
It's right. They're right. They're right. Unfortunately, Fufu, it's okay. It happens to the best of us. But no, Ascension does get at least a few points on the board as Azure is actually kind of scrambling right now to try and maintain some presence, some form of power here. And is that the fabled 101 with points remaining on Azure's side?
It might have been. It's hard to tell, but Azure is going to be making their way back to the zone, having that cooler ready. They're going to be making a couple of waves. Thunder, I do see that crab ready. Thunder has gone down. Thunder, what's happening? That is one down on each side, and no one has capped the zone just yet, but she was really trying to make those waves to change that. And it's still neutral. Still neutral, Dark.
Yeah, it's still neutral, but 2 down for Ascension means that Azure finally has some semblance of presence here to take the zone. And I mean, taking the lead with 80 points remaining isn't necessarily a big thing, right? It's so early on that it's gonna probably happen eventually, right? But it's how you play around this lead swap, how you play around this presence here, it will really count here. As Azure is still keeping some semblance of control on the zone. Bonk was flanking on that right-hand side, sort of struggling to see exactly who they can pick up on using the Kraken to try and disrupt the line at all. But they unfortunately have been scattered. Azure is starting to fall one by one as Ascension takes the zone and cleans them up.
Mirage, my go on that pen, is able to do significant damage, taking those necessary picks off of Azure, not really let them do as much damage as they could. Thunder finally getting a crab off, but unfortunately stacking on top of Yoshel, so very limited field of view from that angle. But Azure is going to cap that zone, pushing Ascension off of that advantage, but they're almost done with their penalty points and probably getting some points of their own very, very soon.
I mean, I had to highlight how close this game has been so far. It's been nothing but mayhem and skirmishes and havoc here, and they've only just now begun to at least create some distance in the lead, but unfortunately it swapped quickly afterwards. It's just been constant blow for blow, and neither one side has been able to maintain a proper good advantage over the other team here. And even though Ascension is in the driver's seat right now, Sam used the crab tank here to keep Azure in check. I think this might be the opportunity for them to be able to break past this lead and really run away with a big gap.
Yeah, but as we say that Ascension does suffer 2 players down, I feel like this set is just tug of war. Sam able to actually keep things going down in the end, and Azure is able to regain control of the zone. Again, literally, it's just tug of war. We're going back and forth. It's been 3 minutes, and it's just like, hey, we just barely got past the 50-point mark. I hope you guys are fine with that.
Yeah, I mean, it goes to show how close these two teams are and how close they have been the entirety of this game. Constant back and forth trades and all degrees of manner. You know, it's now Azure is in the driver's seat once again, breaking past that lead. But Ascension might have the tools here to try and stabilize things in their favor. Sam did pop the crab tank, but no one's found here, and 2 down for Ascension. I mean, Azure could actually maybe get themselves up for a knockout here if they play their cards right, play their presence right. Bach unfortunately goes down. Not enough players alive left for Ascension. It means that Azure, as long as they just keep some paint on the zone, will take this first game.
Yeah, a couple of misplays there from Ascension definitely sealed their fate. Azure first game is theirs and pretty dominant by the end of it. Just really, I think once they finally had settled and got themselves planted, it was pretty much it. They were able to just keep that defense really high, especially when you have a leader on your team. It can get really difficult, but I think they finally were able to get as much push as they initially wanted during those during the first 3 minutes of the game. I think that's what they were aiming for. They finally got it.
Yeah, the thing with E-Leader as well, you know, I mean, you know, obviously, but once that E-Leader gets set up, it's very much a thing of like, everything has to be thrown at the E-Leader to try and move it, or else it will just kind of run away with a lot of tempo, a lot of pressure against you. So once Azure was finally able to get one of those last holds in their favor, get that E-Leader set up, Ascension was struggling to actually try and contest the zone and actually keep any sort of pressure, any sort of meaningful presence in mid, and it kind of sprouted from that point onward, you know?
Honestly, just the first couple minutes of the match were very messy as well in general. Again, that tug of war situation definitely was showing its colors, and it was really hard to tell to see how the set was going to turn out. But again, Azure was able to finally stabilize themselves, get themselves in gear, and take that first game. And the counter pick from Ascension is actually Umami Zones, which, if you remember from the Moonlight set, they did phenomenal on. So I think this is not a bad pick at all.
Yeah, no, this...
Oh, wait, that's the ETMD. I'm wrong.
I don't want to say anything because I couldn't remember exactly what else, just let it wrong. But, you know, you had to correct yourself, so I was like, you know what, sure, whatever. But no,
Good games.
But yeah, I think to reiterate some of what was said in that last set with that we've seen zones Umami is the fact that like it's very important to be cognizant and very important to be mindful as to player presence and player location and special usage here, because these zones flip fast, and if you don't pay attention to it, you're going to be just running around in circles with one another here. And I'm sure these teams know this at this point, right? But it's still something to keep in mind moving forward here, as we do see. I think that was a change about, was that Gal around last time? I don't remember really.
Yeah, Chiba has always been stuck on Gal, but Bonk, if you're selling enough, is swapping off our vanilla rollers and going straight to the carbon. I don't think that's a bad choice at all. I'm a big fan of carbon on this map, and when you have carbons on each side, I think this is still sustainable when you consider the Splash and Pen and Gal duo. So a lot of support there from Ascension as well.
And I mean, right out of the gate, it looks like things are looking a little bit better for them, Ascension on their end, as they're able to get the first hold on zone, first picks in their favor, and are starting to run away with a few points. Zenith is trying to push Mirage, but unfortunately could not close the gap there, and Mirage still stands here, allowing Ascension to really make a very solid hold here on their first cap.
Oh, but Volty coming in with insane speed, able to take 2 players off. Volty, you crazy guy. Definitely being the calling card and pushing the rest of his year forward. And with that, they're going to be running with that, pushing this offense as far as they can go.
Yeah, now, the important thing, once again, this E-Leader is set up in a position where they want to be. Ascension has to pull out a lot of cards to try and flush Azure out, especially Yoshao having Wavebreaker here to slow any pushes from Ascension down. They have broken past the lead here, and they have them in a lockout scenario here, trying to ride this out for as long as they can, for however much points they can. 40 points now remaining, and Ascension pulls out every special they have online to try and break this line, and Azure does pull back a little bit, but their still presence has been stuck here in this chokehold, and Ascension's losing steam.
Losing steam indeed, especially when you lose two of your players right now as the rest of them return. No, when you lose another player down, it is such a difficult stagger to get out of. Yeah, that's going to be game. There is no recovery from this Dark, and Azure is going to seal the second game in place with a knockout, turning Ascension's counter pick against them.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, Ascension is a very good team. Don't get me wrong. We've seen them when they get themselves set up properly, they can absolutely keep Azure in check. But the issue is they they falter a bit on their holds. Azure breaks through a little bit and pushes Ascension back. And once Azure is the one that gets set up, Ascension doesn't have the firepower to meet them back in response, to push them back in response. And so it kind of devolves to Azure just being able to maintain and hold the majority of the game from that point onward.
No, and you're absolutely right. And it's a little bit sad because Ascension had such a good opening too. They opened really well. They were able to get a good chunk of points, but Azure was just able to get that last true hold going. And right here, you see Thunder take out Sam, and then Bonk gets taken out by Volti, I want to say. And from there, it just keeps staggering. You have two players out of Ascension, and Chiba goes down. There was no recovery from that point onward. It's hard to fight almost a 3v4, especially, or even a 3v3, especially on the defense. There's no true way out of that, especially on a map like Umami. It's incredibly difficult, and unfortunately Ascension wasn't able to get out of it. Azure, they've been kind of crazy with it. I think it also doesn't help that they're being brought to zones, and zones Azure's players are incredibly strong on.
Yeah, no, I mean, another thing to note as well is that Ascension, that was their counter pick last game. That was the one that they should have been more confident with, but Azure being able to absolutely just run them over once they got set up, it was kind of not the thing that Ascension wants to see. So here, moving to game number 3, match point for Azure, by the way. We will be moving on to Clan Blitz Scorch, which I don't know how this plays into the comp that Ascension has been bringing so far.
I think I could still make it work. And the thing about this is that both of the teams have comps that can work well against each other, in my personal opinion. And I do think that it really just is a matter of player skill and teamwork. So I think this just can go any way. The leader is fine, the pen is fine, the carbines are fine, the gals are fine. I don't think that you can go wrong with any of the current weapon choices that these teams have brought out. I think it just really is a matter of how well can you execute.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be all riding on Ascension right now to be able to take one more game to try and stay alive in the set for one more game here. So as we kick things off here with game number 3 in your semi-final set, Ascension for Azure, we see exactly how this game might come out. Ascension unfortunately does lose one player out the gate, giving Azure a little bit more pushing power to try and get some plans in their favor, to try and push Ascension out properly. Bonk under the ledge gets 2, and that's the kind of equalization you want to see with a wipeout on top.
Again, the pattern continues as Ascension does open up very strongly. First clam into the basket here, but it is Bonk that gets taken out by the Zuka. Chiba barely able to keep out of that alive. They're going to be holding that ground as best as they can, nearly being taken out by a suction bomb. And as Thunder does take a little bit of a fight with Mirage. Mirage tried to get a little bit of a pick off, wasn't quite able to do so, but Thunder able to get enough chip for the rest of their teammate to take out that carbon. So really good moves here from Azure to get out of that situation.
And even though Ascension does get the first points on board, they're slowly getting pushed back bit by bit, but Azure on the incoming as they're popping specials to try and at least take some anchorage on their side to not allow Azure to completely run them over here. Unfortunately, Chiba going out, trying to disrupt the backline does buy Ascension a little bit more time, but specials are keep rotating out for Azure's side. They're getting pushed back further and further. I do believe Azure has the opportunity here to get a score in here if they can play their cards right. Mirage trying to run in to disrupt the line, but no, gets shut down in the process.
Yeah, and just so much space there for Azure getting those clams, and they are missing that clam economy that they need to get more points on the board. But I do see that power clam active. Yoshi is going to put that right into place, bringing the score all the way down to 36 and down to 30. There's even more happening, Dark. You want to take it?
Yeah, no, pulling that power clamp into the clan basket really just opened up a lot of opportunity for them to be able to run away with this lead here. And unfortunately, not having the presence there, Azure is forced to back out at least a little bit as Azure or Ascension does reconvene here to try and get a counter push going in their favor, flushing Azure out as best they can. But it's been a hard start right now with that E-leader. You know, you playing into an E-leader with a range advantage is going to be a hard thing to do, especially if you don't have any Zukas online, any killables to try and disrupt the line.
For sure, but it seems like Ascension may have seized the light at the end of the tunnel, seeing Sam with that crab getting taken out. By what? Was that Yosho? That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. That was like just the perfect line of sight right there. Oh my goodness, that was really good stuff. But despite Ascension really wanted to get some points on the board, they aren't really able to get past the zero, you know, very quickly, forcing them back themselves. And as they have these power climb readies, they do have every opportunity under their belt in order to get some points on the board all over again. I do see Zenith almost with that cooler's active, and I think things are going to start rolling here. Almost, we're going to start rolling too. That is 2 down on Azure, and you know, Ascension really doesn't want them to score right now.
Yeah, no, I mean, Azure, they have majority tempo control right now. They don't actually need to be able to push up anymore. If they can still stall this game now and in relative neutral state for the remainder of these 2 minutes, they will still be the ones who come out on top. So it's really up to Ascension here to try and break through Azure, to try and break through this line, this wall of absolute defense that they've been building up so far here. And so now, as this game has been going on, we do see specials from Ascension to disrupt the line, but Azure has been playing it slow and steady. They're not putting themselves in position to get called out and are punishing Ascension from trying to force these fights to happen.
Yeah, very much so. And I think it's interesting enough, all of them are still alive despite that Zuka making its way onto the field. Every player is up on the field right now, and it really is a countdown who's going down first. And right now with Azure in that advantage position, again, most of this turf in their favor, they are going to be losing Yosho. There's no leader on the field, and Ascension now has a lot more room to play around. And if I were them, I'd be very much looking for a neutral position. But behind them, there's a power climb hitting the back lines, and it's not really going to do much. I think that was Volty that got that second power climb online, but Azure, again, taking their time. They have the hold on the match right now.
Yeah, now with 1 minute remaining, Azure has a lot of climb economy in their favor, and Ascension has a bit of an uphill battle to climb here to try and break through this line, to try to close the gap for this lead here. And Azure, once again, has been doing nothing but stalling things out, not overextending, keeping Ascension in check for the majority of this game here. 2 going down for Ascension. Azure has the opportunity now to try and apply a lot more pressure to get these power clamps into the clan basket, to maybe get a gear up for a knockout here, and that they may be able to do from the power climb, but no, a delayed wipeout goes out in their favor. This is Ascension's one and only opportunity here to truly try and make things right.
Yeah, 20 seconds left is quite a tough ordeal to be in if you are Ascension. Also, Thunder barely getting away with their life was a little bit silly, but Ascension is really moving forward with such speed, just not wanting to give up. And as this is probably going to go into overtime, maybe we do lose that carbon on Ascension as well. Again, I want to notice the turf difference, and there's not a lot of turf that was coming out from Ascension, despite them coming back into a neutral state. Shiva, that's a devastating loss, and so is Sam. 2 of the bigger hitters are off of Ascension. Dark, I don't think this is going to work out for Ascension. I think that's going to be game.
Yeah, 1 by 1, Ascension goes down. Azure is playing the stalling game, the tempo game in their favor. Just kept Ascension in a stalemate for the majority of this game and leads this into a 3-0 in their favor, sending Azure or Ascension down to the losers bracket as Azure moves on to winners finals here. And I gotta say that for Azure, that was kind of textbook on how you want to play that out with the position you were in.
Yeah, I think they did a phenomenal job at just realizing the situation they were in. Like, again, they were in the lead, so they kind of hung out at around mid. They didn't really hesitate to take space when they needed it, and they didn't hesitate to stall out when they wanted to either. Like, by the time they hit those 30 points, there wasn't a lot of risk involved in the decisions they were making. And I think that was just great, great strategy from them, honestly. You know, don't waste your resources if you don't need to. But Ascension was just really trying to push forward. But I want you to notice here on this offense as well, they didn't have a lot of the pain or a lot of the space that they maybe so thought they had going into a lot of the pushes that they were. And that's the fact that they have a lot of pages on their team. I think that was one of the unfortunate parts of their push, and I think a bit of a detriment to that as well. But nonetheless, Ascension played really well overall, and they definitely did push Azure where they could.
Yeah, no, Ascension definitely hit the wall that Azure has been or is so far in this series now, being sent out to losers bracket. You know, it may not be the point you want to be in losers bracket, but you made it this far already, so you're still gonna be proud of yourself about that. But Azure, though, they do have a bit of a bracket demon going up against them here in winners finals, fighting PXG here in a little bit, and we'll see exactly how that turns out. But no, huge congratulations to Azure for that ascension. I know y'all still have a lot more steam left, and y'all, as you go down to losers bracket to fight Sun Eater, who is no, not Sun Eater. Actually, I lied. I got mixed up in that because I looked at Apocalyptic, and they're similar names, and my mind just kind of melded the two. So whatever. That's besides the point here. But I do believe that was our last set, Fufu.
Yes, I'm super sure it was. I'm going to be continuing to tune in because I feel like I'm going to be back at Riptide with the PXG versus Azure set. I'm going to be way back at Riptide, and I really got to see how that turns out. But yeah, Dark, this is our last set. I don't know if we're tossing this to the analysis desk first, or we're going to be signing each other, right? So yeah, let's swap this over to the analysis desk, and if this is the last time we see y'all, it was great.
Or not.
Or not?
Shoutouts. I guess.
Okay, we're doing socials.
Okay.
Dark, where can the people find you? Help us out.
SPF Dark on most social media websites. I'm on the mic across the many organizations we have here in the scene. Also, head TO for Anarchy Nova, head TO for Don't Fly on the Function, big land head all around. Fufu, where can they find you?
You guys can find me at splatfufu.sunsetsurge.inc on Blue Sky. Of course, I'm here for the commentary. I'll see when I'll be on mic next again. You'll probably see me with Dark again because we're 2-for-1 special at this point. Why is my camera doing that? Fix yourself. Go to Sunset Surge on April 18th. Support your labs. I guess you can go to Don't Flounder at the Function too on the 18th. You are down there. But go to Sunset Surge if you can. We're so awesome and so cool. That being said, it was a great time on the mic. You guys have some more matches ahead of you. But before that, let's toss this to the analysis desk.
For real this time.
Second. Watch.
Are we
turn red any moment?
Oh, we're already live. We're straight up live. Okay, cool. Yeah. Thank you, Dark and Fufu, for that first commentary block. I definitely listened to all of it and wasn't just having it muted the entire time because we were busy back here. But yes, that is the end of Fufu and Dark's block for the day. Now we get to yap a little bit about that match. Once again, another sweep. I'm bored of sweeps, guys. Can we see some pushback from some of these teams? Like, come on, man. Now,
no. Sweeps continue until morale improves.
It's one of these interesting things because I feel like when we watched Ascension earlier, Ascension versus Apocalyptic, right? We had a lot to gas up with Ascension, and what we were kind of talking about is it feels like Azure was just doing what Ascension wanted to do, but better and faster and like more coordinated. There was a lot of just like they're just like the next step above in a lot of aspects of the gameplay.
Well, you have somebody that is already like at the top, like has been at the top, like a conglomerate of players that are at the top versus like a rising star, if you will. Rising star being Ascension. So you kind of have a situation like that. Rissa, what were you gonna say?
Oh, I was just, when I think about the Team Azure, like when I think of some of the best frontline players like that are in the scene right now, I think of Thunder, Zenith, Volti, and just the way that Zenith and Thunder are able to keep up with the way that Volti plays, I think helps them out so much, because a lot of times if Volti's playing with other players that can't necessarily keep up with their speed, that can really hinder that type of gameplay. But since it's Thunder and Zenith, some of the best frontline players there are right now, some of the best slayers, they can keep up with that really aggressive play style, and it works out really well for them.
I mean, it's also the thing where I know someone mentioned like playing against Sav mentioned playing against a conglomerate of more skilled players. The Volti Bonk matchup was one I was watching a lot throughout that, and I remember us talking about it while the matches were going on. Like, Volti just has so many years of experience. I mean, they've played with Alliance Road, they played with PXG, now they're playing with Azure. And the fact of the matter is that Volti knows a lot of these fights, and I've seen them play a lot of these fights where they just know when to drop out. They know when to go for the pick. They know when to back out of it and stay out. Make sure the rest of the team is able to come back and we can try it again. I didn't see that from Bonk just because Bonk was trying. They were trying a lot of things with Bonk, and I do appreciate that. I do like the optimism there, but I don't know. With Volty, it is just a matter of being outclassed there. I feel
The
It's kind of-
experience.
Yeah, it's like Volty could actually see the names like we see in the spectator. Volty actually has access to that as well.
that's good. That was a good one. Yeah.
Well, because there's like
Yeah.
a moment in that Clan Blitz game where you kind of saw the defensive side of Ascension getting toppled a little bit, and then here comes Volty trying to jump into a 2 versus 1, Volty being the one, obviously, and you have them squid rolling and throwing a burst bomb forward, but then squid rolling backwards. Like they're trying to bait the competition to come out, but also they're just kind of like, okay, I already know. Yeah, right here. I already know somebody is going to be around that corner because you have Sam trying to defend, you had Bonk trying to come around the side and also play defense. But here's Volty right here. They're just living in this platform area. Bonk, like Hammy was trying to talk about earlier, Bonk completely jumped down on Volty and should have taken them out just by roller mechanics and physics. But Volty is 2 steps ahead every single time, and they're gonna hold themselves back into defense, pulling themselves into the play that literally turned the entire game around. Volty launching a Trizuka shot, hitting 2 members of Ascension in the back end there, and then that's what opened that basket push up. So like to Nito's point, like you have somebody that has played these same fights over and over again, so consistently Volty's going to be multiple steps ahead. Like
I've played these games before.
This
And-
play is about me.
And we're focusing on like the Bonk versus Volty. This is the teams as a whole. We saw a lot of moments where members of Azure, you know, whether it be Volty, whether it be Thunder, getting just multi-kills on their own, relatively unprompted. There was no setup. They just decided, oh, right, we should win. And then just walked in and got the kills. And
Yeah.
Ascension had some moments. You know, I'm still thinking about, I don't know if you can bring it up, CKK, the Mako Mart splat zones, like game 1. Mirage just kind of beat Thunder in a 1v1 in Thunder's optimal dually range right after getting a double kill on like 2 other members of Azure. Like Mirage just made that happen in game 1. And like, because we were talking, we're like, okay, this is a sweep for Azure, right? And then Ascension, yeah, Mirage just pulls this. And I'm like, wait, do Ascension have this? Hold up. We're getting a lead swap. Mirage is just getting picks on Pencil. Like they had the right ideas, they had the right plays, but ultimately Azure are just a bit faster, a bit more consistent, and just a bit scarier. And ultimately just kind of sweep that game out 3-0.
Yeah, I think it was like the classic, like that we were talking about the older team with like kind of like we were talking about with Moonlight. It's like experienced players that have been in the scene and we know them. This is, even though it's a pickup, it's not an official team that we know of. It's that experience. They already know, like you said, like they already have been here. They've seen this. They kind of know the positions that other people will take, and they know how to think 2 steps ahead.
Definitely. Now, I do think we have to kick it back to our main broadcast. First, I do believe, Saf, this is the end of your hanging out with us on the Peanut Gallery. So feel free to shut yourself out, and yeah, we'll go from there.
Well, don't even worry about missing me too much because Fusion will be here to take my place and take you through the analysis with these lovely folks for the rest of the day.
Love it.
But we appreciate you out there. Thank you so much for having me on. Dude, 20XX. You're watching 20XX here on Dapple Productions. It's sick. My name's Saf,
and now-
thank you for having me.
Yeah, and now the rest of us will be staying here. But first, we got to throw it over to Pat and Hat, as they're going to be the commentators for the next block, bringing us some more action here for 20XX.
And welcome back, Dapple Productions, to 20XX. After a long time, we finally have this beautiful tournament again. The teams we are going to see right now have fought through and through, but it will come down to these very last moments who will decide the winner of this legendary Dapple Productions series. The two teams on screen, we will talk about it in a second, are PXG against Azure. But first of all, Pat, are you excited tonight for the first Dapple Major in a long time?
I am so excited, Hat. There has been so much action today. We've seen so many incredible plays from so many incredible teams. One thing to note, Hat. One thing to note. PXG and Azure haven't dropped a single map this whole tournament. They are undefeated. This first game will be the first loss of the weekend for one of these two teams. They are coming in incredibly strong. And I mean, we know these players, Hat. PXG, they've been winning everything. Azure are four absolute legends of this game as well, coming in so strong. I can't wait. I cannot wait.
Yeah, I am super excited. Of course, players like Gray, Volti, Yoshel, winners of the last big European that we had here, Octofest. So that already should show you enough that these teams are going to bring us a ton of exciting matches. We're going to start it off, I think, on a Goop Map Mode 2. Splatzone's Hagglefish Market. A perfect battleground for such a high-level match like this. Just raw competition. So much is viable. But I think Volti with that carbon roller pad is going to have so much fun here. We saw them in other occasions, and every time, you know, you play against Volti, against that carbon roller, at least for me personally, I put my switch down. I'm like, nah, I don't want this. That's not gonna happen. I'm not gonna win that one, but I'm gonna see how these other teams are gonna go, because Grey, Noah, Gus, and Soldier, that's not an easy team to fight too. They are seeded #1 for a reason, and like you said, neither of these two teams have dropped a single game as of yet, so one of these two have to go to the losers bracket, and I don't know if the losers bracket ready for that.
I mean, none of these players are easy to fight. You have to pay attention to every angle all the time. They also know each other very well. And here we go. Let's get in the game. Azure bringing a 96 gal. They will have the vacuums from Zenith. On the other side, PXG bring a comp that we expect them. That's one of the most classic comps you can have. They'll have to make do with Zenith coming in strong with a vac, creating the surprise. And what an opening by Azure, Hat.
Definitely going fast for that zone and taking it as they wanted it. They're getting a couple splats in there too against PXG, who are forced between their zone. There's a spawn. Trizuka coming out from Azure as well, trying to get some splats there. Dry Strike to counteract that and capture that zone super quickly too from PGX, who looking to go even further. Triple splash down to get a splat on the dualies. Well done by Grey. Got sacrificed though, and with a Vex shot, that zone is back into the greens to get a small penalty on PGX. These two teams are fighting it, but through and through. Neither of them making major progress as of yet, as both the teams are just neck and neck with each other right now.
Yeah. The zone is blinking. A green, pink, and it's not stopping right now. Azure trying to hold, but PXG is already coming back incredibly strong. Oh wait, the vacuum stopping everything. Azure is the team pushing right now and forcing PXG back. It looks like Azure are creating themselves some space, giving themselves some control, but already Grey is back on the zone with that blaster. We know how dangerous that blaster can be, and with the help of the strikes, that's going to be another flip for PXG.
PXG have to maintain that zone though, because they keep capping it to apply some penalty on Azure, but so far they haven't really held it on for long. Big splash down from Grey, getting rid of the double of the dualies, but is it enough to get more splats in? No, I don't think it is. Volti quickly snags in, gets a couple splats, does get splatted himself, but two players are currently down on the side of PXG, and that allows Azure to reclaim that zone and start pushing against that penalty. Now trade between Volti and the Slosher. This is actually big, because that Slosher can do major fighting on that zone. They did keep their splash though because of the Tacticooler. The strikes are coming out now. Enzap is down though, so no second Tacticooler for PXG. Will it help with the fight? Doesn't matter, I think Ultimate, they have the zone in their control neutral now, and they got it back and they're going forward. Sinnet trying to counteract that triple splash down with a Vac, and it seems to have worked because they have a giant Vac shot in the zone now, Pat.
Yeah. It feels like every splashdown from Grey has gotten some result, but still there was a vacuum from Zenith to limit the damage to allow Azure to come back stronger right after the splashdown. But right now, PXG are holding the zone, and with the splat on the vacuum, they're able to get even more. Volty activating Bazooka, trying to get back to the zone. PXG able to respawn, but it's too late. Azure keeps the lead. 2 minutes left in this game, and Azure is coming still very, very, very strong.
Yes, but PXG is holding onto the zone and they're scoring points like we haven't seen before. They're eating through that penalty and they want to break through it so badly because they need to get some points and to get that lead swap in. It's only 11 points away, but it feels like it's 100 right now because it just keeps coming back over and over and over again. This is not some feint. Easy, we just go from 100 to 0 game. This is a nightmare scenario for both of these teams. They are fighting to their absolute limit and probably have to go beyond that. Try strike from Soldier to open that zone, neutralize it, and start the push. Tacticooler coming out. Great, does get splattered before the Tacticooler is activated though. Major damage on the side of PGX because that isn't your blaster out of the game for a little while. Zone is still neutral and both teams are fighting hard for it. Vac shot from Azure will surely help to capture that zone, but as of yet, Pat, it's still neutral. It's finding a capture by Azure, but can they maintain it and extend their lead? They only have a 10-tick penalty right now.
Last minute of the game, and there's 2 players down on the side of PXG. Azure keeps the momentum going. We've seen PXG push strongly, but they're never able to really set themselves safely in the positions they want. They're back on the zone, but all of Azure is around them to counter them, to force them out. The crab tank by Thunder is dancing around. Volty running in, is on the zone. The lead is so close. Zenith with the vacuum. Can they get the cap 2 down onto Azure? But Azure still caps the zone. And that penalty is going to go a long way, even if there isn't much of it. 15 seconds left. PXG cannot do a single mistake now. They need to hold.
Overtime pushes are very tough, but a team like PXG can surely do it because they broke through their penalty, and that lead now is closer than ever before. But they lost 2 players in a row, 2 down on the side of Azure, but it does not matter. They captured that zone. There was a little carbon roller behind, and if it can splat, but more importantly, it can also paint. But a game. Full 5 minutes into overtime. The first game drop for PGX is Azure takes game number 1. Bet. Already, we are seeing what a 20XX winners finals should look like. Both teams fighting neck on neck. That zone flickering pink, green, pink, green, pink, green. Players getting splattered left and right. Try splashdowns getting stopped by a vacuum. What is going on in this game?
It's so fast. These 2 teams move so fast, and that level of coordination, they stay incredibly coordinated, incredibly always together. There's always a strategy, and these moves go at light speed. It's incredible. But there's one thing we need to note, Pat. It used to be that the most terrifying thing in this game was Volty running at you with a carbon. But today, it just changed, because now the most terrifying thing in this game is Volty running at you with a carbon while Zenith has vacuum activated and covering Volty, and there is nothing you can do.
Yeah, literally an unkillable Volty. You cannot break through it. There is no way. But Zenith, I don't know how. With a 96, it doesn't pay. It pays a lot, but it doesn't pay that much. They always had the vacuum.
Always.
They literally every single time, right? Gray, same with that splashdown. Every time I look at my screen, oh yeah, there's Gray coming to splashdown, and then get stopped by a vacuum because Zenith always had a vacuum. Apparently, these 2 are the painting weapons. It's crazy.
It felt like Zenith found a cheat code to constantly have vacuum charge. I mean, gear probably helps with that, but Zenith was always painting, was always in the right spot to assure that there was paint for the team, and that paint, the far away paint from the 96 gal, was the perfect tool to allow Volty to run forward because there was that trail of paint at a distance from Zenith. Volty could go in. Perfect synergy from the team. Azure gets game number 1, and now all the pressure hat is on PXG. They need to choose the next map mode. They need to adapt. They need to make it work.
Counterpicking against Azure is super difficult because there are so many maps where just the carbon roller vacuum combination just works flawlessly, and Volty can change a little bit to other weapons, but the carbon roller in itself is already a very scary weapon. I feel like for the last match, Pat, we need an analyst desk. Just for the first game, we needed an analyst desk. I'm quickly looking up at the lobby stream if we're going to get a map as of yet. I don't see anything. PGX is taking their sweet time to get the correct counter pick in. And honestly, why don't they? They need to pick something that is very good for their team composition. Yes, of course, they have flexible players. These players can swap weapons pretty easily. They don't hard focus on certain weapons, like for example Volty is both can swap, but it's very hard focused on that carbon roller, allowing them to be, in my opinion, one of the best, if not the best carbon rollers in the scene, and they've been that for a long time. It does make the competition a little bit less flexible though, but what they're good at, they are extremely good at. I'm interested in then what PXG wants to counterpick here, because it's definitely not an easy choice.
I think they need something where they can slow down the game right there. Here on Hagglefish, we saw a constant fight, this constant back and forth, constant chaos. And PXG was not really able to set up their game because every single time they were back on the zone, and every single time they were getting back on the zone, we saw PXG get back in, in every single fight they were there, they were fighting, but that chaos, that constant fighting state it's going to benefit the team with a carbon roller. It's going to be good for the carbon roller. Carbons, they love that chaos. They feed off the chaos. PXG needs to slow down the game. They need to know where that carbon is at all time, and they need to have something that will allow them to solidly control the game. They are going to Umami runes, still on splat zones. I think that's a very good move by them. It's a very flat map, and they can see their opponent.
I think it's a very good pick as well. It also is forcing Azure to slow down a little bit because they have to capture both zones, meaning Zenith can only vacuum one of the zones at a time. Even in the middle, switching that vacuum, it's fast, but it's not the fastest thing in the world. So PXG has time to counteract that vacuum as well. I like this pick. However, I do think PXG does need to play a little bit faster though. I mean, yeah, they want to slow down the game for Azure, but I also think they sort of need to speed up their game to eliminate the chaos before it can even start. Because like you said, it is very much Volty and Xinit allowing the chaos to happen and profiting from it as much as they can. Let's see how game 2 is going to go though. We're starting to get ready. Grey Soldier, Milk and Noah against Volty, Thunder, Yoshel and Zenith. Let's see if we're gonna any major comp switches. It does not look like a comp switch on the side of PXG, and no major switch except for the E-leader on the side of Yoshel. They know if Noah has an E-leader here, you need one as well. Giant open spaces in the middle of the map will allow you to get some great shots in. Let's see, it's going to go early Tacticooler on the side of PXG. They're trying to push forward a little bit, but Azure is holding ground. They're opting not to push in as deep, to play a little bit passively, and it worked because they got the first splat, and they got the second splat, and they got the third splat on PXG. Just Noah alive, who opts to jump back. Effective wipe on the side of PXG and Azure early on the zone capture pad and early on defense setup.
Yeah, Azure was not able to take control of Dome. They sent Zenith there to try to paint around, try to get the space, but they were sniped out. Wait, 2 down on PXG. What is happening? PXG are seed number 1, and Azure right now are simply simply taking control of the full map and not letting PXG do anything. PXG is getting slaughtered, Hat.
I had to speed it up a little bit. I was expecting a game like this, not be 3-0, but as of right now, it's looking like it might just happen. Azure is on their way to KO. 25 points remaining. Gray gets shot out of the air, neutralizes the zone with the triple splash, but it's not enough. Azure back in control with 2 players down on the side of PXG. They have 1 push left, 2 players down on the side of Azure now. Magic 3 players down. It's a delayed wipe actually. They can finally capture that zone. Finally take a breather. 66 points of penalty applied on the side of Azure. But look at that, 14 points remaining. A humongous push for Azure.
Incredible opening push by Azure, but now PXG is in the driver's seat. Now they have some control over the map, and it's on Azure to push forward. They're able to take one zone, but as you said, you need to take both. Thunder getting to the side is getting a lot of attention away from PXG. The rest of Azure will be able to take control of the map as Zenith and Volty are cleaning up the super jumps. Getting a wipeout. Thunder is in position. Full map control by Azure, who are back on top.
When the zone was flickering last time, now it's just solid, steady, one single color, and that color is purple as of right now. The splatter, or Yoshell, does get splatted though, but 2 players are down on the side of PXG again. Volty going in deep, Xenith going in deep, both getting splatted, both getting splatted. But look how much time is already eaten from a penalty. There's only 5 points remaining, and there's not even players coming in from PXG. They finally neutralize the zone, but 2 more points have been scored. No, the zone again purple. Finally, they got it captured, but 8 points remaining for Azure. 65 plus a 25 penalty for PXG. But it's looking so incredibly rough for this team.
Azure is not stopping. PXG is back on top mid, but PXG is back in position. But so far, they haven't been able to really score that many points. They need something big. There is less than 2 minutes left in this game. PXG now trying to defend, trying to keep Azure at bay. They're able to get the splat on Thunder. That is a nice start. Volty's down. Yes, that's big. PXG finally able to win the fights, to get some momentum. And it looks like they're gonna score more points.
Triple splash down to get rid of the crab and Thunder on the side. That's actually an interesting crab to use. I don't know if I would use it myself, but hey, it was, I guess, an attempt. Gray trying to opt to go in, but is a little bit hesitant. I don't think they want to push it too deep as of yet. Thunder going on the side, getting the defense from Yoshell, and that lead from 8 suddenly doesn't look that big anymore, Pat. It's only 40 points remaining. Big G look like the comeback. They're only 2 ticks away from a lead swap, and there it is! And now the Tides suddenly have turned and just have to maintain it. 2 more ticks and a triple strike to seal the deal. When we thought that Azure would win, PXG took it back.
They were so far behind, and in this last second, PXG had 2 players down. They managed to get back the zone before anything else could be painted. Incredible objective awareness from the players of PXG, and that's how you recognize greatness. That's how you know they are top players. Any other team would be devastated, being 1 game down, having to come back, having to face Azure constantly getting splats on them. But PXG knew what they needed to do, and they did exactly what they needed to do. Stay calm, wait for the right occasion, make that right occasion happen, and then just hold the zone a few seconds more than your opponent.
Never give up. That is the golden rule. Doesn't matter how harsh it looks to you. It doesn't matter how high that wall might be. It is always climbable. There is always a way. PXG just showed us that this is really the difference between top and mid-level players. These teams know and act a way back to victory. But Azure in the beginning of the game, they had such a strong grasp against PXG. It's insane. They have a quick counter pick though. Their counter pick is Rainmaker on Humpback Hump Track. We're switching game modes because double splat zones. It's a very equal ground, but maybe with a player like Volty, Rainmaker might just be a little bit better. The objective moves, and Volty can move with that objective. So let's see how it's going to go. Again, no comp changes at all, except for Yoshel, who switches to that scoped charger. Sorry, I forgot the word charger. The scoped charger with the vacuum. So no Zenith on the vacuum. Now it is a charger with a vacuum.
And both teams are bringing that charger to the fight, though only one has a scope, but I mean, that vacuum charger is now the Rainmaker meta, I guess. PXG trying to bring the Rainmaker to the checkpoint right away, right as they open this game, but the answer by Azure not letting them get that checkpoint for free. They are here, and all the specials are being used to go through right there. The vacuum is deployed. I believe the pop is going to go for Azure thanks to the vacuum. No, the vacuum is thrown in mid as well to create some space for the team. Only 1 minute, PXG has taken the checkpoint, but now it's on Azure to push forward.
I think it's a very good checkpoint from PXG as well. Getting rid of that super early in the game is giving them so much breathing room, and also is helping with the spam from Azure. The question is now, can they withstand the spam when Azure is attacking? Because they still have a lot of weapon spam. It is Yoshel holding onto the Rainmaker, getting called out by Gray, the Blaster. Seeing their opponent, seeing Yoshel in their weak spots and taking them out. Same with Zenith, still having the triple splash down already. Gray's hungry for more. We get splattered by a Crab Tank who's defending from Thunder. Thunder on their little checkpoint. Does not the Crab Tank for long, get splattered by that Slosher. PXG holding onto the Rainmaker, trying to find a way forward, but they're hesitant. They're waiting for the green light for the teammate, and there's the green light. All because splattered by a Suction Bomb. Huge point scored from PXG. 20 points remaining, and splat Azure. 3 players down, and also break to the first checkpoint. It's still going! The push hasn't ended yet. 3 players were down. PXG pushing it further and further. Still Pat Azure cannot find a way. What PXG was experiencing, that's what Azure is experiencing right now.
And Gray is going to be punished. Azure using their special just to keep the Rainmaker here. Wait, the Rainmaker is getting bumped by PXG, and they have the vacuum active. Thunder able to drop it, but wait, is it still up? Yes, it's still up. It's not over, Hat. It's not over.
I don't know how PXG is keeping it in their spawn, but they're doing it. They're not even picking it up. And because every single time they pick it up, they get sped up instantly. And they get 3 players down on the side of Azure. I don't know what's going on. Gray picks it up. Gray jumps up and slams it down. Another KO on the side of PXG. And that P on that team name right now stands for pure freaking dominance, because they did not just KO. They locked Azure out of their spawn for almost 2 minutes straight.
PXG just learned. PXG now knows exactly what Azure's plan is, and they have the counter to their every move. It's on Azure to change their game now. Azure open strong, were able to put PXG in a rough spot for the first game, for the start of the second game, but now with PXG that is going faster, that is going stronger, that is winning the fight, that is painting around, and Azure, they were in survival mode that whole game, and they did not survive well enough against PXG. You can't survive very long against PXG. You have to take initiative, and Azure was not able to do that. I mean, look at that. It's just PXG simply making sure they always had a player in the street, making sure they could always keep the run going.
I feel like if there's one word to describe this, it will be carnage. It will be pure, raw carnage. There was no breathing room for Azure whatsoever. But like you said, never ever did anyone from PXG leave that street. If they were low on players, or if the players were low on health, one would always retreat just to get the jumps back in. And Azure couldn't find out where they were, couldn't find out a way out of that spawn and couldn't find a way to stop that Rainmaker. Even with spam players like Volti, it's so hard to go in after that spawn. It was a risky pick. I think it was a very good pick on the side of Azure, even if they get absolutely decimated there, because the weapon composition, it does work really well for this map. But I think PGX just found a way through that strategy and found a way towards victory. Now another counter pick is coming in from Azure. SS Gamer starting Clan Blitz on Museum Delfonsino. Another game mode swap and another one of those maps that is so open that you were always wondering, hey, where the frick is Volti? Because he can come out at any second, and he will come out at any second, and he will decimate you with that column rotor if he sees you. Now both chargers swapping back towards that E leader 4K, opting for more range and opting not to have a vacuum, which in Clan Blitz, it's not that needed. I feel like the bigger range on a map like this is very much more suited. But let's see how it's going to go. Game number 3 and game number 4 and match points for PXG.
Yep. And yeah, I absolutely had one more game would put PXG safely in grand finals, but Azure is not done. Azure just lost 2 players. PXG opening stronger, not slowing down. They're able to keep the splats going. And beautiful snipe right there by Noah. I mean, PXG, that's PXG for you. They don't stop.
They never stop, they never slow down, and they never give up too. Gray with the triple strikes or triple splashdown on the bunker does get splatted though, so I think Azure is finding a way to stop this team. Now what's interesting about Clan Blitz in this scenario specifically, it's this game mode is a lot slower than the previous 2 game modes we have experienced, meaning that Azure has some more breathing room to stop pushes. But as I say that, Azure just lost 3 players, but Thunder is there defending the 1 power clamp that PXG has, so it doesn't matter if they had 3 players down pat, they still denied a push somehow.
Gray was in the perfect position to keep going, to keep pushing, but there was no clans, there were no teammates for PXG to follow through. Very nice defensive move by Azure, and look at that, Azure able finally to find the answer, able to get a few splats. Gray is alone defending the platform as all of Azure trying to create the momentum. Thunder coming in, getting the 3 splats on the strikes. And PXG, they're the ones getting the trades right now. They're the ones trying to save something to keep things going as Azure is getting more and more splats and momentum, Hat.
Azure is slowly picking up speed, is slowly picking up momentum, is slowly picking up splats, but neither team is really going as fast as they want to. Azure losing 2 players right there, so whatever split they had, they just kind of lost it, as well as that power clamp, which is huge. They still have, oh no, I think they saved, they saved it. They have enough clamps in hands to make another one. I think they made another one or they saved it. I didn't completely see what happened there, but they still have a power clamp, but they also still have 2 players down on the map. Volti on their own there, Excited being forced back by Noah. Oh, 3 players down, Volti got sniped. And I think this is a moment for PXG to go in. They're preparing, they're looking, but Gray, oh no, sorry, the NZAP got splatted, Gray got splatted too. They had an opening, but they couldn't capitalize on it as they've lost players in their spawn pad. We are 3 minutes into this game, and we have yet to see a team score.
Yeah, but PXG have a super clamp ready, and Gray just used the splashdown on the platform. Beautiful move right there. Azure, they're all under the basket, defending, trying, waiting for a mistake on the side of PXG. PXG incredibly patient, getting a huge snipe on the opponent leader. That will allow them to go in. Bazooka is going to slow things down. Volti trying to hold, but it's a delayed drive, and PXG opened the score with 2 super clamps, and they have more to throw in.
3 minutes and 30 seconds and what it took for one of these teams to finally start scoring. But when they started scoring big. 48 points remaining, more than half their points already off the board. Milk going in, trying to get more little clamps in, but it doesn't look like they can reach that basket. They have players from Azure defending that spawn like they are defending their lives, and they need to, because if they lose now, they are into the loser's bracket and have to fight a single elimination tournament right there. We have a minute remaining in this game. Azure still has a lot of chances to get that power clamp into the basket, but they cannot waste them. They have to go in fast, and they have to go in now, because time is not a premium anymore, Pat.
Yep, right there. 40 seconds left for Azure to get a monster push. They are in position. They are in the right spot. They have the super clans, but they just lost 2 frontliners. That's going to cost them. PXG able to shut things down. Wait, Zenith is still around. Zenith is still dancing on the opponent platform with a super clam. This is very dangerous right now. The basket is getting open, but 2 down on Azure. It's only Yoshel. Yoshel is forced out. I believe the basket is going to close before the end of the time, which means Azure still has one more push, one more shot at it, but it's going to be rough as PXG is simply making sure they're shutting everything down right now, Hat.
About 20 seconds remaining into this game in overtime. If Azure doesn't find a way toward that basket, Zenith is slowly pushing forward, but it's very much hesitant to go in because they lose. No! They lost the power clamp and they lost the game! And as I say that, a explosion from somewhere takes out Zenith. Azure fighting tooth and nail to defend that game and to defend their spot in the winners finals. It was a close game in the beginning, but PXG warmed up, PXG got started, and PXG went into destruction. In a Clamps game where it took more than 3 minutes to score a clam, PXG got themselves a ticket to the grand finals. Azure unfortunately has to go to the losers bracket, but Pat, what a winners finals already. Even if it was a 3-1 on the side of PXG, these two teams gave us an honestly epic showdown in this stream. They showed us what the limits of Splatoon can be, and also how much we still can grow.
It was fast, it was hard, it was everywhere, Hat. And both of these teams showed us a different playstyle, showed us a different way to see the game. PXG very methodical with the comp that is tried and tested, the pairing of the bucket and the blaster to constantly have some chip damage on their opponent, to constantly have every angle covered at all time. And of course, Azure with a lot of painting between all of their players, while Volty, the tip of the spear, constantly going in, constantly trying every fight and causing a lot of damage on the side of PXG. But at the end of the day, our seed number 1, the team we expect to be there, is going to punch their ticket onto grand finals. 3-1. It is not a sweep, as you're very, very strong in that set, making really a name for themselves, but they will have more work to do if they want to come back and fight PXG again now, Hat. Before we go and watch the lower bracket, I believe we're going to send it to our analysis desk.
I'm pretty sure we are, and I think they have a lot of clips to feed off here, because this wasn't just a sweep, this was a full showdown. I think, like I said, after game 1, that's gonna be the whole analyst desk in and of itself. So, Fusion, Hemi, Nito, Rissa, let's see what you gotta say about this one.
Let's go.
Welcome back to the analysis desk. I do believe we're here. We're probably here. I'm getting slowly better at this, but we're given no warning. We just appear. As mentioned earlier, Saf is gone. We now have Fusion with us here in the Peanut Gallery. But yeah, PXG versus Azure, the first set on stream that was not a sweep. And PXG being the first team to win but lose a match on stream is pretty impressive. Like, this is the team we would expect to be getting the sweeps here.
I guess it makes sense. At some point, Azure was going to take a game off PXG, just considering the type of run they were on. But it was during this Splat Zone Umami match where you can feel, both as a commentator, an analyst, and a viewer, feel like something shifts in the air. And that's when PXG starts to lock in. Their gameplay starts to improve, because they're now starting to understand what Azure is coming in with. And I told you all this, like, this is where I felt the turning point was in the rest of the matchup, and this is where PXG started to just thrive. Because beyond this Splat Zones Umami match, I felt like this was PXG set to lose.
Yeah,
I agree with that for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it was PXG set to lose. I believe that Hammy, you had mentioned off stream that Azure, Azure had beaten PXG a couple days ago. Was that correct?
Yeah, in Heavens to Ocean, Azure beat PXG. Well, 3/4 of this PXG roster, 3-1.
Gotcha.
And then lost 3-0 in the bracket reset.
Yeah, that honestly tracks. I think that throughout that first game, both of these teams were feeling each other out. Unlike that Hagglefish game, we could see something that caught my eye at least was Gray trying to move in, getting stuffed a few times. PXG realizing, like, just feeling out like, okay, this is safe to push, this isn't safe to push, etc. And it felt like just as soon as PXG was able to get a foothold, Azure was kind of panicking a little bit under the pressure. We definitely saw some of that in that Rainmaker game. There was a lot of focusing on the actual objective itself. We saw Noah alive for so long, dodging that Rainmaker shot by using their own vacuum. And overall, maybe just a little bit of like tunneling. Like, I need to get this special in this position, or else things are not going to work out. And ending up getting like caught off guard. Maybe there's a flank from like the bucket or something like that. They were just not quite in the right positions at the right time because they were trying to do too much with too little time. And it felt like PXG was just able to really capitalize.
Yeah, that was a that's a good way to put it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You brought up a good point too while we were watching it, Fusion, that like Azure felt like they had to like slow down, and because they're used to playing really fast around each other, and once PXG started locking in, Azure suddenly like had to not that they didn't want to not play fast, but they had to like start slowing down, and that wasn't typically how they play. They usually play really fast and aggressively, so they really were kind of fumbling trying to figure out how they wanted to approach PXG once PXG finally like locked in and really figured out how to play.
And that's kind of true, because we haven't seen a team adapt to Azure yet today. Azure has just been able to run through these teams and just, like, as we talked about the Azure versus Ascension, like, it's funny, we talked about Ascension being a strong team and playing really well, and then Azure versus Ascension, we saw Azure just do everything that they did better. And that's kind of, I feel like, been the story that Azure has been able to carry throughout this day. And now PXG took that game and a half to figure out, okay, what speed are they playing? How are they playing? And they're like, oh, okay, like, this makes sense now. Like, we've gotten used to it. Now this is where we come back. And I think that's why a couple days ago they were able to lose 3-1, then 3-0 them afterwards. They take time to adapt. They learn how they play. And the longer this set goes on, the longer they play against each other, the more dominant PXG becomes, because they continue to adapt and overcome whatever Azure is able to bring to them. So if we were somehow in a shorter set, or, you know, if this was like open where you just play one match against each other, like, that's where Azure is going to shine. It's being able to just get in their face and just not let them adapt in time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is a great way to word that. Yes.
It's scary because I'm watching this I'm watching this PXG team, and I said this exact phrase. I'm trying to remember it, but there is a point in that game or there's a point in that entire set where PXG's just, it has to be the Rainmaker Humpback game, because there's a point in there where they're just doing whatever they can to keep letting the Rainmakers through. And normally this is a time where Azure needs to just calm down a little and focus on how they can at least stop this continuous inching closer to the pedestal type situation for them. But this is where that panic comes in. You're wanting to stop that Rainmaker so much that you don't notice a few of their players right under the ledge, and now that all of a sudden that's starting to break you apart. Even the Zap was starting to get into some of that action, and that broke the entire game open for Rainmaker. But I think panic is certainly one thing that got to Azure in that matchup.
Yeah, and I do like that you mentioned the panic, because we talked about it off stream, talked about it a bit now, but this Rainmaker moment, there's a lot that Azure can do to get rid of PXG here, and it's people trying to drop it, like just trying to force it, missing a lot of shots. Like we might see like Volt. I think we saw before this clip, Volty drop in and just not able to get any confirmations on any kills, and just it didn't feel like we were watching Azure. It felt like we were watching just any other opponent PXG could have ran into here. Like that speed, the accuracy, the presence just faded away entirely.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to give like props to Noah there. Throughout this game, throughout the other games, they were an excellent anchor for their team. We saw a lot of times just able to stay alive, able to pop the special to defend themselves, especially like that vacuum, which we just saw in that clip. The Museum's Alfonsino game, they were just a beacon for their team to set up a push onto the plats. It felt like they were in the right place for their team, and it just did not end up panning out. It felt like Azure was just not able to set up their back line in like the right positions for very long. It felt like they just ended up trading a lot of picks throughout the way. I mean, a lot of like the pushes they made were pretty explosive throughout like the set, but I think just I don't know what to say. I feel like Noah just commanded a lot of presence throughout the stage, and that was just a really big obstacle throughout this set for Azure.
Well, I'll say one thing we're glad for is that this wasn't technically a set, because there was at least one game won by the team that should have been swept. So, hey, props to us. We're doing better.
Yeah, it was funny because I was like, surely we don't have another sweep, and we did not see another sweep. It was just kind of, Azure wins one, then PXG wins the rest, which is a common trend. You give them one as a treat, and then you lay down the hammer. But it now is a question: is how is the rest of the bracket going to go? Because PXG sitting in grand finals, they are undefeated, so they are in the best position, because no matter who they play in grand finals, they have to lose 2 sets in a row to not take this tournament. And that's the scariest position. Your best bet of ever beating PSG, if you ever have one, if that's a possibility, is to be on the winner's side of that grand finals, to have the safety net of the bracket reset if needed, if you do lose it out. So putting PXG in that grand finals on the winner side is probably the scariest position you can be in. So I'm not envying whoever fights their way through to and wins the loser bracket finals, whether it be Azure, EZMD, or Moonlight.
Yeah, it's interesting because Moonlight just took out Ascension 2-1 just a few moments ago, rather. So Moonlight trying to make a comeback here. EZMD is another team we saw earlier on stream, and we've said enough about EZMD, but we've also said enough about Azure, a team that looks so strong heading into that match against PXG, that now that we saw that match play out, it's like, okay, all of a sudden we're seeing a completely different shift. I want to see what EZMD and Moonlight brings up, because that's going to be another turning point, I feel, this matchup, because there needs to be something to challenge PXG. I feel like they're going to be coming in that grand final set with all the momentum in the world, but we'll see what these 3 teams can bring out.
Yeah, EZMD actually sent Moonlight down into the loser side of the bracket. So seeing this rematch, now that Moonlight's had a chance to like warm up and play a little bit, hopefully it'll be a little bit closer this time around.
Yeah, definitely. We did see the EZMD versus Moonlight set on stream earlier, and we saw how that went. We saw the triple collateral blaster kills. We saw how hard that snowballed. But now I do believe we're going to see that match on stream again. The run back, EZMD versus Moonlight. Loser is out of 20XX, claiming their 4th place position. The winner guarantees top 3 podium position on to fight Azure. So I'm excited to see that match. I'm hoping we get a closer one this time, and Moonlight is purely ready to go and fired up. So we're gonna send it back to Hat and Pat as we look at our losers bracket semifinals match.
And we are back, and 2 of the teams are back. Hat, they were on stream earlier. EZMD was able to defeat Moonlight 3-0 oh, they were incredibly strong, incredibly dangerous. But since then, Moonlight has beaten Ascension, seed number 2, out of the tournament. So it's a new Moonlight. It's a Moonlight that is coming hotter, that is coming stronger. And as we've seen from all these teams, these top teams are able to learn, are able to adapt. And now it's Moonlight's turn to show us what they've learned from EasyMD.
I feel like in the losers bracket as well, that it's such a rough bracket to fight in. You know that every single mistake is not a minor one, it is a major one. And they got kicked out quite early. They had to fight 3 matches in the losers bracket already against Synergy, which I hope I pronounced right, against On My Soul, and now they won against Ascension. But I think that Ascension win, Pat, that is huge, because they are now hyped up, they are ready, they are mentally prepared for whatever EasyMD is about to throw at them, but also they already experienced EasyMD. They know what they can do, they probably know what they will do, but EasyMD, I think they might just be a little bit scared, because a team that see the 12th suddenly coming back, fighting through the entirety of the losers bracket, that's not something you do want to scoff at. Both of these teams are going to start it off again, like our last set, onto Splatstone's Hagglefish Market. A very good map to show what you are made of, and especially, like you said, Pat, to show what Moonlight may have learned fighting through that losers bracket.
I mean, Pat, if we're going to go to Hagglefish with EasyMD and Moonlight, we're going to have another duel between Basil and Devin Folke. We have 2 incredible snipers that can be dangerous anywhere, and this is such a great map for the Editor. This is such a powerful map. Now, one thing to note as well, before the game starts, I believe our teams are in the lobby but not yet in Weapon Select. Thank you for the donations. We have donations for the prize pool. You have the link written here on the stream, and it's also pinned in the Twitch chat. We very much enjoy your donations that allow us to not only help the players but organize the best tournaments we can. So thank you so much for the $30 from Anonymous for helping us make the best tournaments we can.
Yes, thank you so much. Please, if you can afford it, donate. I will probably donate some of my own money as well, right before we get into the finals. Maybe earlier. I don't know yet. I did promise myself I would donate some money, but I'm too busy casting these incredible sets as of yet EasyMD against Moonlight. We watched EasyMD on Paddling Pool, I believe. Was it? Yeah, it was EasyMD, right?
EasyMD won Paddling Pool and Triton Cup this week.
Yeah, we watched EasyMD, yeah. Mm-hmm. They are not a team you want to mess with. The fact that they can kick the losers bracket does kind of surprise me a little bit. Well, looking at the bracket, it did get kicked out by PXD, so it's not entirely surprising. But still, they are the 4th seeded team on this tournament. They have a lot of experience with them, but Devin versus Bezel, I just combined their names. The Devin versus Bezel, that's I think really what is the fight that I am looking most forward to, because those 2 chargers duking it out while the rest of their team is fighting below them, that's always such a sight to watch, and makes me wish I was able to play charger.
Yeah, well, we're about to watch exactly that. EasyMD versus Moonlight, round 2 for these 2 teams, but this time the team that loses gets eliminated from the tournament. Silver bringing the stamper with Booyah Bomb on the other side. We see another vacuum 96 from Moonlight this time.
Shadow definitely learning from Azure, trying to see if that strategy would also work on their side. That 96 with the vacuum, if they can defend that decapitator like they're probably planning to, it can be huge. It worked with Volty, so let's see if it can also work with that decaf. Omega going in with the decaf, looking to get a splat in, doesn't find anyone, is now fighting against Silver, who opted to go back. NZAP on the side of EasyMD does fall, as Moonlight is the first team to recapture the zone and start to score some big points onto it. They did lose 2 players though, the 96 and their decaf, and they didn't have a tactical defense, so no early respawns and no remaining of their special.
Yeah, and here comes the answer by EasyMD, using all of their specials to set themselves on the zone. And now it's on Moonlight to wait to prepare the push back in. They have a few players dropped to the side, and these players are able to push everybody out. Shadow with the vacuum should be able to retake the zone thanks to that vacuum, and is pushing everybody away from here. Both of these teams right now answering blow for blow, constantly coming back, jumping back in. And we have more fight for the zone hat right now. It looks like Moonlight is going to score a little bit more points.
Well, Moonlight is just going to score more points. Moonlight is going to take the lead back into their own hands because Omega had a beautiful double to open that fight on the zone. Big Bubber on the side for EasyMD, trying to stop some of the carnage that Moonlight is throwing at them, but it does not seem like it's working. They lost 2 players, including Silver, that got splattered by the shot of the vacuum. Well done by Moonlight. Nolan does go in a little bit too deep, a little bit too greedy, and gets punished by it heavily. Luckily for Moonlight, though, they got rid of that blaster on the side of EasyMD too. They did capture the zone, though, but there's a huge 23-point penalty, a lead on the side of Moonlight, and again they are in control. Whilst in the first match of these two teams it was Moonlight getting absolutely decimated, now it is Moonlight absolutely dominating the scene here.
Yeah, Moonlight not letting go. They have so much control all over the map. They are not letting EasyMD get away with anything. Another splat on the blaster. Moonlight almost done with their penalty, are getting more and more points, and look at that presence they have. Shadow to the side is going to be forced out, but now EasyMD doesn't have much time left. That Booyabomb is forced to be sent at the zone. That's enough to get the cap. But Silver's alone! It's Temper versus Pencil for control. It looks like EasyMD is going to retake the zone and retake the space. But that was not easy for them. Now they have to go the distance. They don't have much penalty, but Moonlight has such a big lead.
Yeah, but we have seen it before, Pat. We have seen it before with PXG and Azure. That lead might be huge, but is it big enough is the real question, as Moonlight is preparing to go deeper and deeper into the zone. They did lose 2 players, unfortunately, so this push has to come to an end. And that lead is looking smaller and smaller by the second. Only a couple ticks remaining until that lead is swapped towards the side of EasyMD, as Moonlight had a humongous opening. Now EasyMD is leading the charge and only 10 ticks remaining. Moonlight doesn't have a lot of time left in the zone, but I don't think they can make it in. They are touching that zone, but they aren't neutralizing it. As Moonlight was able to start off the game very strong, EasyMD fought their way back from a huge lead to claim victory with a knockout.
And we see 2 teams that are quite similar, that are incredibly solid in their playstyle, that are able to simply stay where they want to stay when they need to stay there. I mean, Big Bubbler helps with that, Vacuum helps with that. Of course, the Eliter for EasyMD is always going to be somewhere they can keep the game slow for the other team. And we see really both of these teams being able to take the zone, and once they are there, hold the zone, hold their presence. But that's the turning point of the match, the turning point of the game, where Silver is able to take the spaces, the last standing for EasyMD, pushing Basil out and allowing the rest of the team to take positions. And once one of his top teams has taken positions, they don't let go. They do not let you come back in.
I found it interesting, though, how both teams had 3 players down at that point in time. I think it was a little bit lucky for EasyMD, or was it Burst Skill, I don't really know, that it was Silver who was the last standing player for that team, because if it was any other player, it might have been a little bit more difficult to capture that zone, but Silver really was the player that could make it happen, and also is, I think, the biggest threat to Basil, other than, of course, Devin. So
yeah.
I think it was a little bit lucky there as well, but the second they had that zone finally, they were running away with it, and there was no stopping that team. Now, I checked the bracket, and I'm pretty sure there is a counter pick selected.
Yes,
if
there
I'm not
is.
mistaken, it is, and I just clicked it away, Rainmaker on Undertow Spillway. That's definitely an interesting pick for Moonlight, but I can also see why, because they just want to get rid of that E-Leader.
Rainmaker is the mode you pick when you want chaos. When you expect to outplay your opponent in some way where you know you'll have maybe one opportunity and you're ready to seize it. For a team that has played together for so long, like Moonlight has, they have a strat ready for every single scenario, and going into something that has a lot of chaos is going to give an established team that has practiced this chaos in every way a tiny bit of an edge. Of course, on this map, there will be a lot of play around ledges, there will be a lot of play around angles, and we're going to see what Moonlight is able to bring. For sure, they have a plan ready to create some surprise right here. If there's one thing I hope we see again, it's some vacuum.
Yeah, the vacuums. It's been such a long time since we really saw vacuums being utilized this much, but for some reason 20XX is really bringing them back. And of course, with good reasons. We saw what happened between Zenith and Volty. You have Volty in that vacuum, but there's really nothing you can do about it. So let's see. We do see a vacuum coming in from Devin. Let's see. We do see a vacuum coming in from Basil as well. So both teams opting to go for the vacuum. Both teams opting to go for the scoped charger to still. It is that Stamper against the Cavitator, which is the biggest fight in this tournament. If EZMD or Moonlight can get rid of that weapon of the opponent, they can have a huge grasp onto the game. But as long as they're alive, it will be more difficult. EZMD lost silver early on in the game, though, allowing Moonlight to slowly push a little bit forward. But EZMD got it back quickly, found a way through, got rid of 3 players, and started pushing that zone, or sort of pushing a Rainmaker towards the checkpoint, but not very far. They lost it, and they keep on going in the big bubbler pad. Checkpoint 1 has been taken.
Getting the first checkpoint in 40 seconds is a huge, huge move by EZMD. Moonlight is forced to defend, is forced to wait. They don't want to be in that position right now. The vacuum is deployed by Devin. That's going to allow the whole team to go in, but they lose a bit too many players. The Rainmaker is reset. Silver is going to be sent back to spawn. That's a wipeout. Moonlight gets to breathe. And they get to reap up the Rainmaker. No time to breathe. Actually, they're going to push right away.
And they're going to opt to go for the right checkpoint with a big bubbler. Shadow, with a swift move, gets the checkpoint too. It's not the preferred checkpoint, but now for speed, it is Shadow. Bucks it up and takes the lead as well. As it looked like EZMD had a decent lead there. Moonlight just straight up said no and pushes it further up to the ramp. They have an effective team wipe with only the ends up alive, but I'm pretty sure they just respawned. But EZMD lost that lead out of nowhere. Now Pat, 60 to 37 may seem like a big lead, but in the map like Undertow Spillway, where the endpoints are, I feel like, a lot longer than the first points, it's not that huge. And like I said, it is switched already, but this is going to be such a back and forth fight. Big double by Omega there, as EZMD gets wiped out by Moonlight, defending their spawn and opting to hopefully quickly push again, because they need to get that lead back.
Yeah, had you told us that lead is not that big and the lead was swapped before you finished your sentence, do not blink. Keep watching. Moonlight is back on the attack, and I mean, they're ready, they're going. Omega is already climbing up that ramp, creating chaos behind, but there was a splat on the Rainmaker. That's going to slow everything down from Moonlight, but Moonlight just shading the splats. Nolan is not stopping with the blaster right here. He's chasing to get one more splat. A huge grab on the Rainmaker by EZMD right there. They slow things down. They buy a few seconds, and seconds right now are like years. They are not stopping. Moonlight is back on the attack as EZMD is defending for dear life. They know their lead is not enough. Nothing except a KO is safe.
1 minute and 50 seconds remaining, but time is definitely not a premium. They really want that KO. 27 or 24 to 37 is not a big. A lot of players coming in from Moonlight, trying to get rid of the place. Is Kiki pushing a Rainmaker? Doesn't get the spell of Shadow. Now this is a golden opportunity to push forward. If they get rid of Phoenix, yes, they can. 2 players down on the side of Moonlight, though. They had a moment, but they lost it. It's just a Rainmaker live Shadow. Opting to go back, stuck into the orange ink, now having to face Kiki. There was an opening, but it wasn't big enough. The door got shut tight by Easy MD. Not a whole lot of time left for Moonlight, though. 1 minute and 60 seconds remaining to get that Rainmaker onto the 23 mark, which, again, the difference not that big, but now, after like about 30, it starts to feel really big because it's really hard to push towards that spawn.
1 minute left in this game. It's been going so fast and everywhere right now. Moonlight needs to mount another push. They're trying to... Oh, wait, they're getting 2 splats already. Basil is in position as the vacuum already. The Rainmaker is being grabbed and Basil is going forward. They know they want to go in. EasyMD in defensive positions. Everything is thrown forward by Moonlight. Vacuum versus Vacuum right now. Shadow is dancing around. All the specials are being thrown, but they miss 2 down onto Moonlight. Shadow is forced to drop. Shadow is so weak right now, and Silver is diving in. Back another splat on the Rainmaker. 10 seconds left. EasyMD is simply securing the surroundings, painting around. What a game! Are you guys still there? No, that's okay.
I don't think they were gonna do that much. But what a game again! These 2 teams are duking it out. It is again Easy MD who came on top. They found a way forward. And when I was talking how, the lead's not that big because the first half is not that massive, they just started pushing straight through that sentence towards the lead. But don't take Moonlight for granted, though, as that difference was not that big. Neck on neck fighting, but Easy MD now in checkpoint status. And this is a scary moment for Moonlight. They now have to reverse sweep a team like EasyMD, which is a very, very difficult thing to do. Reverse sweeping in general is already really difficult, right? And then you have to do it against a team like EasyMD, against players like Phoenix, Silver, and Devin? How are you going to manage that? How will you fight through?
Moonlight was so close. It really felt like every single second of that push that starts right there, Moonlight was in the right positions, but EasyMD constantly had one player, one last ditch move to slow down the push, to force Moonlight to wait a little bit more. Moonlight never really found the way in because EasyMD was constantly denying that one extra bit of pain. There was always someone from EasyMD, and it felt like a desperate defense from EasyMD, but they managed to make it work. They managed to deny, and not let Moonlight get the lead back. And now that's 2-0. 2-0 for EasyMD. Moonlight have been there before in the upper bracket, and now they have to pick what could be, that's their last counter pick. After that, it's all EasyMD in control of the rest of the set. Moonlight, as you said, needs something huge. They need something big if they want to stay in the tournament.
You have to make the right choice, indeed. I want to quickly go back to the last game for a second.
Yeah.
Like you were talking about a desperate defense, I feel like getting a lead and then defending on a little spillway, the spawn defense is sometimes, it feels so easy. It's like after like about the 35 mark, it becomes so difficult to push through that spawn, especially with Rainmaker, because it's so tightly packed, but you can also literally go for free towards the 35 mark in your spawn. There's nothing that the opposing team can do in that spawn. And like some other maps, talking about some other maps, there is a counter pick, the last counter pick for Moonlight, whether they win or lose. This is their final map mode combination. It is Inkblot Art Academy Tower Control. A little bit of a comfort pick, I think, but also a little bit of a risky pick, because this can spiral straight against them. This can really go straight against them. They have a blaster on the opposing side. They have Silver on the opposing side. And they have Devin on the opposing side, who are all players who can defend that tower in a map like this. It's a good choice, but it's also a little bit of a rough one. Let's see if there are any big composition changes. Doesn't look like that much, except for a mini Splatling on the side of Shadow. A very interesting pick for the hammer and paint spam, but hey, I'm all for it. We also have the Kraken E-leader on the side of Moonlight. EZMD opting to get that Kraken to secure the tower, which is a very smart strategy. Now, Pat, let's see how these two teams are going to go. Is Moonlight going to stay into this tournament for a little bit longer, or are EZMD going to 3-0 Moonlight again?
Yeah, I mean, Hammer is the special that looks pretty bad most of the time, and then once per game, the Hammer wins the game for some reason because of an incredible throw, especially in the hands of a player like Shadow. You have to pay attention to that Hammer at all time, and right now it looks like Moonlight are able to get a lot of control, but as I said, that EZMD is punishing that presence, is going to get on the tower. The Hammer is deployed, though Shadow getting a splat, already denying the checkpoint, and he's still dancing around. Nice defense right there by Moonlight. Kiki is forced to jump out. The tower is getting back mid, and our two teams are still simply looking at each other, waiting for an opportunity.
90 to 95 and no checkpoint has been broken as of yet, which is unusual for a map like Inkblot Art Academy, which usually has their checkpoints broken fairly quickly. But Moonlight found a way to cancel out that tower push. Now Nolan is trying to fight off whoever's on the tower. There's a big bubbler in front of it, and there's a Devin 4K behind it, who is being protected by the big bubbler, but is a little bit scared. Does jump out. I mean, sort of in a moment. There is a hammer, which gets a beautiful spell on Phoenix, but gets countered and refragged by Kiki. There is a Vessel alive, but I don't think they want to go on the tower as of yet. It's a little bit risky. It's not really doable. It's 1 point difference for that lead, which, well, we're 2 minutes in, and not even a single checkpoint has been broken. We're 2 minutes in, and the best score we have is 10! 10 whole points have been scored, Pat.
These two teams are unmatched right now. They are answering blow for blow. Nobody can really get the upper hand. EZMD just got 2 splats, but Shadow activates the hammer. The hammer not finding its mark right now. Can EZMD break into the 80 points? Can we go there right now? No, they lose the tower. Still not yet, but Kiki's going in. That's a big bubbler. That is a big bubbler by Kiki. That's going to give a lot of ground to EZMD. Easy checkpoints for the team. Big snipe by Devin right there. And we are going to the second checkpoint, the one checkpoint that usually decides the game, Hat.
This is a difficult moment for Moonlight, because if EZMD breaks this checkpoint, it's basically game over, because it was very difficult for them to push back after that, but they found a way to defend it. It's only been halfway broken, but if if EZMD goes back into the tower again, they have to break the whole checkpoint, and that's a bit of a relief for Moonlight, who are looking to push further, who are looking to break their first checkpoint and to push beyond that. 50 is the current score, but they want to beat. A lot of spam on the tower. Omega gets called out by it and forced into 2 players for EZMD that got them splatted. Now Pat is 2 players down again on the side of Moonlight. They're having such a difficult time to push in, and EZMD very much holding this game in their grasp, very much in control.
And that's the same big bubbler that has allowed EZMD to take the first checkpoint. Now they want to use it to get to the second. They are on top. They are pushing more and more. They're forced to move back to get a drink, but they're not stopping, and they're going through. Moonlight still defending, trying to survive. Beautiful moves by Shadow right there with the mini. But there's so much presence around. Devin with the Kraken cleaning up 3 down. Omega is forced out. EZMD now on the final checkpoint. I don't think we're going to go to the 5 minutes. I think we could end it here.
It's very close. 3 players down on the side of EZMD though. Moonlight somehow took it out. this game is not yet over. But oh, what a mountain they have to climb right now. Moonlight. 30 seconds remaining in this game. And they have to push from 91 to basically a knockout.
They need a KO in overtime and they haven't broken first checkpoint. This is looking so rough for Moonlight. They activate the bubbler, but it's a small one and they're just hemorrhaging players. 2 down right now. Kiki is under the tower with that blaster. We know how dangerous Kiki can be right there. That is game. EasyMD gets the 3-0 against Moonlight. Once again, and punch their ticket onto the lower bracket finals.
Moonlight fought their way through. They did not give up, even in moments like this, where they stopped the tower at 3, when they have to fight through, getting kicked out of the losers bracket early, having to fight through losers bracket round 3, 4, and 5, beating teams like On My Soul and especially Ascension with, hey, even if you lose now, that's not an easy feat, and that's something to be proud of. We have to say goodbye to Moonlight, unfortunately. But they may not be the winners of this tournament, but with that losers bracket run and that mini splitling, they are the winners of our hearts.
Yeah, 4th place for Moonlight. EasyMD is now guaranteed a spot on the podium. They will have to face, of course, Azure to know who will be facing PXG in grand finals. I mean, for now, we have a lot to say about all of these games. I think we can pass this on to our analysis decks, who I'm sure have a lot to tell us about these incredible games.
Suspense.
I think we're live. We may be live. I'm gonna keep rambling until yes, we're live. I did hear myself. Okay, hello everyone, and welcome back to the 20XX analysis desk, brought to you by Beep. And I'm devastated. Listen, like not only being like I'm a Moonlight fan and want them to win, but another sweep. We saw like there was so much in that set that game 1, game 2, Moonlight had a lot of opportunities. And I was really hoping to see, you know, a bit more from them. Like whether just getting a win, at least to kind of gain that momentum, or even just to fight back and say, hey, we can win this. Because EasyMD now 6-0 over Moonlight. Actually, no, 5-0 because the first one would have been yeah, it is 6-0 because it was winners bracket round 3. So just EasyMD, they're not letting Moonlight through anywhere here today.
Yeah, we saw Moonlight trying also this time around playing EasyMD, trying to switch up their comps quite a bit. We saw Shadow on a 96, we saw Shadow on the Zap, we saw Shadow on the Mini, and just quite a bit of switch ups. And it seemed like they were really trying to hone in and figure out, okay, what can we do to our comp to adjust our play style, whether we want to play more aggressively, whether we want more paint. You could definitely see the wheels turning as they were trying to figure that out, but it just didn't quite work out in this case.
Yeah, I think something that you guys pointed out, but I also noticed throughout the set, Hammy pointed out Omega was, I guess, having a hard time getting close on flanks, basically always getting spotted out by Devin. Devin was doing a good job keeping an eye out like on the flanks and whatnot. But really, I think like the togetherness of EasyMD was really impressive. It felt like, I mean, it was pretty visible that Inkblot game. It seemed like a lot of times Omega was going for like trying to get onto the plat repeatedly, but the rest of the team was scattered all over the place. When I watch EasyMD, I can make a very concerted effort to just ground and play around the range of that leader. We saw it a lot. Like Devin's on the left stack, and they're all like being very patient. Kiki did an excellent job they were the one who initially like broke open the game, getting onto the enemy plat, dropping a bubble, not overextending, just using the space to say, hey, I'm here, I have enough room to let the tower move, not enough to like win the game on my own, but my whole team, I can give time so that Devin can get back from the Kraken, so that they can just get back in. It's just a really good setup overall. Just let their team get those extra points and just playing off of each other's range really well.
And something I wanted to bring up too that I've noticed with Moonlight is we talked about this a little bit while we were watching the matches. Just it felt like they were playing so much safer. There was a little bit of fear maybe there, and or whether it's fear, whether it's respect, there were times where they kind of hesitated in a lot of moments. And a good example is in the Rainmaker game where it was so back and forth. There were so many pushes that kept going further and further, and specifically there was a moment, CKK, if you can throw it to my little my little corner here. They have this play here. Like, look at this. We have it's a 2v4. Moonlight have a numbers advantage. They're all pushed up. We have Omega in a good position, Nolan in a good position, but Shadow still is yet to get in with the Rainmaker. And we finally get up here. Everyone's in a great position. Like, look at the positions of everyone on the team. Shadow gets pushed back because of the vac, comes in, and Kiki is able to run past Omega and Nolan and just force the whole team to have to respond back to this position, and single-handedly is able to just buy time for the rest of EZMD to respawn. And then disaster strikes. Moonlight loses 2, and this play lasted a while. Like, there was a long time of this. I don't even have it all in one clip, but there was a long stall out here, and you can all attest to this. I was begging, like, someone get a special. We had no specials inside of Moonlight this entire time. A bubble or something that, like a vac, anything that could have moved this Rainmaker forward would have been huge, but we just never saw it. And we end up this spot where now we've lost this numbers advantage, and suddenly it's kaputs. The push is dead.
Yeah, and then we saw Devin up there too on the top left with that long range, and like no one was able to poke at Devin. I feel like that was the thing holding back that push in particular. It was just the charger just pointing at Shadow holding the Rainmaker, and if Shadow went around that corner, would have gotten sniped easily. So something, whether it was a special or a play or something, just needed to be poking Devin to not give Devin that straight shot onto Shadow.
Yeah, I think it was also a really, really wise decision from Devin. We saw the vac right there from up top, not dropping to use the vacuum, just saying, hey, this is the choke point. You're going to have to go through this. You can't drop paint here while I'm sitting here. And I'm also not going to sacrifice my life doing it, right? And that's so important because it means this battle between Basil and Devin continue. Basil can't move where Devin's still able to shoot at the Rainmaker. Devin ends up getting the better of Basil there. So that just completely shifted the tides. Devin just in the right spot at the right time, buying time for their team. Just really, really good defense coming out from EZMD.
Now, we've seen the strength of EZMD here, and they seem like a top contender. And their next step here is Azure, who has been equally as strong. This is going to be an intense losers bracket final to determine who will play PXG in Grands. Pat, take it away.
And we are back. Azure against EZMD. EZMD just had a great 3-0 rematch against Moonlight and are fired up. But there is one team standing in their way towards a ticket to the Grand Finals. And this surely is a team who wants to get back into that final spot, as this is the team that got kicked out by our current Grand Finals team. PXG knocked them towards the losers bracket at the very end of the winners bracket. Azure against EZMD, 2 titans of the Splatoon community. Xena, Thundervolting, and Yoshi on the side of Azure against Kiki, Devin, 4K, Phoenix, and Silver on the side of EZMD. And whilst I was yapping about, we are straight going into our first game. Splat zones on my resort pad.
Yes, let's get right in the game. Let's get right in an elite duel as we'd expect from these two teams. I mean, Devin and Yoshi are pretty sure that they're the top 2 snipers in Europe. And they are so good, so fast, and I love to watch them play. And here we go, lots of slats left and right. Azure taking the zone, but they lost 2 players. They're still in that fight. Everybody's jumping in. Who is going to be able to punish the jumps? It looks like EasyMD is going to take control. Beautiful moves right there. And I mean, it's just the opening, and already, I mean, both of these teams are going to want to really go in, really go get the splats as fast as they can.
EasyMD is swapping that lead towards themselves as Azure headed to 74, and EasyMD is still pushing forward. Can they maintain is the question though. Azure is a fast team like Jet and is always ready to strike back when they need to. They claim that zone for themselves. Only 10 points of penalty remaining, so not a whole lot. Volti going in a little bit too deep and gets splattered. 2 players down on the side of Azure, but there's also 2 players down on the side of EasyMD, so that zone is still in control of Azure. They're slowly setting up their defenses. They are preparing their specials because they're about to have a monstrous defense coming up. They did swap that lead now back towards their advantage, and right now that is a huge advantage to hold on to.
Yeah, right now Azure holding on to their lead. EasyMD still trying to find a way forward. The cooler is activated, but they need to win with the weapons. Phoenix to the side with the Zap Silver, able to get a splat thanks to the Stamper. There's a trade right there, but EasyMD needs to paint the zone. The Booyah Bomb is not enough. Can they paint the zone in time? Volti ahead is going to be splatted. Can they paint the zone in time? The splashdown by Kiki will save EasyMD, keep them in. And now Azure, having lost a few players, but still able to jump back in. Wait, they retake the zone. No worries, they are back in control already, Hat.
Like I said, Azure always ready to strike when they need to. They are quick on their reflexes and they are sharp in their skills. Volti just go in a little bit too aggressive against Silver, who caught them out and spelled them. Now Volti got refract by the teammates of Volti, so it is still a stalemate fight on that zone. But as long as it's a stalemate and Azure is in control, they don't seem to mind. In fact, they are sitting quite comfortably there with only 10 ticks of penalty remaining. EasyMD now going to pick up the pace because there's not a whole lot of time left at all. Booyah coming out to hopefully neutralize the zone. With the amount of pace that Azure is throwing it, it doesn't even matter. Tries. Splashdown does capture that zone in the nick of time. 2 points remainder, Pat. It's a hair away for Azure. But EasyMD finds a way to apply penalty. They did lose that zone now though, Pat, so it's a lot of work to do still.
Yeah, but each time EasyMD is forced to use their resources to paint the zone, to save the game, to stay alive, and Azure can simply come back and punish them for using their splashdown on the zone. EasyMD uses their specials on the zone, Azure uses their specials on EasyMD, and there's no penalty, Hat. That's going to be game number 1.
What is happening with that elite? I quickly looked
at
that. That was something. Okay. We gotta, maybe the analysts can look into that because that was something. But Azure takes game 1.
Hey, we have a few NA players in the lobby, so it happens sometimes.
I got so caught up. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Anyway, these things that you don't see as a normal player. Honestly, it happens more than people think.
Yeah, I mean. You know, I always joke about like the lag Splatoon. It's not a bug; it's just a feature. You can get used to that. That one was. Please, I hope Jirai put it in the replay. I need to see that again because, well, yeah, you captured the zone there, albeit a little bit late. That's for sure. Azure, though, I want to talk about it for a second. Azure, they were sharp every single time they lost that zone. They were back in an instant. You just snap. Oh, there it is. Boom, 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 boom. Yep. Anyway. Azure, they just snapped their fingers. You blinked, and Azure, they were back on that zone. They were not letting anyone touch that, no matter what.
Yeah, and Jorian, can you show us the list of the players, please? Like the player list, the player names list. Because this is an important set for Dapple Productions. EasyMT is the team, the pickup that currently is absolutely shredding every deck weeklies here at Dapple Productions. But a year ago, Yoshal and Zenith were these people. They were making pickups and absolutely shredding everybody here at Dapple Productions tournaments. So this is very much the old guard of the past facing the new upcoming team that is EasyMD. EasyMD fighting to get to that spot that Azure has taken. And Azure showing them how they've been doing it, what they're capable of. EasyMD still needing a little bit of work.
That sounds on Hagglefish Market though, Azure. EasyMD, I mean, yeah, it's a nice pick. I like it, but no offense. Didn't you see what the last Pet Stones game did to you? Azure kind of excluded that zone, so I mean, I find it a hard pick, but they know the game better than I do, so I think they have a plan here, that's for sure. I don't see any major team composition change. The Zenith is back on that 96 Geldo, having that vacuum. It is so scary. Yoshel on to the pencil too. So someone in chat was wondering, is pencil bad? No, there it is. You just had a lot of E-leaders, because E-leader is sometimes a little bit better. Anyway, EasyMD, the first team to capture that zone, the first team to start scoring some decent points actually. They're the first team. Now it's like last game where it was Azure. Now EasyMD actually some decent points on zone path. It's already at 75 and counting.
Yeah, very nice opening right there by EasyMD. Volti's going in with the carbon though. It is going to be punished, but it's still Azure back on the zone. But wait! EasyMD keeps control. They didn't even apply penalty, and Azure just lost 3 of their players. It looks like EasyMD has stepped up, has sped up everywhere around the map now. Azure needs to make this next push work.
Sorry for doubting you, EasyMD, because I feel like there's a plan and it might just be working. Finally, after losing effective 3 players, did they lose that zone? But 24 points of lead. 3 players are now down. The late wipe actually on the side of EasyMD. So as fast as they got it, that's also how fast they lost it. Is a vacuum in the spawn. Almost everyone is in the spawn of EasyMD. Azure, what are you doing? Look how deep they are in. They are not stopping. They have penetrated that spawn and are only going deeper and deeper and deeper. And there's no stopping them. Kiki now fighting Thunder with that crab tank. No, they found the win. They found the direct. And now they are starting to fight back. But Pat, look at that score. It's already at 34.
I mean, Azure answering the call from EasyMD. And look at that, 2 down. They didn't apply penalty. They didn't apply penalty. That's the lead. And EasyMD's push did not work. There's the vacuum. There's Volti in the vacuum. That's terrifying. Phoenix surviving that. I do not know how, but the vacuum ends it. Azure gets game number 2.
Wow. That's the one word I want to describe it. Wow, what a comeback from Azure. Was that 100-0? I am very sure that was a straight up 100-0 the second they got hands on that zone. Took a little bit, but they captured it. And they just stood in their spawn. Let me rephrase it. They stood in their spawn. Not even just like the frontliner, like, you know, Phoenix or Volti, like you expect. No, Yoshel was in that spawn too. It's like Yoshel decided, no, I'm gonna be a frontliner now, even have a charger. What was that defense? Look at it. Everyone in their spawn. What a strategy from Azure.
They took so much space, and when EasyMD reacted to that, adapted to that, were able to win the fights under their spawn. But Azure was ready. Yoshel had moved back. They were defending the zone once again, and EasyMD didn't manage to get the push back in. Incredible awareness to the whole map by Azure. I mean, this is the map where they managed to get the game off of PXG. We expected Azure to play incredibly strong right there. EasyMD showed us an incredible opening, But once again, they need a bit more work. They need a tiny bit more than that if they want to beat Azure. And they counterpick Barnacle and Dime as their final counterpick, their final shot.
Zones.
These top players, they want zones. They like zones. That's where they want to go.
That's fair. But sure, they are dominating zones twice in a row now. And it's not like, oh yeah, we had of course, ESMD had a decent start. But the second they lost it, Azure shredded them apart, torn them to pieces, put them in the garbage almost. Absolute destruction. So picking zones again, ESMD. I don't see the plan. Not yet. Definitely not yet. I think there is a strategy cooking. But I'm gonna have to cook, right? I'm gonna have to cook. I'm all in for some crazy, reverse sweeps. So I'm gonna let ESMD cook on this one. But please prepare us a gourmet dinner. That's all I'm asking.
Well, the 96 gal is coming back from Azure. They keep the combat work for them on Hagglefish. I mean, it's a very similar map as Hagglefish, except on this map, spawn camping your opponent can actually work. So ESMD cannot get wiped. They need to keep a player on the map at all time. They cannot let Azure get comfortable.
Yeah, but already Azure seems to get comfortable as they get the first capture on that zone. And actually get a decent amount of splats there too, forcing people out left and right.
Ooh.
They lost 2 players of their own though. They got a little bit too greedy after that last game. Surely their hopes are a little bit too high. They think they own the world right now, but you definitely don't as of yet. ESMD with that takes back that zone. Takes back control of the map. Volty gets a good splat onto that S-Blast though. And with that also reclaims that zone. But Azure is pushing forward. ESMD is a little bit struggling. It's equal in the opening path, but it is still Azure coming out on top.
Yeah, and Azure is now in a position where we know a team can be so dangerous. It takes a lot of time to get back on the zone, but the splat on the pencil is going to allow ESMD to get back forward, to get back space. Right there. Ooh, the Booyah Bomb is not enough to paint the zone. Vokiki is by the zone, but Zenith has the vacuum to keep them from painting at all. All of Azure is back in there. All of Azure is on the zone. ESMD only has 20 ticks to get a miracle going. Can they paint the crab from Thunder? He's slowing them down. Only a few more ticks. Azure simply dominant.
There is no stopping Azure. I said it in game 1, and I will repeat myself. When they are on that zone, they are glued on it. They will not let anyone touch the splat zones. Azure loves that zone. That's what the Z in Azure stands for, actually. Cheeky little fist bump at the end, but with a solid, dominating 3-0. Azure will rematch the team that knocked them out of the grand finals. ESMD though, they had a good run. They got 3rd in this tournament. Even if they got kicked out now, look at how stacked 20XX was this time around. Getting 3rd, still nothing to scoff at. A very well-deserved 3rd place for ESMD. They've given them all, and they fought through and through. They got kicked out by PXG. One of their remakes, unfortunately, didn't happen, but they still had the 2-0 against Nonchalant and 3-0 against Moonlight. So some very decent results nonetheless. But Azure is the team that's going to take it back towards the grand finals. Now, I think there is a lot of stuff our analyst desk would like to talk about, because after we saw some crazy close games, now we can talk about some dominance once again. And I'm interested, analyst desk, if you're listening, can you explain it to us how Azure was so dominant on that zone?
Thank you.
There he is. Legend.
I think we're live now. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the final analysis desk segment here for 20XX. As we don't need to analyze anything after grand finals is done. You're gonna see who wins. We don't need to tell you how they won. You can watch it yourselves. Do your own homework. But Azure versus ESMD. I was surprised to see this also be yet another sweep. This should have been a close one. We've seen how dominant both these teams have been against all of their opponents, minus PXG today. And just, I was surprised. It seems like EZMD just couldn't clutch at some of these moments when it feels like they very well could have been able to.
Yeah, I went into this thinking it was going to be a lot closer than it was. So, yeah, Azure, they warmed up or something. They were on their game in that match.
It's funny.
I mean, go ahead. Oh, heck. You go.
All right. I will say that, like, in game 3, there is a moment where I am talking to y'all saying, okay, this is like, if nothing else happens here, I feel like this is one of those sets that, I feel like this is one of those games where Azure just puts this away for the rest of the game, and it's like, okay, well, no, let it play out a little bit more and see what happens. No, it's exactly what I thought it'd be, and there was 2 Booyahs that came in through the end in this Barnacle Zones game, and I'm thinking, okay, if nothing happens after this Barnacle Zones, everything stays the same, Azure still has control of the zone, it might just be Raps. And then I just see nothing come out of those 2 Booyahs, and I'm thinking, oops. Sorry.
It's over.
There you go. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, no, that was certainly dominant. Something that seemed to be happening that game was Azure was using that VAC extremely aggressively, or throughout that whole set. They were using the VAC extremely aggressively, which I don't... It seemed like EZMD was just absolutely ready for. You saw like in the spawn on Hack, and they made sure they had absolutely no to get in. And I mean, they were still running like Charger and stuff, so they're having like a hard time getting back in without the ability to drop paint. If you can't drop on Hagglefish, like out of the super top of your spawn, you're just going to have a hard time moving anywhere at all. And that's kind of exactly what we saw. I mean, we saw, I think Kiki was having a really hard time. Vac, no paint can go anywhere. Blaster has a hard time moving. There isn't really all that much on the team that can actually throw paint from the side of EZD, and Azure just really took advantage of that.
I'm also curious because, so we saw this be a sweep, right? Like this, as much as I wanted a close game, this is probably good for Azure, because Azure are now walking into grand finals against PXG, team that just beat them 3-1, a team that everyone expects to win today. And so Azure, this is kind of a confidence boost to sweep a team as strong as EZMD. But I wonder, have they utilized that match to their fullest as a warm-up to get ready for PXG? Because PXG is technically coming in cold. They've been sitting a couple sets out. They've been waiting in those grand finals. So it's up to Azure now to take the momentum from that EZMD set, and maybe, hopefully, having used some of those matches to practice what they might want to bring to PXG coming up next. But that's the only thing I can really think of for Azure, is like, how can they utilize that to make sure that they actually have something to go off of in the next set?
What an interesting dynamic too, since PXG sent Azure down into the loser side of the bracket. We saw PXG previously just suddenly lock in against Azure in particular and just play super well. So now, since they've been sitting there in grand finals waiting for the losers finals to happen, are they still going to have that momentum playing Azure again, or is Azure, having been consistently playing throughout the loser side of the bracket, going to be warmed up and have something else coming into this playing PXG again? Very, very interesting things to think about, the different dynamics going into this.
So, how are we feeling about grand final? Do you think Azure has what it takes to run it back?
I would love to say yes, but in one of the earlier analysis desk sections, I did say that the issue is that Azure they beat PXG in a best of one, but PXG, the longer the set goes on, the better chances they have. And because they're on the winner side of the bracket, even if they somehow lose this first set, they have that grand finals bracket reset. And it's an uncomfortable spot for Azure. So as much as I'm always the devil's advocate, and I love the roster of Azure, these 4 players are people that I have seen play so much of the game, and they're like they're cool people. Just in general, they're good at the game. They're awesome. PXG, man.
Yeah. I think I'm leaning the same way. I might think Azure this, at least the first set, close, but I think PXG is going to come out victorious in the end.
This is a scary situation to be in because for Azure, you really do think that this is going to be different. This is going to be a set where you take at least 2 games, and I want to believe that, but it's still PXG. It is just a scary team to go up against. So I would lean PXG, although I'd like to see Azure come in with something a little different than that last set. I think they might take 1 or 2 games similar to that last set, but PXG is just, they're the team to beat. It is what it is.
Yeah, you guys all said it perfectly. I have nothing else to add. I would love to see Azure, come in hot and take the win and make that upset happen, but PXG is just, like you guys said, they're PXG. I think they're gonna win. I think so.
Now, we've spent, how many hours have we been here talking about the game? They're about to kick us out. Let's take a second to talk about ourselves here. So let's go down the line, shout yourselves out, tell us what you've been up to, anything upcoming that people can expect from you, and just drop your socials. And so go down the line. Rissa, start with you. Where can the people find you?
Hi, I'm Rissa. You can find me on Blue Sky and Twitter and Twitch, even though I don't really stream anymore, but nothing really going on, just commentating, hanging out, playing the game. Fusion, you're up next.
You can find me at Sea Battle Royale's coming up April 4th. You can also find Saft. Saft did have to run early, but we run that together. So looking forward to that. Yeah.
Where can you find me? That's a good question. Probably eating after this, but
yeah.
Nito Unused at bluesky.social, Nito Unused on Twitch, and the rare occasion that you do find me streaming. And where else? I'm going to be playing with Green Corn later today for a collegiate Splatoon game, so we'll see you then. But as far as anything else goes, I'm just here, I'm chilling, and I'm here for my spring break vacation, so I might as well enjoy the rest of it.
And as for me, I've been your impromptu host today. I was never told I was hosting. Everyone decided for me that this is my job today. So I'm Hammy, also Hammy in the Wall. You can find me basically everywhere on the internet, a Hammy in the Wall. Most actively, most importantly, you'll find me right over, this is the wrong direction, right? Here, hitw.inc is my Blue Sky. Just go to that URL, it'll bring you right there. Thank you all for listening to us ramble. Best of luck to Azure and PXG in this grand finals of 20XX Series 6. We're going to toss it back over to Hat and Pat, who also, I believe, have a special little announcement for us as well. So stay tuned for that.
Like those.
We're still.
Thank you so much, Hammy, and all of the analysis desk. We have a great set ahead of us, 2 incredible teams. But I mean, we've seen them. They play so fast, they play so well. But before we get into that grand finals, Hat, how about you check this? How about you look at that?
What are you checking out? Show us.
Well, show us.
And then make sure it can't go down, and hopefully a teammate can follow up with it. And of course, being on comms here, you can do that. That is a triple. Bravo.
They're already giving up points on the 3rd checkpoint.
Oh,
Hammer comes through. It looks like, will they be able to take the lead here? No, not quite yet. No, so close.
That's right, Hat. Gamers for Giving is coming April 4th, 2026, a collaboration with our friends at Inkling Performance Lab and, of course, Gamers Outreach. Yeah, that's going to be awesome. You can already register to play on dapple.inc/GAG. You can get info on in King Pair from IPL's Discord. Everything you want, it's going to be awesome. Please be there.
I cannot wait for this tournament to happen, though. Can I cast this? Ooh, I might actually be able to. Maybe. I have to very nicely look at IPL and Alice for that one. But please, if you can watch this tournament, already watching helps us a ton. Gamers for giving a charity tournament for Splatoon 3. All donations will go to a great cause. And of course, it's still a very good tournament to watch regardless. Now, Pat. Yep. It has come down to this. 2 teams are remaining. 2 teams are going to fight for the title. 20XX Series 6 winner. These 2 teams have already faced each other off. These 2 teams have gone almost lossless throughout the bracket. Between them, a single game. Well, technically 3, but only one of these matches was not 3 or 2-0. One of them was 3-2-1. And that was the winners finals. It is now time for the grand finals. PXG against Azure. A rematch. I see you keep saying rematch. A rematch of the ages. Can PXG claim that title basically clean? Or will Azure knock them into a bracket reset? Only time will tell, Pat. But I cannot tell you enough how excited and hyped I am for this set.
Before we watch these games, I'd like to give a shout out to Nongchim Co. Limited, who just won Gamma Bracket in Grand Finals. On the side of Beta Bracket, it is not decided yet. It is So What versus Fall Guys, who managed to beat their seed a little bit. They're fighting for the crown, for the Beta Bracket crown right now. But now, PXG versus Azure. As you said, we've seen these 2 teams. The one thing they have in common is that they've only dropped games to each other. Nobody else in this tournament can get a game off of these teams. And now they have to face once again.
These 2 teams are basically untouchable if it's as far as it goes for Splatoon teams. Fighting through and through, and this is all to play here for PXG, defending their winner side bracket spot. Azure tends to knock them down into the bracket reset. They are bringing some interesting weapons again, of course, the Slusher against the 96. Early double splat on the side of Azure, though. That was surely triple splat, actually. Oh, the wipeout! Surely that will bring that zone in the hands of PXG Pet, who are already setting up Barnacle Dime, a notorious map for spawn camping.
Noah right there in position with the leader. All of PXG in the exact right spot to deny their opponent from going forward. Gray getting the splat on their farmer teammate. Volty gets punished by Yoshel, but right now the clock is ticking for Azure as PXG is scoring more and more points. Azure has 1 push to get back on the zone right now. They need to paint that zone. I believe a vacuum is on, but vacuum can repaint. It's going to take control. Azure is still in the game.
92 against 21. It's a little bit of a ways to go, but it's not the first time we've seen it, and definitely not the first time we've seen comebacks like that. However, PXG was the last time who had the comeback like that. Ooh. And another wipeout on the side of Azure. They're trying so hard to get out of their spawn. So hard to get back into the zone. But PXG just straight up not allowing them. PXG is holding their guard firmly. They don't want to have any of that Azure action in that zone. And they are showing it. They have the Slusher special ready. They have the try splashdown ready. It is used onto Zenith, but it's no use. That is a vacuum. We've seen it time and time again. It stops the triple splat, but it's only 10 seconds remaining on the zone for Azure to go and start taking some damage off. They got a double splat on Azure, and PXG quickly, might I add, opens the set with a knockout.
With the collat absolutely shredding, ending the game. What an opening game by PXG. We saw Azure be so strong. We saw Azure bring the fight to PXG in upper bracket finals. But right now, PXG was simply punishing everything Azure would do. These vacuums that Azure used all the time to go forward, to take space, they felt slow. Look at that. Zenith survives the splashdown, but they're forced away from the zone. They don't get any space from that vacuum. And once the vacuum is over, PXG is there with the broom to simply sweep Azure out of the way.
PXG just... How would you describe this? How would you describe a hold like this? Azure scores some points, but not all too many. And PXG just straight up dominated their way to victory. If anyone in chat has a good way of describing it, please let me know, because I'm looking for a word. However, whilst we go look and we go discuss the word, Azure was also discussing in their team composition, in their team voice chat, and have decided on a counter pick of tower control on Inkblot Art Academy. Now, remember the last time we saw this path? Remember how it took basically 3 whole minutes for one team to broke past 10? Do you think we're gonna get the same again?
It's going to be rough. I mean, these two teams have not fought here. It was Azure versus EZMD, I believe.
That was Moonlight against EZMD.
Oh, Moonlight versus EZMD, thank you. Yeah, so we don't know what either of these two teams will do on this map mode, but one thing for sure, they have a plan. This is the classic tower control map, so both of these teams are absolutely ready for it. And of course, this is where we're going to see the blasters and the carbon rollers play at their maximum, be at their most dangerous. So look out for Gray. Gray is going to be the one to hunt. And oh wait, Volty using the machine. That is, I mean, Volty always has a machine in their pocket, and going onto this map mode, that could be an incredible move.
Ooh, that's a very interesting pick for Volty. Ooh, quick splat on Soldier on the side of PXG. So Azure is definitely cooking with this one, or should I say washing, because I'm pretty sure they're going to wipe the floor with those players of or PXG. Azure though is, PXG is striking back 2 players down on the side of Azure. They are on the tower though. They are looking to push the tower forward. Beautiful splat on Milkpad. Yoshell on the offense here. 2 players down on the side of PXG. Yep. I think this might be just a free checkpoint for Azure.
Yeah, right there. Azure able to take their position to be on the checkpoint, but nothing is safe. PXG can always come back faster. The checkpoint is denied, and with 2 players down right now, it's PXG's turn to move forward. Volty is to the side with the machine, is forcing everybody to look at them, and what? They get the splat! They don't stop. 3 down on PXG. Azure, they found something. They found something new. It looks like suddenly they're able to fight PXG again.
They are pushing the checkpoint again, and this time they are breaking through it. There we go. Not denied this time. Azure is definitely cooking with this strategy. Volty on the machine, an absolute menace. Gray fighting on the upper side of the bunker, trying to get some splats in, trying to clear out their base of players from Azure, who are slowly but surely just keep creeping in deeper and deeper. Yoshio now on the hyper offensive with that E-leader. It's not a frontliner, but it's a midliner now. It's definitely doing a lot of damage. 41 and counting. They're still pushing forward. Volty with a beautiful Booyah Bomb. I think now finally that push is slowly ending, but no, Volty, Zenith going back in and getting some more splats. Volty does get splatted though, Pat, as Zenith is now forced to go out, but 41 is a huge score this early in the game.
Yeah, great push right there by Azure. PXG still haven't found a way forward. They're still waiting for the opportunity, but look at that, they're already pushing in. They're in there. Zenith is the last standing for Azure. Zenith able to hold the platform. That is so important. PXG won't even get to the checkpoint. They already have to fight back in mid, but 2 down onto Azure once again. And Gray is taking space up there, trying to push forward. The checkpoint is going to be... Wait, the checkpoint is going to be contested by Zenith. Zenith going in. It's never
There's no
over.
way. There is no way. They did break it. I thought for a second they didn't break it. They did break it, luckily for PXG. But 76, I think that's 1 point after. That's 1 point after, right? That's gotta be 1 point after breaking that checkpoint. And Azure is still defending with their lives. They're still denying PXG from really going in. Yes, they have 2 players down. Yes, PXG cannot push it. They want to. I don't think they really want to as of yet, because they know a player from Azure is hiding there. Know there's a Volti somewhere who can shoot you over the little blocks in the center of the map with that machine. Weebomb coming out, trying to do some damage, trying to pull players back. They've lost 2 players now though, Pat. This might be the opening that Azure was PXG was looking for. A wipeout as well, Pat. Azure now in big trouble.
PXG played patient, PXG always methodical, and right now they're in position, they're pushing to that second checkpoint. Can they break through it? All of Azure there to defend, 2 down on PXG, but the bubbler will allow them to stay on the tower. They break the checkpoint, but they're tied! They're tied! They went tied! Azure holds,
no way.
1 minute left, and Azure holds.
Azure.
What?
Azure. What are you cooking right now? What are you doing? You are clearing house with this one. You are washing and cleaning. Let's go, Azure. I think people are hyped up for this one, but tidying, yeah, basically the same word, right? You watch things cleaning with a machine, but 2 players down on the side of Azure now. They have 1 more real push in them, or this game is over, but they have to push through overtime.
It's never over. There's still a bit more. PXG pushing once again, going forward. They have the strikes to push, but they just lost 2 players. Azure holding the line, not letting anyone get on tower, and tying up the score.
Literally equal in match score right now, but more importantly, literally equal in in-game score as well, or at least how equal you can be. 41 to 42 points remaining. Azure cooked. They were cooking, and they made us a gourmet meal. That machine from Volti made sure our whites are more wider than white after stuff like this with 3 players down, Pat. And that was a free push for PXG too. They still found a way back. They still found a way towards victory, and they are warmed up. They are ready. They are shredding now.
Hey Hatch, there's always a counterplay. There's always something you can change. There's always a way to adapt. Either change your weapon, change your positioning, paint a bit more, fight a bit more. There's always something to fight. And these top players, they know it. They've tried everything, and whatever you throw at them, they can adapt. They can change gears, switch up what they're doing, and right there, Azure is forcing PXG to adapt once again, and we saw PXG get so close to a comeback. They were tied up, but tied up is not enough. You need to get the extra point. The extra points goes to Azure. And before we go to the next game, Hat, I believe people that can contribute to the prize pool by using the link you can see on your screen right now, dapple.inc/prize pool, and we have a few donations to shout out.
I can find it. There is a donation. The last one was $30 from Anon, which oh, actually no, sorry, I'm reading up too much. There is a €150 or dollar donation from an anonymous donator. If you are here in chat, bless you. And there's also, I don't want to shout out myself, You're so lame.
We
You're
got
so lame,
25
but
euros from our beautiful caster hat. Thank you so much, homie.
No
we love
problem,
you.
buddy.
And let's get on to Hagglefish Market. These two teams met there, but Volty was on the Carbon, Zenith was on the 96, and PXG still didn't know what to do against Azure. These are two different teams. This is going to be a different game, and it's tower control as well. I just noticed there's a tower in the middle of the map.
I am slowly awaiting what these two teams are going to do. Volty cooking against Grey, but getting cooked against Solja. That machine still in their hands, opting to not go for the Garm Roller, which you would honestly expect in a game mode like this. But now they're taking it. I don't think these teams know that they know they don't need to rush anymore. They need to take it slow, because rushing now will be a death sentence. Rushing now will be almost a waste of a game, and especially Azure, they don't have games to waste at all, because they have to force a bracket reset. I think PXG can maybe throw away one if they really want to try out something, but Azure definitely does not, and that will translate into Azure playing it slow. So that's, I think, why Volty swapped now bet. It is PXG in control of the map though, and they are slowly pushing the tower forward.
They're going in right there. They're not able to set a foothold in the opponent side of the map, but they are bringing that tower to the first checkpoint with a bubbler on the checkpoint and the Elita to the side. Oh wait, no Elita, they break the checkpoint. Not yet, they don't break the checkpoint. Beautiful defense by Azure. Azure able to push everybody out, and Yoshel punishing everybody right now. The power of a Elita. And Azure is back in mid, and it's their turn to push now, Hat.
I am genuinely scared of Yoshel. I am genuinely scared of Yoshel. If you get in their side, if you get in Yoshel's side, you're done. It's over. GG's. You can go back home. Because if Yoshel wants to hit something like that, they hit the shot. Traded, I believe, or got refract. I didn't exactly see, but got rid of that jumper from PXG. Now PXG still in control of the map, still in control of the lead. More importantly, we are about a bit more than halfway through the game, and no team really has made an effort to make a huge push yet. They're just slowly ticking points more forward and forward, but it's been a very stalematy gamepad. Neither team really wants to risk it as of yet, because risking it now might just end the game early for you.
Yeah, right now two teams still trying to get the edge, trying to get momentum. Thunder to the side with the Julies is going to be forced to jump away as PXG still has a lot of control, but the Crab Tank is able to correct all
Gray,
of
Gray.
that. Oh! Gray!
That's
Gray
one. Looking
coming
at Thunder. Can I get this from Thunder? No. Thunder opts to jump out. Looking at Zenith. Zenith runs away as well. But Gray just right there, opening up that section of the map, allowing the tower to push forward. And the second time they can contest that first checkpoint, and now finally breaking it too. It took 3 minutes of PXG fighting, but they are now setting up a decent score here. And that's only being pushed further and further. It's bets on players like Volty. 40 points bet is their current score of PXG, and I'm pretty sure they are looking to push that even further.
Yeah, PXG not stopping right there. Azure is back on top of the map. They're able to push their opponent out of here. That Booyah Bomb will create some space, will allow them to breathe, get back in mid. But we're back to a fight in mid, and there's less than a minute and a half in the game. Azure needs a big push with 2 down on each side right now. It's still very tense. This fight could decide a lot, but it looks like PXG are able to keep themselves on the map. And the tower stays on the same side, on Azure's side. Azure needs to push PXG out.
They really need to find a way to push PXG away from the tower and allow themselves to push the tower forward, because Azure right now is struggling. They cannot seem to win the fight. They cannot seem to find an opening in this map mode combination, and that spells bad news for them, as PXG is winning by a decent amount. Now PXG, with 30 seconds remaining, only really has to defend and waste time with 2 players down outside of PXG. That strategy might just change. I think they might actually have to go play a little bit more offensively against the tower, because now Yoshel's on it, and they lost Gray again. The NZAP on the side of Azure is also down though, Pat, so it's a little bit of struggle, and there's no early spectacular there, but they're still not tower pad. It still might just happen in overtime.
Tower is moving, Azure is in position, this is their last shot at getting this game. Overtime is on, and they're not far, just one checkpoint between them and victory, but the splats, Gray with the blaster cleaning up the tower and taking it. That is 2-1 for PXG.
And now PXG in championship point status. One more game. This set is theirs to lose, but there's still one more counter pick coming in from Azure. They still have a chance to get the bracket reset, and it's not over yet. But it took 3 minutes again for a team to break the first checkpoint and really started pushing. That just shows you again. These two teams are very evenly matched. These two teams are ready to give it their all and are adapting and learning on the fly.
Hey, Azure is the team that can. Azure is the team that can do it. But PXG is the final boss. And each time you beat PXG, each time you take a game off of them, they come back stronger. Azure, now they've taken 2 games off of PXG. You just entered phase 3 of the boss, and there's a lot more phases to come. PXG right now, they are 1 game away from victory. Azure would need not only to win the next 2 games, but then all they would get is a bracket reset. They have still a mountain to climb, but Hat, they can do it. We know they can do it.
Yeah.
We know they can do it, but it's going to take everything they have if they want to get back in this set, if they want to beat the monster.
Definitely. PXG though, they are playing so well together. They also, I like the way they open fights. We saw it with Gray when they first started pushing, just with a huge flank, allowing that team to push forward. Huge flank into, I believe, Bubbler. Just straight up, Azure didn't know what to do. Azure somehow got out, straight up pushed back into towards their spawn. Azure is still finding ways out of their spawn though, and that's great news because that means there's not spawn locking going on. Unlike you see in the last game EZD against Azure, there was a lot of spawn camping going on. This is not the case between these two teams, so that's a very good sign for Azure, but there's, like you said, a mountain to climb, and it really now it is PXG's game and set to lose because they can have it all. It is in arm's reach. They can feel it, they can taste it, but it's not quite there. Stage 3 of that boss fight, it maybe counts for Azure, but stage 2 is still active for PXG because Azure not an easy team to fight against either.
Yeah, I mean, it's as you say, PXG, whatever happens, whether they're behind, whether they're winning, whether the other team is pushing, whether they have players down, they feel calm. They feel like it's Tuesday. It's just, yep,
Just another Tuesday, yeah.
That's just another game, and they are just keeping the plan going, and they know that if they keep doing what they've been doing since, I mean, they've been dominating the scene for months now. They keep winning.
Years,
they
actually.
keep getting it all.
I think on both sides, we really have players that have been around for I don't know how long. Some of these were active when I was still playing. Some of these got more active after I started playing. But these are some monstrous players, both showing off their own skill. Xena, Thunder, Volty, and Yoshel on the side of Azure. Gray, Noah, Goss, and Soldier on the side of PXG and Pat. A decision has been made. Azure picked a map mode combination. Raymaker on Undertow Spillway is their final counter pick before the potential bracket reset. Can they pull through? Is the $1 million question right now.
2 words. Carbon roller.
That's a very, very good statement. That's a very good carbon roller, yes. Volty, with the insane, absurd amount of flanks here, will have a great time. But also, if Xenit goes back on that vacuum, those pushes might just be monumental. We're going to have to see what happens here. Championship point for PXG Azure. All to play here for. No mistakes can be afforded. We see the vacuum on the side of Noah. We see the vacuum on the side of Yoshel. Calm and Rotor coming back out for Volty. Gray sticking with that custom blaster. Let's see how it's going to go, Pat, as both teams are duking it out for Rainmaker. As both teams are duking it out for being the champion of 20XX.
Yeah. That custom blaster has point sensor, and it's going to be the most important sub for PXG. It's going to be what allows them to know at all times where Volty is. On this map, you cannot not have a point sensor on Volty. You need at all times to know where they are because they are so dangerous. And now let's get in the game. Yoshel activating the vac, but Yoshel is surrounded. That's 3 down on Azure. PXG is coming in strong, and they already go through the checkpoint.
Early checkpoint for PXG is huge, especially if it's the right side checkpoint too, which generally is harder to push. However, we saw it with Moonlight too. It's just that much faster to get through it. Now, we talked about this earlier. The first half of this map definitely feels a lot slower than the second. That feels a lot faster. I'm sorry, than the second half of this map, and that's because the spawn is so much harder to push. And Azure's already showing it by disallowing PXG to push forward. Now Azure picking up the Rainmaker on their own, gets a big splat on Soldier actually, and looking to push forward, looking to push the Rainmaker out of the checkpoint. Seen it with the help of Yoshi with a vacuum, beautifully done. Gets that checkpoint too. Gray being caught out there, Pat, as with a vacuum shot they pop that Rainmaker and are getting the lead.
Yeah, great coordination right there by Azure. But I feel like they just used a lot of resources just to get a tiny lead. Had we know that 48 is not a safe lead right there. They got the lead, but I don't think they're happy with it right now. All of PXG is moving back in, is retaking space, getting themselves ahead.
Soldier! Beautiful double and a wipeout to boot. Azure. 48 is not a safe bet. Well, guys, there you go. It's the lead swap to 14-3. That's not safe either. You at least wanted to get up to 24 in order to really securely get it. 25, huge score by PXG. Look at how fast those points are dropping after that zone. It's definitely really fast, but it's not fast enough. Soldier is throwing up their specials. Still, PXG is somewhat in their spawn. Their presence is still known. Finally got out their pet. Azure got some room to breathe, but 48-25. That's a tough pill to swallow right now.
That was such a huge push by PXG. Azure know they need to play for the KO now. They have to get deep in enemy territory. They only have 2 minutes to save the game, to keep 20XX running. Can they do it? They get the repop. Bazooka is going to fly and try to get splats, but the Rainmaker is already splatted. It's all it takes. One splat on the Rainmaker, and PXG is back in control of mid right there. But they lost 3 players. They lost a few too many players. Azure gets a push for free right there.
Yeah, but Azure opts not to push right now. They're not entirely sure who's alive and whatnot. They're opting to go a little bit slow. Zenit finally picks it up, but that was so late. You had 3 players down, and now you've lost it. The wipeout as well, Pat. Azure was hesitating, and this hesitation has cost him almost a free push towards that checkpoint. With 1 minute and 22 seconds remaining, it will be a huge fight, and PXG only really has to defend now.
Azure still in the game, but they're able to get splats, they're able to keep the fight going. That was a delayed wipe onto PXG. Volty is already pushing forward in position. There's still more splats coming! Hat and a vacuum. Zenith is diving forward.
They took the
lead! 2 points, and it's only the last minute. It is not over. PXG getting back control of the Rainmaker, but suddenly it's a completely different game. 45 seconds for PXG to push in. Azure They're so close to tying up the score. It's not over.
24 really wants a save point, and Azure just broke it with 23. 30 seconds remaining, and PXG suddenly from having to completely defend to suddenly having to roughly attack. 2 players down on their side. Soldier trying to get the split on Zenith. Does manage to find that split, does manage to connect. This is big, but the Rainmaker still miles away from that checkpoint, from that lead. Checkpoint, 15 seconds remaining. Nobody seems to pick up the Rainmaker because they know everyone from Azure is alive. 3 effective players down on the side of Azure though, Pat. 5 seconds remaining. 2 players down again, and it's the frontliners as well. It's just Thunder alive, who doesn't have a crab tank ready. There's no tacticooler as well.
Oh.
This might just be the moment. PXG getting massive splats left and right in that spawn. Can they switch that lead up? Again, a wipeout on the side of Azure for PXG to secure this game and secure their spot as the winners of 20XX Series number 6. Just wow. That's the one word I'm going to describe it.
They kept it alive. They kept it alive. I mean, an overtime comeback so far in. I didn't know that was possible on this map. PXG mounting an incredible last push right there. And I mean, that's the thing with PXG. You can make them bleed, but they get back up and they come back stronger. They never stop. Azure, the team that can, but PXG, the team that will, the team that does, the team that is your 20XX champions.
It's a crazy tournament, but these 2 teams, don't get it twisted. Even if it looks like 3-1 again, PXG and Azure both fought tooth and nail in this fight, and it's only the wipeout at the end, and PXG not giving up like we've seen them do before, are allowing them to win 20XX with such a phenomenal series, only dropping 2 games in this entire alpha bracket. That is huge, and I think that's a well-deserved victory. But Azure, also, don't beat yourself up. They've shown us what beauty must look like, and they've showed us what a good team and most importantly a good friendship looks like. A well-deserved dominant second place in this tournament. But now we have been asked to give some shoutouts before we end the stream, because there's a lot of stuff to shout out.
Hey.
Definitely for everyone who is still watching. Please don't leave. Please don't leave. Let us finish, okay? If you're watching this, just don't leave. Just don't leave. If you're here, please check out Gamers for the Giving Tournament on sendu.inc and the IPL Discord server to register, maybe donate a little bit early, or sign up for this tournament. You do not want to miss out this one.
Yes, and speaking of IPL, a new season of the Splat World Series is going to come on their Twitch platform. Pay attention, next Saturday, 21st, at 5 p.m. Pacific. Do not miss that big reveal from IPL. It's going to be huge. And also, we need to give a special shout out to Squidado and ASDF for supporting us on Ko-fi. You can help us organize more tournaments, improve our production and our prize pools. Thank you so much for everybody, honestly, who's been watching, who's been playing, who's been donating, who's been helping behind the scene. Dapple exists thanks to you all, and it's a privilege to be able to watch these incredible games and to yap with you, and see all that.
And of course, if you like what we do and you want to help us in any way, please consider donating to Ko-fi or donating to stuff like the 20XX prize pool or Dapple Productions in general. It allows us to do what we do because we all do it in our free time for the love of the game. Now, Pat, I think there is still one more question that we need to ask. It's the golden question we ask every single tournament. Where can we find you on the internet?
You can find me on Blue Sky at casterhat.nl, where you get lots of news about interesting stuff. Yeah, that's the best way to get news from me. You get lots of good stuff from a good caster.
You can find me, of course, at Pat J or Tom at b.psky, where you can find some of the most beautiful posts about me. And of course, don't forget to follow Dapple Productions. And if you still are watching, there is still so many more shoutouts we have to do. I think we have a beautiful credit section that we can roll into. So everyone, before we roll that, thank you so much for watching 20XX this weekend. It has been a blast for me personally. Pat, I hope you had fun as well.
Oh, yes.
And I hope everyone in chat was here as well. I cannot wait until the next one, but that might be a little while. But thank you so much for everyone watching. And Jorian, please roll those credits.